Chapter 588. In Yaoxiang Valley, the demon phoenix descended from the sky. Its demonic aura was surging like an ocean, so terrifying that it made one's heart tremble. Demonic technique, bury the heavens. The demon phoenix moved her sword, and a black phoenix appeared behind her. Countless sword auras rushed into the sky and into the dark clouds. At this moment, thousands of swords fell like rain, drowning the entire Yaoxiang Valley. The sky rumbled and the earth shook. As the sword rain fell, the valley seemed to have met with a heavenly tribulation, cracking and sinking more than 100 feet. The demonic body was emotionless, and so was the sword. Wherever the sword rain fell, blood and bones flew and scattered all over the sky. The area of the falling swords quickly expanded. Around the Yao Temple, golden runes appeared and blocked the rain-like sword auras. However, the sword intent could not be stopped. After a moment, the sword light penetrated the restriction and fell into the Yao Temple. Presumptuous! A furious roar came from the demon temple. In the next moment, a golden light shot up into the sky. A demonic Buddha in a golden kasaya rushed out and struck out with his palm, threatening to kill. With a bang, the palm and sword clashed, and the aftermath spread out. The mountains moved and dust filled the sky. "It's you!" The familiar yet strange figure in front of him shocked the demon Buddha. The Xia Jiming Marquis was actually a demon. Jiming Marquis, openly challenging the Yao Temple, "Aren't you afraid of your identity being exposed?" The demon Buddha said coldly. "Dead people will not reveal secret. Jiming is here to send you to the west to face Buddha." As he spoke, Ning Chen's Qi Lian shone brightly, and with a slash, the sword light roared out. Presumptuous! The demon Buddha was furious, and his staff stopped in the air. Golden light rose, and a curse echoed throughout the valley, blocking the sword intent. With a loud bang, the sword light collapsed, and the curse spread out, filling the valley. With the demon sound, the demonic aura in Ning Chen's body shook, showing signs of instability. Demonic technique, bloody path. Ning Chen's eyes turned cold, and the demon phoenix behind him flapped its wings. The black robe flashed by, and a bloody sword dyed the sky red. The staff flew across the sky and blocked the sword, but at this moment, the demonic aura came out of the sword, and with a slash, it tore the golden robe and dyed red. After exchanging a few moves, the demon Buddha was the first to be injured. Shumi Dharma, Tathagata's holy light. The demonic Buddha's expression did not change. He rotated his staff, and golden light flourished as he forcefully counterattacked. Holy light. Ning Chen's crimson chain flashed across his hand. Baleful aura filled the air as he met the Buddha's attack head-on. The holy light and the evil spirit collided, and the evil spirit dispersed. The demonic body retreated several steps, and the demonic Buddha, whose realm was higher, seized the upper hand again. "Do I need to wait for you to stop the bleeding for such a small injury?" The demonic Buddha mocked coldly. "Your sharp tongue won't stop you from being defeated." Ning Chen swung his sword. Demonic qi surged out from his body, encircling the tip of his sword. Boundless waves of demonic qi shook the heavens and the earth. It was so forceful that it shocked everyone. Demons don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The demonic Buddha sneered and clasped his hands together. His magic staff vibrated and rings of golden brilliance spread out. The holy technique of the Buddhist cultivators had reappeared in the mortal world. Sumur Dharma, 6 Sins Extermination. As Shao Chen shouted, the Buddhist sect's sin extermination move appeared in the sky. Under the suppression of the Buddhist energy, the demonic clouds in the sky showed signs of scattering. Demonic technique, blood flame. The demonic body revealed the Buddhist aura. Ning Chen clasped his fingers together and condensed his energy. The wind and clouds on his sword changed. In the midst of the demonic qi, flames rose and spread rapidly. Suddenly, the blood-colored flames formed a shocking momentum that could burn the heavens, suppressing the Buddhist's technique. As the Buddha and the demonic body collided, the heavens and the earth shook. The Buddhist energy and the demonic qi continued to devour each other. Since ancient times, the two forces were incompatible. At this moment, it was hard to tell who was stronger. After the intense tremor, Ning Chen took 2 steps back. The corner of his mouth was red. On the other side, the demonic Buddha also took a step back. The blood qi in his body surged violently. Although the injuries were exchanged, they were not equal. Ning Chen's figure moved again. An afterimage flashed past, and he slashed with his sword. The demonic sword cut through the air. The magic staff blocked the sword. The golden rings rang and the swords chimed together. The two people who had different temperaments, each of their moves and styles were at the pinnacle. They interweaved a rare martial art style. I have endured for too long. Demonic Buddha, I can't keep your life. Ning Chen clasped his fingers together and pointed his sword. Sword light flashed in all directions. Streaks of sword qi rushed towards the demonic Buddha. The demonic Buddha moved and dodged the sword qi. His palm condensed vast essence, which entered the magic staff. Golden light surged and met the sword qi. The extreme essence collided and the aftermath spread out. Both of them were injured and took a few steps back. After a few steps, the two of them stabilized their bodies and suppressed their injuries. Heavy injuries for light injuries. Jiming Marquis, how long can you last? The demonic Buddha sneered. Treasure your words. Each one of them will become your final words, said Ning Chen coldly. Arrogant. The demonic Buddha snorted coldly and slowly raised his right palm. Endless Buddha vitality gathered, and in an instant, golden mist gathered from all directions. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds changed, and lightning fell one after another to support the Buddha technique. Just as he was about to unleash his ultimate move, the demon cultivator's lips curled up in a cold sneer. In the next moment, the phoenix flapped its wings and the demon cultivator's figure disappeared. His sword flashed through the air, instantly arriving in front of the demon cultivator. The sword entered the demonic Buddha's body. Blood splattered. The essence condensation technique was immediately broken. Ugh! The demonic Buddha snorted and quickly retreated. However, the sword qi followed him like a shadow. He could no longer escape. The demonic phoenix's shadow gradually faded behind the demonic Buddha. The demonic phoenix's shadow gradually faded behind Jiming Marquis. The demonic Buddha saw the clue. While he was shocked, he guarded his vital points and tried his best to drag the battle. The demonic Buddha's shadow flashed and the sword qi went back and forth several times. Blood splattered. The demonic Buddha's shadow was extremely fast. The demonic Buddha was unable to defend himself. The sword qi entered his body. The demonic Buddha took a few steps back. Before he could counterattack, he was attacked again and again. It was difficult for him to summon his genuine qi. Purple Heavenly Palace, come and help. In the endless sword qi, the demonic Buddha, who was constantly injured, felt a life-threatening crisis again. He roared and asked for help from the master of the divine palace. At this moment, thousands of miles away, in the divine palace that towered into the clouds, a figure in purple suddenly opened his eyes. He stepped out and rushed to the demonic valley. However, as soon as he left the divine palace, the originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds. It was raining heavily. In the rain, a woman in blue stepped out. Water dragons circled around her. They roared and danced, blocking the way ahead. Demon, the purple heavenly palace said slowly. Human, from now on you can't go anywhere, Bai Yunlian said calmly. You don't know what's good for you. The purple heavenly palace snorted coldly. His figure flashed past. Purple qi was vast and mighty. He slapped out a powerful palm. Waterfall. Bai Yunlian raised his hand. In the pouring rain, 4 dragons rushed down to block the former's attack. There was a loud explosion. Heaven and earth wailed. The water in the sky scattered and turned into rain, returning to the earth again. The moment the 4 dragons scattered, the water between heaven and earth gathered again. 9 dragons appeared and circled into the sky. The dragons opened and closed their mouth. Waterfalls poured down like the Milky Way hanging upside down, blocking all the way forward. Just as the two were fighting thousands of miles away, in the demonic valley, the battle had reached its climax. The demon phoenix's sword locked the Buddha's body. Blocking one sword strike, he was hit several times. The blood that splattered was the sound of a bell from hell. The knowing destiny devil body that came to kill displayed the true strength of the killing body. With the addition of the phoenix spirit, the sword momentum increased the speed of death. The knowing destiny body was one with three forms. The earth spirit of the devil body was the main force, the heaven spirit of the phoenix body was the main force, and the life spirit of the body was the main force. However, since the chaos of the Tianfu kingdom, the killing body was restricted by identity and the demonic tribulation. Instead of force, the killing body replaced force. However, the devil was not good at wisdom. Killing was the nature of the devil. After discarding the traps and calculations, the knowing destiny devil body that returned to its original nature showed a shocking combat power. The demonic Buddha was shocked and shocked. Being restricted by the extreme speed, the moment he attacked, his chi was already insufficient. It was difficult to resist the sword momentum. He lost every move and retreated step by step. The situation was getting more and more critical. At the same time, the dual spirit of the devil body clashed with each other, increasing the consumption. The shadow of the demon phoenix gradually faded, and the signs of dispersal became more and more obvious. In the stalemate battle, the Buddha of the demonic realm defended every move to protect his vital parts and exchanged injuries for time. On the other hand, the phoenix of the demonic realm was invincible with a sword in hand. Every move was to kill. The extremely fast sword competed with time. The strongest devil and Buddha of the world were fighting at the peak. The sword was above the wind and clouds, and the Buddha's spirit on the palm created terrifying waves. Everywhere they passed, the entire demonic valley collapsed. Just as the demonic Buddha's defeat was irreversible, the killing body with the demonic tribulation suddenly staggered. His body shook violently and showed signs of dispersal. Seeing this, the demonic Buddha's eyes shone brightly. In this short gap, he used all his strength to hit the demonic Buddha's chest. With a bang, Qi Lian blocked the palm. Ning Chen retreated a few feet and a trace of red flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Knowing destiny, Marquis, even the heavens want to kill you. Today you will lose. With a furious roar, the demonic Buddha raised his origin technique. Boundless Buddha light shone on the world. His strongest move appeared. Sumar Dharma, devouring Bodhi. Buddha of the demonic realm and Buddha of the demonic realm appeared in the Buddha light. A huge demonic chi appeared in the world and shook the world. As expected, in terms of swordsmanship, I am still not as good as senior. Leaders, help me! There was a clear gap in swordsmanship. It was difficult to surpass the boundary of cultivation. Ning Chen said calmly. Then, he clenched his left hand and Taisha appeared. The two swords crossed. In the endless light, the yin-yang formation was opened. The rolling black and red waves drowned the demonic valley. In the sky, the Tai Chi formation appeared. The yin-yang brilliance lit up the dark sky. Ha! At the same time, the 49 Taoist leaders shouted and worked together. Their powerful soul power merged into the formation to help knowing destiny and increase the power of the yin-yang formation. Demonic technique, Heaven's Tears. The last move pierced through the sky and earth. Endless sword pressure spread out with the power of yin and yang. The mountains collapsed and changed. The battle at the peak was about to end. The undercurrent stole the light of the world. The ultimate moves of the demonic realm and the demonic realm clashed. The rumbling shook the world. The demonic valley, which used to be full of vitality, turned into a land of death under the collision of the two extremes. Not even a blade of grass grew. After the dust dispersed, a person stood on the peak. His black clothes were dyed red and drops of blood slid down his sword. On the other side, the demonic Buddha knelt down silently. Suddenly, a sword chi exploded from his throat. Blood spurted out like a tide and covered his eyes. The staff was broken, the demonic cultivator's soul was scattered. The unbelievable result and the trap had cost him his life. "I am not willing." His last words echoed in the valley. In the next moment, his head flew high and landed on the ground. Chapter 589. The demonic Buddha was defeated and the battle ended. Ning Chen walked forward with his sword and took the demonic Buddha's head. He looked at the demonic temple in the mountains and stepped into it. After a while, the huge temple rumbled. Not long after, the demon rushed out and waved his sword. A sword that spanned hundreds of feet fell from the sky. There was a loud bang and the earth shook. In the demonic temple, the mountains moved and boulders fell like rain. The ancient temple fell. In just a few breaths, the ancient sect that had been passed down for thousands of years was completely history. The demonic temple was destroyed and buried in countless rubble. The demon did not stay any longer. He stepped into the air and headed west. At the same time, outside the divine palace, the battle between the two had reached the most critical moment. The difference in cultivation was gradually revealed. As the moves collided, the residual energy was difficult to dissipate. Blood dripped from the corner of Bai Yunlian's mouth. She was obviously injured. However, the promise to stop the enemy could not be retreated. Bai Yunlian had not been in the world for long, and the humans she came into contact with the most were knowing destiny state. The word promise was engraved in her heart. On the other side, although the divine palace master had the absolute advantage, the longer the battle was delayed, the more uneasy he felt. Seeing that the opponent was not retreating, Zi Tiangong flipped his right hand and a vast amount of purple gas rushed from all directions. He threw out a palm with all his strength. Bai Yunlian received the attack and the water dragons around her dissipated. Her blue robe was dyed red and she flew dozens of feet away. "Give up your life." Zi Tiangong took a step forward and his palm was filled with killing intent. He threw a fatal blow at the severely injured white dragon. At this moment, the 9 heavens phoenix cried and flames burned the sky. The fire phoenix descended and a red robe appeared. The Taisher sword appeared and blocked the former's attack. Marquis Jiming. Zi Tiangong's expression changed as he looked at the newcomer. Ning Chen pushed the person in front of him away and looked at the girl behind him. He said, "Miss Bai, your injuries are not light. Leave the rest to me." "Be careful," Bai Yunlian replied. Then, she took a step forward and quickly retreated from the battle. After the white dragon left, Ning Chen looked at the divine palace master in front of him and said coldly, "Zi Tiangong, the demonic Buddha has gone to the west. It's your turn now." Zi Tiangong heard this and was shocked. He thought of the demonic Buddha asking for help and his uneasiness rose to the extreme. "Very high heavens, are you satisfied with this body?" Ning Chen asked calmly. "Yes," the 49 men and women said in unison. "If that's the case, please help knowing destiny to fight against the enemy." As he spoke, Ning Chen released part of the control over his body to accommodate the consciousness of the very high heavens. Instantly, the consciousnesses of the 49 Taoist leaders fused into the devil's body and reached a new peak. With their consciousnesses coexisting, the 49 Taoist leaders assisted knowing destiny. Taisher swung his sword. The sword radiance was like a tidal wave as it slashed towards the former. It was a completely different sword momentum. Purple Sky Palace took the blow and retreated several steps with a bang. His face was gloomy. "You are not Jiming Marquis. Who are you?" Zi Tiangong asked coldly. "We are from the very high heavens," the 49 people replied. "The air of a gentleman." A cacophony of voices rang out once more. The sword missed on the Taisher sword roared and tore through the air. Zi Tiangong's expression froze. His palm condensed the raging torrents in all directions. Purple chi was vast and mighty, blocking Ling's sword missed. With a loud shake, the divine palace master was forced back several steps. In a frontal exchange, he was actually at a disadvantage. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. After one move, the Taisher sword in the very high heaven's hands spun once more. The Taoist secret technique was activated, and the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings gathered continuously. The sword radiance was like the might of heaven, and a frightening pressure quickly spread out. Purple Chi from the east, divine martial Dharma idol. Seeing that the incoming attack was extraordinary, Zi Tiangong also activated his martial arts. With a flip of his palm, a divine martial Dharma idol appeared in the human world. The only god in the human world has always been the Netherworld King. Your god is nothing but an illusion. The very high heavens spoke and Taisher slashed down. In an instant the sword radiance fell, drawing a dazzling rainbow across the horizon. One sword destroyed the fake god. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the horizon red. Zi Tiangong was forced back several steps, and blood flowed out from his left shoulder. Retreat. The situation was unfavorable, and Zi Tiangong was unwilling to continue fighting. He stepped on the ground and quickly retreated. Dao Chong Wuming. A strange light flashed in the very high heaven's eyes. His figure swept out and instantly blocked in front of Zi Tiangong. Taisher condensed his Dao energy and slashed down. With a loud bang, Zi Tiangong was forced back several steps. His face became darker and darker. What a troublesome fellow! Seeing the divine palace behind him from the corner of his eye, Zi Tiangong made up his mind. With a deep roar, he absorbed the energy into his qi. Majestic purple qi gathered from all directions. In an instant, the divine palace trembled. Below, the power of the earth surged and rushed to the sky. Purple qi controls the wind. Amidst the rumbling, a palm condensed from the power of the earth surged and roared. Its might shook the world, and the world cried out. Human Tao is insignificant. The very high heavens pointed at the sword, and the green light on the sword rose rapidly. The Taoism's legendary technique had appeared in the human world. As the two techniques collided, the space collapsed. Heaven and earth within 100 miles shook violently. As the aftershock came, the very high heaven's feet slid back several feet before they stabilized themselves. On the other side, after the aftershock, there was still no one. The divine palace master took the opportunity to escape. What a pity! The 49 men and women spoke with slight regret. Zi Tiangong is slightly stronger than the demonic Buddha. It won't be easy to kill him. Let's find another opportunity. Ning Chen retracted control of his body and said calmly. That's the only way. The 49 men replied. Ning Chen leaped into the divine palace. Not long after, he walked out. His body flashed, and he flew in the direction where the white flood dragon left. Half an hour later, the two of them met up and rushed towards the central region together. When the moon set and the sun rose, Ning Chen returned to Competitive Edge City. He did not hide his whereabouts, and directly walked towards the conference hall. In the conference hall, after hearing that Zhenming had returned, the honorables gathered. Their expressions were unnatural. Military advisor. When Ning Chen entered the conference hall, the honorables stood up and greeted him politely. No need to be so courteous. Have a seat. Ning Chen acted as if he did not remember what happened the day before. He walked forward and said. On the main seat, Zhao Yosu looked at the honorables below. The corner of her mouth curved into a cold smile, but she did not say anything. I'm here to tell you two things. First, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign has entered the ascending immortal stage. Second, the demonic Buddha is dead, and the demonic temple is destroyed. Ning Chen said lightly. Hearing this, the honorables were shocked. They had already guessed that the Heavenly Sword Sovereign had entered the ascending immortal stage, but they knew nothing about the demonic Buddha's death. In these 2 days, the Heavenly Sword Sovereign had not stepped out of Tianheng City. Then, there was only one person who did this, the Marquis of Jinming. However, was the Marquis of Jinming's strength really that strong? Ning Chen did not care about what the honorables thought. He continued, "Now that I've finished, there is one more thing I want to ask you. Do you want peace?" Honorable Li Shan's eyes narrowed. He said, "Military advisor, the peace talks have ended. Is the Heavenly Sword Sovereign going back on his word? The heavens and earth bear witness to the oath of a martial artist. If they want to go back on their word, I think they should be prepared to bear the punishment of the heavens," Honorable Xianjin said coldly. Ning Chen smiled faintly and said, "I understand. Everyone, can you leave and let me have a few words with the Alliance Master?" The Honorables agreed and left one after another, leaving the two of them alone. "Military advisor, where is the Violet Palace?" Zhao Yosu asked. "It escaped," Ning Chen replied. "What a pity." Zhao Yosu sighed softly. "I'm very curious. Who was the target of the arrow 2 days ago?" Ning Chen said calmly. "Military advisor, what do you think?" Zhao Yosu smiled. "I don't know either. However, putting aside the unexpected appearance of the 11th sword, based on the situation at that time, the Alliance Master's position really had a decisive effect." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh? Please elaborate." Zhao Yosu's eyes flashed with a strange light. "It's very simple. The Alliance Master's arrow was aimed at me. In the situation at that time, the knowing destiny state would not be able to escape. If it was aimed at the human demon Buddha or the Violet Palace, I think it would be difficult for them to trap me. Unfortunately, the appearance of the 11th sword made it difficult for me to determine the Alliance Master's position." Ning Chen replied, "Military advisor, you are too modest. I think that even without the 11th sword, it would not be easy for the two of them to kill you. Similarly, my arrow could only be used as icing on the cake or adding insult to injury. It could not have played a decisive role," Zhao Liusu said. "That's why the Alliance Master did not shoot the arrow." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Perhaps. Military advisor should know that after the peace talks between the two realms, there are many people in the 5 regions who want to take the opportunity to get rid of you. One more or one less does not affect you much. My actions at that time were just following the wishes of the people." Zhao Yosu smiled. "Zhao Yosu, you have really grown up. You are no longer the simple-minded little girl." Ning Chen stood up and sighed. "You flatter me. Didn't you also say that experience is the best teacher in life?" Zhao Yosu replied. "When did it start?" Ning Chen asked again. "When the butterfly in the flower came back for revenge." Zhao Yosu replied. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he nodded and walked out of the hall. After the knowing destiny state left, several human sovereigns entered the hall again. Xianjin sovereign walked forward and asked in confusion, "Alliance Master, what is the purpose of the knowing destiny Marquis visit?" After what happened the day before, although they had not completely broken off with the knowing destiny Marquis, their cooperation was already in name only. The purpose of the knowing destiny Marquis visit was really puzzling. "I have already told you why he came. I think there is nothing you don't understand," Zhao Liusu said faintly. Xianjin sovereign frowned slightly. Just to talk about the Tianfu sword sovereign and the demonic Buddha, there was still that meaningless question? Zhao Liusu did not say anything more. Different people had different thoughts. To the knowing destiny state, this important question was just a meaningless question in the eyes of the other sovereigns. People who walked different paths could not work together. From today onwards, the rise and fall of the Central Plains and the other 3 regions had nothing to do with the knowing destiny state. In Wenxian Palace, Ning Chen walked over. Looking at the little girl who was sitting in front of the hall and waiting in boredom, he showed a gentle smile and said, "Iner." Iner looked up and saw who it was. She jumped up and pouted, "Why are you only back now? I have been waiting for a day." "Sorry, I was delayed by some things." "Let's go," Ning Chen said apologetically. "Okay." Iner quickly ran forward and grabbed his sleeve and left with him. Did you have a falling out with those people? Iner asked on the way. Yes, let me teach you something. Idiocy is contagious. In the future, stay away from them, Ningchen said softly. Okay, Iner replied obediently. Chapter 590. In the northwest of the Central Plains, within the Sword Master's study, Jiming had been inside for over an hour and hadn't come out. Just as Iner was getting impatient, the door opened and Ningchen walked out. Let's go. Grandpa Sword Master agreed? Asked Iner as she walked. Yes. Ningchen nodded. What else did Grandpa Sword Master say? Asked Iner. He told you to be obedient. If you don't obey, I can beat you or scold you, smiled Ningchen. You're lying. Grandpa Sword Master would never say something like that. Iner pouted in disbelief. Ha! Ningchen chuckled. Have you said goodbye to your mother? Yes. Iner responded, her expression unconsciously becoming somewhat downcast. Ningchen rubbed her hair. Study hard. You'll be back soon. Yes. Iner nodded her head vigorously and replied. The two of them left the Sword Master's manor. Behind them, a beautiful woman walked out. Her eyes were filled with tears as she watched her daughter leave. Although she was reluctant, she forced herself to not say anything. In the distance, Ningchen didn't look back, but he could still feel the gaze behind him. He couldn't help but sigh. Within the study, the Sword Master looked into the distance. He was old and needed someone to inherit the position of Sword Master. Iner, who had undergone the Phoenix blood, was undoubtedly the best candidate. But before that, Iner needed someone to lead her. For the Sword Master and the Sword Master to be willing to accept this was a blessing for Iner and the Sword Master's manor. In terms of accomplishments in the sword, there were very few people in the world who could surpass the Sword Master. The most commendable thing was that the Sword Master was more open-minded than anyone he had ever seen. He wasn't the slightest bit stingy when it came to passing down martial arts. In the Central Plains, where sects were strict, this was unimaginable. In this world, there are quite a few top techniques, but the number of true experts can be counted on one's fingers. Compared to external factors, internal factors are the key to a person's martial arts attainment. So there's no need to be so rigid about sections. Jiming's words were still echoing in his ears. Swordsmith Manor sighed. He knew that Jiming Marquis had given Iner a heavenly book. This was a great kindness. It meant that Swordsmith Manor would have heavenly book martial arts from now on. It was not until today that he understood why the Marquis of Jiming, who had ordinary talent, had such amazing martial arts achievements. It was not because of the tomes of arcane, nor was it because of the legend of the Xia dynasty, but because of his temperament. Knowing how to repay kindness, treating people with sincerity, doing everything with all one's strength. Knowing Destiny Marquis may have regrets in his life, but he has a clear conscience. Casting Sword pushed the wheelchair out of the study and looked out of the villa. Light flashed in his eyes. If possible, he really wanted to see what kind of person Empress Zhongsun, who was said to have brought up Marquis Jiming, was. On the road to the east, Iner tugged at the sleeve of the person beside her and asked curiously, Ningchen, where are we going? Eastern Divine Prefecture, Ningchen replied softly. Oh. Iner responded and asked, why are you going to the eastern region? To confirm some things, Ningchen replied. When are you coming back? Iner continued to ask. Soon, Ningchen replied. The time he had agreed to with the Sword Venerate was only 10 days. 3 days had already passed, and there were only 7 days left. He had to hurry up. When are you going to teach me how to cultivate? Iner asked again. Haven't I already taught you? Ningchen said. It's too difficult. I don't understand, Iner pouted. Just cultivate. We'll talk about it when there's a problem, Ningchen said casually. How can there be a master like you? Iner was extremely dissatisfied. You've seen it now. You have to rely on yourself to learn martial arts. If it's too easy, it won't be good, Ning Chen replied. You're just finding excuses for your irresponsibility, Yin complained angrily. The two of them traveled east. With Yin Ning Chen slowed down a lot. When they arrived at the Eastern Divine Prefecture, it was already noon of the second day. 100 miles to the west of the former Eternal Night Sect's ruins, there was a towering tower. The 5 regions had merged for more than 20 years, and the tower had long been abandoned and damaged. Ning Chen pulled the little girl into the pagoda and carefully looked at the structure of the pagoda. Back when the Divine Prefecture had been pulled into the 4 regions realm, the calamity of the Nether King had just subsided. The Divine Prefecture's vitality had been greatly damaged, and he had been heavily injured and unconscious. He had already obtained the construction method of the 4 Directions Divine Tower from the Demon Temple and Divine Palace. However, in order to determine its authenticity, he had to personally verify it. At sunset, Ning Chen left the pagoda and headed south with Yin. Just as Ning Chen returned to the Eastern Divine Prefecture, the situation between the Central Divine Prefecture, Heavenly Mansion, and the Alliance was becoming more and more tense. Chao Tianxi had been ambushed by an inner realm sovereign on the day of the peace talks, and he had been heavily injured. Such a despicable act had completely angered the Heavenly Mansion's army. In just a few days, it was becoming harder and harder to suppress the calls for war. It was only a matter of time before war broke out. Within Eternal Heaven City, Mu Chang'e stood in front of the city, his black robes fluttering in the wind. Within an earth flame divine furnace, the heavenly tower was being reforged. The Holy Land's last bit of Star Soul essence had been fused into the sword, increasing its strength. Sword venerate. An azure-robed elder respectfully bowed. Old One, when will the heavenly tower be completed? Mu Chang'e asked. 7 more days, the azure-robed elder replied. Mu Chang'e nodded. Now, whether they would fight or make peace, they would have to wait for the Jiming Marquis reply. In the northern part of the Central Divine Prefecture, in Jingfeng City, all the sovereigns had gathered. The seriousness on their faces was difficult to conceal. Zhao Liusu sat in the main seat and looked at the sovereigns below with a mocking smile. One miscalculation had led to a bitter taste of his own medicine. No one could have predicted that the Heavenly Mansion's sword venerate would awaken. The sovereigns thought that after killing Chao Tianxi, the Heavenly Mansion's army wouldn't dare to fight due to the punishment of breaking their oath. They didn't think that they would end up in the most dangerous situation. The Heavenly Mansion's sword venerate had stepped onto the path of celestial ascension, and the military advisor had left. The inner realm situation was precarious. The Heavenly Mansion's sovereigns should still be worried about the punishment of breaking their oath. It's impossible that they haven't made a move yet, said Sovereign Xianzhen. Hearing this, the sovereigns felt less uneasy. No one wanted to face a swordsman who had stepped on the immortal path. On the main seat, Zhao Liusu smiled faintly and ruthlessly destroyed the sovereign's excuses. Although the punishment of the heavens is terrifying, it's not impossible for a sovereign to withstand it. I think the real reason why the Heavenly Mansion has been waiting until now isn't the punishment of the heavens, but the military advisor. Why? Sovereign Li Shan didn't understand and asked. The day before yesterday, the military advisor came and asked if you all wanted peace. Unfortunately, no one answered directly, Zhao Liusu said faintly. The sovereigns frowned. What did she mean? Zhao Liusu didn't explain further. She closed her eyes and pondered quietly. In the eastern region, south of the barbarian dynasty, Ning Chen walked out of the second tower and headed east with Yin. How many towers like this are there? Yin asked. 4, Ning Chen replied. What's the use of it? Yin didn't understand. Back then, the masters of the Divine Palace and the Demon Temple used the 4 towers and the power of the Divine Prefecture's ley lines to pull the eastern region back to the 4 regions, Ning Chen replied. Oh. Yin nodded and said honestly, I still don't understand. Do you know why Heaven's Sanctum and the Inner Realm are at war? Ning Chen asked softly. I don't know. Yin shook her head. To survive. Ning Chen sighed. I've been to Heaven's Sanctum planet before. It's a very beautiful land, but it's about to be destroyed. When Yin heard this, she couldn't bear it and said, Since those sovereigns can come to the inner realm, they can also bring the people of Heaven's Sanctum. Why must they invade us? You're still young and haven't experienced much. Human nature is much more complicated than you think. Ning Chen rubbed the little girl's hair and said, The resources of a single star are limited. Even if it's enough to accommodate a few more Heaven's Sanctum, the various sects won't be willing to let others touch what's theirs. In order to survive, Heaven's Sanctum only has two choices: to join the inner realm or to launch an invasion. At this point, Ning Chen's eyes flashed, and he said, Joining the inner realm means that your fate is in the hands of others. In layman's terms, it's selling yourself as a slave. The fate of the people of Heaven's Sanctum can be imagined. Therefore, Heaven's Sanctum only has one choice, and that is to invade. Then who's right and who's wrong? Yin was a little confused. There's no right or wrong, only a standpoint. Chao Tianxi didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself for the people of Heaven's Sanctum. In the hearts of the people of Heaven's Sanctum, he's a true hero. However, for the inner realm, the Heaven's Sanctum star venerables are enemies. Standing in different positions, one's judgment of right and wrong is different. However, no matter what the goal is, war itself is definitely wrong, because the people who truly bear the flames of war are never the decision-makers of war, but the people of the world. Ning Chen said word by word. Rise, the people suffer. Fall, the people suffer. This was an eternal truth, but it was also the most nonsense that no one paid attention to. 20 years ago, Fan Lingwe led his troops down south. He wanted to conquer the Great Xia and then unify the entire Divine Prefecture, establishing a prosperous era without war. However, the premise of all this was to reshuffle the forces of the Divine Prefecture, and the sacrifices involved were more than millions. He didn't know when the prosperous era of the Divine Prefecture would arrive, but he knew very well that what really decided all of this was not military force, but the hearts of the people. In the current situation, whether it was the Divine Prefecture or the other 4 regions, it was impossible to achieve. It could be said that the purpose of the Underworld King's creation had failed. There were too few people like Chao Tianxi. It was the same in the inner realm and Heaven's Sanctum. Perhaps one day, the hearts of the people would no longer be like they were now. The world would return to peace, the people would be rich, and the prosperous era of the Divine Prefecture would truly arrive. Then, Fan Lingwe would be able to rest in peace. In the east of Barren City, Ning Chen walked over and stepped into the Divine Pagoda. In Barren City, Jian Luiying, who had been guarding the city, felt a familiar sword pressure in the distance. His figure flashed, and he quickly rushed in the direction of the Divine Pagoda. Inside the Divine Pagoda, there was a familiar red robe and a familiar aura. Jian Luiying's body trembled, and he said in surprise, Marquis Jiming. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the person in front of him. A smile appeared on his face, and he said, Jian-san, long time no see. Chapter 591. When old friends met, things remained the same but people had changed. They had once faced each other in life and death, yet when they met again now, there was only emotion left. The enmity of the past had long since vanished along with the passage of time, and it no longer had any meaning. 20 years had passed and Jian Luiying, whose temperament had changed, had also stepped onto the path of Xiantian. Although he was still a distance away from Sword 2 and the former Sword 1, he had already surpassed himself by too much. Why are you here? Jian Luiying didn't understand. I've confirmed some things. The answers I want are in the 4 divine pagodas of the Divine Prefecture, Ning Chen replied. Jian Luiying nodded and didn't probe further. He changed the topic and said, 10 years ago, Junior Sister went to the other 4 regions to look for you. Did you meet? When Ning Chen heard this, His eyes narrowed as he slowly said, "No." After leaving for so many years, he had never heard any news about Mu Qingxue. He had always thought that she had stayed in the Divine Land. Jian Luiying sighed softly. It seemed that they had missed it again. Jiming Marquis, cherish the people in front of you. You have already missed out on too much. If you don't cherish them, you will really be strangers, Jian Luiying advised seriously. Thank you for your reminder. I'll keep it in mind, Ningchen said calmly. Looking at the former's expression, Jian Luiying was deeply moved. After going through so many things, had the two of them really drifted further and further apart? Ningchen thought for a moment and said, Sword 3, if Sword 2 returns, can you help me tell him something? What is it? Jian Luiying asked in surprise. If I don't show up for the arranged battle between us within 3 months, it means that I'm unable to come. Tell him not to wait any longer, instructed Ningchen. Jian Luiying frowned and nodded, agreeing to the former's request. When the moon was high in the sky, Jian Luiying left the God Pagoda and returned to Barren City. The reunion of old friends after 20 years was simple and plain. Not long after, Ningchen also came out of the Divine Pagoda and headed north with Iner. Ningchen, I'm tired, Iner said listlessly. On my back? Ningchen asked. Okay. Iner nodded. Ningchen crouched down and carried the little girl on his back. They continued on their way. Iner laid on the former's back and hugged him tightly. Soon, she fell asleep peacefully. Ningchen sighed. Over the past few days, the one who had suffered the most was this girl. She was always running around with him and had never had a good rest. Under the night sky, the northbound red coat disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that it was hard to see it clearly. In the northern Meng royal court, east of the royal palace, upstream of the cold river, Ningchen appeared in front of the last square tower and walked in. 20 years had passed in the frigid ice divine tower, but not a single blade of grass grew around it. The construction of the 4 cardinal divine tower had forcefully absorbed the origin of heaven and earth, causing an unimaginable disaster to the divine great land. Ningchen stood inside the tower, looking at the structure of the divine tower. He reached out and touched it. Traces of cold air could be clearly felt. Even after 20 years, it still hadn't completely dissipated. Right at this moment, a small, fair hand reached out and touched the body of the tower. Seeing this, Ningchen reached out and slapped the little girl's hand away. He reprimanded her softly, "Don't be naughty. This cold air might be dangerous." Ina retracted her hand and laid on the former's back. She curiously sized up the divine pagoda. This pagoda was the most complete of the 4 towers. It looked truly spectacular. The little girl didn't say anything, so Ningchen just let her be. He carefully examined each rune and then verified it in his heart. These tadpole runes all look the same. Is there a difference? Iner felt dizzy. Yes. Ningchen nodded. Why can't I see it? Asked Iner. That's because you're stupid, said Ningchen casually. You're the stupid one, said Iner unhappily. Look carefully. In truth, each rune has a slight difference. They're not completely the same, reminded Ningchen softly. Ina raised her head and looked at the runes on the pagoda. After carefully comparing them, she finally found a slight difference. It's so complicated. Can you remember it? Asked Ina as she rubbed her sore eyes. It's all right, said Ningchen. Amazing. Ina's eyes were filled with envy. I'll teach you in the future, said Ningchen softly. Okay, Ina replied obediently. When the sun rose and the moon set, Ningchen finished looking at all the runes on the pagoda and directly left. In the distance, the capital of northern Meng could be vaguely seen. The city of miracles in the desert was so beautiful under the morning sun. Ningchen only took a glance before leaving. He didn't stay for even a moment. In Tianheng City in Central Prefecture, the earthly fire divine furnace was listening to the rise and fall of the heavenly tower. The day of its completion was getting closer and closer. Not far away, Mu Changa stood quietly and looked towards the north. Jiming Marquis, time is running out. What's your answer? In the homeland of Western Buddha, Ning Chen, who had rushed back, once again returned to the heaven's equal peak where the demonic Buddha and the purple heavenly palace had pulled the divine prefecture back. He looked at the strange peak that had sunk for several days. Demon, you still can't figure it out? Asked the 49 people in unison. Ning Chen nodded. Even with the help of the Four Directions Divine Pagoda, pulling the divine prefecture back to the eastern region from across a realm was an incredible feat. He couldn't understand how the demonic Buddha and the purple heavenly palace had done it. You've done well enough. However, there's a limit to human power. You can't predict everything, said the very high heavens calmly. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he sighed. If the phoenix body was here, perhaps I would know the answer. In terms of comprehension, I'm not as good as him. Perhaps there's another way, said the very high heavens. There's no time. Ning Chen's eyes flashed. Not only was there no time in the inner realm, but there was also no time in the divine prefecture. He didn't know how long it would take to think of another way. Using only 2 peak supremes to move a region is indeed incredible. Now we can only try as soon as possible. Perhaps we can find the key, suggested the very high heavens. That's the only way. Ning Chen nodded. His feet moved and he rushed towards the east. In Tianheng City, the earthly fire divine furnace was at its final stage. Mu Changa stood in front of the earthly fire divine furnace. His restrained sword intent was constantly vibrating. It was obvious that he couldn't suppress it anymore. The heavenly tower hummed softly. The peerless divine weapon was reborn. The sword hummed as if it was asking its master to fight. Wait a little longer, Mu Changa calmly said. The Jiming Marquis hadn't arrived yet. However, he believed that the Jiming Marquis wouldn't miss the appointment. At the last moment, 100 feet away from the earthly fire divine furnace, the Jiming Marquis. Mu Changa turned around and looked at the young man in front of him. He said calmly, Jiming Marquis, the answer. The demonic Buddha is dead. Also, Ning Chen threw the demonic Buddha's head to the side and said seriously, there might be a way to protect the Tianfu star. Mu Changa's eyes narrowed. He said slowly, please speak. Ning Chen explained the method in detail. He then continued, now, the most important thing is to try to use the Four Corners Divine Tower as soon as possible. Also, we need to find traces of the Purple Sky Palace, and get him to tell us the key to the Four Corners Divine Tower. Mu Changa was silent. After a while, he nodded. Thank you. I will arrange these 2 things. But before that, there is one more thing that must be done. Mu Changa turned around and walked to the earthly fire divine furnace. He held his sword and slowly pulled it out. In an instant, the heavens and the earth froze. Boundless sword pressure spread out rapidly. Jiming Marquis, I promise that I won't hurt the people of the inner world anymore. However, the sovereigns of the various sects have gone too far. I can't take it anymore. Mu Changa jumped up. The heavenly imperial palace rotated. Sword chi filled the sky and shot into the sky. It was boundless and majestic. The world trembled. Sword. 11. With the sound of the 11th sword, thousands of crisscrossing sword lights broke through the air like meteors streaking across the 9 heavens. They flew toward the direction of competitive Edge City. Sword chi fell like rain above the Hall of Venerables in competitive Peak City. In an instant, the hall collapsed. The Hall of Venerables, which represented the Alliance's prestige, was destroyed. This shocking sword shocked everyone in Zhongzhou. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. In Tianheng City, Ning Chen sighed. After this sword, the various sects in the inner world should wake up. After that sword, Mu Changa landed from the sky and said, Jiming Marquis, let's go. Ning Chen nodded. He held Yin Er's hand and walked toward the teleportation array. Dongxuan, Tiandu, Taixin, Zhenyang, come with us, ordered Mu Changa. Yes. The 4 supreme beings walked out and said respectfully. The 7 of them entered the array. Light constantly flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the 7 of them disappeared. On planet Tianfu, the light of the array flickered. 7 figures appeared and walked out of the array. I need to know the location of that large star, said Ningchen. Come with me. Mu Chang'e said and walked towards the star Soul Life Sea. Sword Sovereign. A sovereign respectfully bowed in front of his star Soul Life Sea. 6 flowers, what's the situation? Asked Mu Chang'e. The 6 flowers venerate shook his head and sighed. It's a bit faster than expected. In at most 5 years, that star will collide with Tianfu star. Mu Chang'e frowned. Why is there such a difference in time? Isn't there still 8 years? It's hard to avoid errors in calculations. Before, the 2 stars were far away, so it was hard to determine. Now that the distance is closer, the calculation is more accurate, explained the 6 flowers venerate. Mu Chang'e's eyes darkened. Is 5 years accurate? At most that's the case. There's no guarantee. It might be even less, said the 6 flowers venerate honestly. Ningchen stepped forward and looked at the big stars in his star Soul Life Sea. He narrowed his eyes and said, Sword Venerable, if Tianxiang used all his strength, how long would it take to set up a teleportation array that could cross 2 stars? If we prepare it in advance, it'll take a month. With the current situation, it'll take at least 3 months, said Mu Chang'e. That's too long. Ningchen looked at Mu Chang'e. I need at least 3 of these teleportation formations. Adding on the time it takes to build the 4-direction divine tower, there's no time to test it. Each teleportation formation must be set up within a month. Mu Chang'e's expression turned serious. After a long time he said, All right, I'll find the things you need as soon as possible. You don't need to worry about the formation. I'll do my best. However, I'll leave the matter of the 4-direction divine tower to you. Chapter 592. The great star sped through the starry sky, leaving behind a dazzling streak of light as it headed straight for the Tianfu planet. Time had become the biggest problem for the Tianfu planet. In the Tianfu sacred land, Ningchen calculated the distance and height of the 4 directions divine towers day and night. Mu Chang'e, Tiandu, Tai Xian, and the other sovereigns were constantly searching for divine materials. In the central plains, Xiao Bieli returned to the Tianfu planet after handing over the command of the 2 armies. The strategists of the 2 realms were working together for the first time to face the most difficult situation in the world. The strongest experts and the strongest martial force were gathered together for the sake of the Tianfu planet and the peace of the world. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Mu Chang'e returned and handed over the divine materials to Tianxiang before leaving once more. He carried the heavenly tower on his back. One could faintly smell the blood qi on the sword. It was clear that even someone as strong as the Tianfu sword sovereign hadn't obtained these divine materials easily. There were forbidden lands in the human world that were filled with danger. Divine materials were hard to find. Only these forbidden lands had a chance of surviving. Tianxiang, let's go. Ningchen glanced at Xiao Bieli, who stood not too far away, and spoke. Yes. Xiao Bieli nodded. Dong Sun, Tiandu, Tai Xian, and Jin Yang walked out as well. They were prepared to leave at any moment. Let's go. Ningchen held the hand of the girl beside him and stepped into the air. Behind him, the 5 sovereigns followed. The path through the starry sky was boundless. Ningchen and the 5 sovereigns were fighting against the heavens as they quickly flew toward the life star in the distance. 6 dazzling lights streaked across the starry sky. Mortals couldn't travel in the starry sky without spiritual qi. Even sovereigns could get lost forever. It was extremely dangerous. Ningchen used his phoenix origin to protect by his side. He walked at the front and chased after the life star. 3 months later, a huge star appeared in front of them. It was blue and green. It was so beautiful. How beautiful! Yin-Er's eyes were filled with praise. Don't run around when you reach this star. Stay by my side. Do you understand? Said Ningchen softly. Yes. Yin-Er obediently replied. As soon as the 7 of them entered the vast planet, they felt a heavy pressure assaulting their bodies. Their bodies felt as heavy as a mountain, and they quickly fell to the ground. Drink! With a light shout, the multicolored light shone brightly as he circulated his martial arts. The 7 of them stopped falling and landed safely. After landing on the ground, Ningchen held the little girl's hand and channeled his phoenix chi into her body to help her resist the terrifying gravity on the planet. Tianxiang, prepare the array formation. I'll go take a look elsewhere, Ningchen said. Then, he held Yin-Er's hand and walked towards the east of the great star. Where are we going? Yin-Er kicked a small stone as she walked and asked. Take a look at the landscape of this planet, Ningchen replied. Oh, said Yin-Er. After walking for a while, Ningchen stopped and turned his palm. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered rapidly, forming a vortex that was 100 feet long. It was so powerful that even Tianxiang and the others in the distance could not help but look sideways. After a while, the spiritual chi dispersed. Ningchen stopped and thought for a while. He looked at the little girl beside him and said, Yin-Er, the spiritual chi here is much denser than in the inner realm. It's good for your cultivation. Can you walk on your own? Okay. Yin-Er nodded obediently. She let go of the former's hand and tried to walk on her own. The moment she let go, the pressure increased several times. The little girl staggered and almost fell to the ground. After stabilizing her body with great difficulty, Yin-Er pursed her lips and gritted her teeth to walk forward. Ningchen followed beside her. While observing the surrounding landscape, he also paid careful attention to the little girl's situation. The great star was vast and lush. However, after walking for a long time, he did not see any signs of other life. This made Ningchen secretly sigh in relief. If this was also a great star of life like the heavenly mansion, then things would be really troublesome. Fortunately, this planet seemed to be just a primitive great star of life. There were not many other life forms that had evolved. After observing for over 10 days, Ningchen confirmed that there were no humans on this planet. Then he brought Yin-Er back to the place where they had first descended. More than half of the formation had been set up. Ningchen looked at the 4 sovereigns and said, Everyone, I will give you the method to construct the 4 corners divine tower in detail. Remember, you must not make any mistakes. Understood. The 4 sovereigns nodded seriously. 7 days later, the 4 sovereigns each left with the method to construct the 4 corners divine towers. They began to construct the 4 corners divine towers. Waiting was always a long time. 10 days later, the teleportation formation was set up. Ningchen and Xiao Libi stood outside, patiently waiting for the 4 corners divine towers to be completed. Another month passed. When a third of the 4 corners divine towers had been completed, Xiao Libi entered the formation and left to deal with the next matter. Ningchen was still outside the array formation, waiting for the 4 symbols divine pagoda to be completed. Not far away, Yin-Er was walking back and forth unsteadily. Her beautiful little face was wrinkled, and her mouth was muttering something. An hour later, Yin-Er stopped and shouted at the distant Ningchen, Ningchen, 5,000 steps is enough. Another 5,000 steps. Ningchen casually replied. Yin-Er's mouth curled. She was extremely unwilling, but she still obediently started from the beginning. On the 3rd month, the 4 corners divine towers were completed. The ground trembled and origin energy poured into the towers. It was a shocking sight. Yin-Er. Ningchen sensed the 4 corners divine towers aura and called out. When Yin-Er heard this, she quickly ran over. Her nimble steps were completely different from 3 months ago. Ningchen led her into the formation and returned to the heavenly sanctum. Within the heavenly sanctum's sacred lands, the formation lit up. Ningchen walked out and looked at Xiao Libi and the Sword Sovereign. The four corners divine towers have been completed. How are the preparations here? They're all ready, replied Xiao Libi. Let's go. Ning Chen nodded. The four of them entered the formation once more. Light flickered, and the four of them vanished without a trace. In the starry sky, the four of them appeared on a desolate star that formed a triangle with the heavenly sanctum and the nameless life star. They walked out of the formation. This star's size isn't inferior to that life star. It should be able to withstand the power of moving it, said Xiao Libi seriously. Ning Chen looked around and nodded. Let's begin. With that, Ning Chen led Iner away, giving the other two space to move. Mu Chang'e and Xiao Libi looked at each other and circulated their cultivation to activate the four corners curse. Immediately, a powerful aura soared into the sky. At the same time, the four corners divine towers were drawn by the curse. Boundless energy surged out and shot towards the desolate star. Ha! With a deep sound, the ground beneath their feet crumbled. Pieces of earth flew everywhere. The energy of heaven and earth connected to the life star, changing its direction. At the most crucial moment, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and watched every bit of energy change. To the side, Iner also became nervous. She knew that this matter concerned the peace between the two realms. They couldn't afford any mistakes. On the desolate star, a treading immortal and a human sovereign were borrowing the power of the four corners divine towers to move the star. Blood dyed their clothes red. The backlash was so strong that even sovereigns and treading immortals found it hard to endure. In the distance, Ning Chen looked at the two of them with a grave expression. Leaders, lend me a hand. With that, Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared behind the two of them. He condensed his energy and inserted it into their bodies. Man follows the earth follows the heaven follows the Tao, Tao follows nature. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects activated their techniques at the same time. Boundless soul power surged into the bodies of Sword Sovereign and Tian Xiang. With the four of them working together, a shocking pulling force burst out. At the same time, on the life star far away, the heaven and earth shook and a slight shift appeared. The four corners divine towers showed their might and devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth. They moved the life star slowly towards the desolate star. In the shocking energy, heaven and earth shook violently. Fire spewed out from the ground and rain poured down. The shocking scene was like the end of the world. However, at this moment a change occurred. On the life star, boundless power of law appeared and protected the life star, repelling all external forces. In an instant, on the desolate star, the four of them groaned. Blood splattered and dyed the life star red. Ning Chen. Seeing this, Yin-Er's expression changed. She quickly ran forward with an anxious expression. Ugh! The power of the four corners divine towers backfired. Ning Chen, Xiao Bieli, and Mu Chang'e staggered and vomited. Their bodies were injured, but they couldn't suppress the pain of failure. The heavenly palace's Sword Saint and Tian Xiang's eyes flashed with sadness, and they vomited another mouthful of blood. Heavens, do you really want to destroy the heavenly palace? Xiao Bieli looked at the sky and clenched his fist. Why? What did the heavenly palace do wrong? Mu Chang'e stood up and looked at the red-robed young man. He said, knowing fate, Marquis, we have done what we should. Sorry, we don't have much time left. We can't wait any longer. From today onwards, the war will begin again. With that, Mu Chang'e stepped into the array and disappeared. Sorry. Xiao Bieli apologized as well, and then he turned around and walked into the formation. Seeing the two leave, Ning Chen sighed. He held Yin-Er's hand and walked into the array. In the next moment, the two figures, one big and one small, disappeared. The entire desolate planet was left with only the scarlet ground and the desolation. In the inner world, the flames of war reignited. The heavenly palace kept their promise and didn't harm the people of the inner world. All of their forces were directed at the Alliance army. Tian Xiang, who returned to the battlefield, personally led the army to the north. mountains and rivers were flattened one after another. The heavenly palace displayed their terrifying array skills. In the Battle of the Plain Pass, 30% of the forces of the various sects were buried. The situation in the central continent was instantly in danger. At the same time, the war restarted. The punishment of breaking the oath came as promised. 40% of the 23 human sovereigns of the heavenly palace died overnight. Heavenly fire lit up the entire central continent. In Tianheng City, Mu Chang'e looked at the fallen sovereigns of the heavenly palace. His eyes flashed with sadness. A moment later, he bowed respectfully. If there is an afterlife, I hope that the sovereigns won't be burdened by the flames of war. Chapter 593. The situation in the central region changed, and the Heaven's Mansion army, who had no way out, rushed north at all costs. Because of the agreement with Jiming, the Heaven's Mansion army had chosen a barren land as the battlefield to minimize the harm to the people of the realm. However, the battle between the Xiantian realm armies was too destructive. Although the casualties of the people of the inner world were much lower than before, the destruction of the mountains and rivers was several times greater than before. Piece after piece of land collapsed. Especially after the human sovereigns who had the power to move mountains and seas intervened, the central region was destroyed even more severely. Many mountains and rivers were turned into wasteland. After Tianfa, the number of Heaven's Mansion sovereigns was greatly reduced, and they were no match for the Inner World Alliance. However, the existence of the Heaven's Mansion Sword Sovereign directly closed the gap in strength and even made the Heaven's Mansion army stronger. The flames of war continued to spread to the north, and one sect after another was destroyed by the Heaven's Mansion army. The pace of invading the central region was getting faster and faster. Hong Yi appeared on the shattered mountains and rivers with a little girl beside him. Her delicate face was filled with worry. "I'm fine," Ning Chen said, but the aura around him shook violently. The demonic tribulation affected his injured body, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Einer couldn't hide the worry on her face. She stopped and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Her heart ached as she said, "Let's not care anymore. Let the Heaven's Mansion army and the Alliance army fight for themselves." Ning Chen smiled tiredly and said softly, "Einer, I'll teach you one more thing. As a person, you must keep your word. We can't control what others do, but you must protect your own heart." It was ridiculous for him, a demon, to preach to Einer. However, he didn't want to see the little girl walk down the wrong path. Hearing this, Einer's eyes flashed with pity. She said, "Why can they not keep their promise? Should good people work hard?" Ning Chen reached out his hand and stroked the little girl's hair. He sighed softly and said, "Einer, don't be blinded by the things in front of you. There are too many unfair things around everyone. Before you're strong enough to change all of this, you should first stick to your own heart. Remember, from the very beginning, everything you've done has never been for the sake of showing off to others. Because how they are is not important." Einer was silent for a moment, then she nodded and asked, "Ning Chen, why are you doing this? Promise with someone." Ning Chen paused and slowly said, "He cares, so I have to do my best. But now that things have come to this, is there still a chance for the Heaven's Sanctum to turn around?" Einer asked worriedly. Ning Chen stopped and looked towards the west. "I'm just thinking. Einer, your big sister Bai is here." Before he finished speaking, the void swirled and the dragon gate appeared. A beautiful figure in blue walked out and looked at the two people in front of her. There was a slight change in her eyes that were as beautiful as stars. "You're injured." Bai Yunlian narrowed his eyes and asked. "No problem. What's the matter, Miss Bai?" Ning Chen asked. "Now that there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Let's meet again if fate wills it." After saying that, Bai Yunlian turned around and walked into the dragon gate behind him. "Hold on." A wisp of a serious expression flashed across Ning Chen's face as he said, "Miss Bai, are you preparing to make a move against Supreme Subhuti?" Bai Yunlian stopped and said calmly, Yes, Yao Qilua and the countless living beings in the primordial lands cannot die in vain. Can't you wait a few more days? Ning Chen asked seriously. Bai Yunlian was silent for a moment before saying, with the help of the demon sealing pagoda, Supreme Subhudi's injuries are recovering faster and faster. Once he fully recovers, no one in the supremacy realm will be able to kill him. We can't wait any longer. Big Sister Bai. Ener called out, her face filled with worry. Bai Yunlian looked at the little girl, and a rare gentleness appeared on her beautiful face. She said softly, Ener, take good care of your big brother Ning. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Perhaps the heavens truly didn't want the Yao race to exist. At this critical moment, the only person who could help her, knowing destiny, was heavily injured. White Flood Dragon. Ning Chen took a step forward and shouted. A huge phoenix image appeared behind him, and in the next moment, the phoenix let out a soft cry. A river of weak water surged out of the phoenix's body and turned into a waterfall that coiled around the two of them. This weak water comes from the yellow springs of the underworld. It can resist the Buddhist's clear saint force. Take it with you. It might be of some help to you, said Ning Chen. This was originally the trump card he had prepared to use against the Heaven's Sanctum army. He hadn't expected things to change, and he hadn't used it. Today, he had given it to the White Flood Dragon. Many thanks. Bai Yunlian didn't refuse. Looking at the river in the sky, she waved her hand and put it away. White Flood Dragon, don't let anything happen to you no matter what. Only by living can there be hope, said Ning Chen solemnly. Bai Yunlian nodded and didn't say anything else. She walked into the dragon gate and disappeared. Ning Chen, nothing will happen to Big Sister Bai, right? Asked Ener worriedly as she pulled on his hand. Nothing. Ning Chen shook his head and looked northwest. A moment later, he said, Let's go to the Golden Buddha Temple. After saying that, Ning Chen pulled Ener and rushed northwest. You're not going anywhere. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed. Wind and clouds churned, and violet chi spread for thousands of meters. An abnormally powerful figure slowly descended, his violet robes fluttering wildly. Violet Heavenly Palace. Ning Chen's expression darkened when he saw the person who appeared in the sky. Marquis, knowing destiny, accept your life. Violet Heavenly Palace's figure instantly shot out, a powerful palm breaking through the sky. Ning Chen waved his hand and Taisher's sword appeared. He blocked the attack. The palm and sword collided, causing heaven and earth to tilt. Dust and sand tumbled like waves. In the aftermath, Hong Yi took half a step back, and a trace of red appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sword form, sky severing. Taisher's sword intent rumbled, and the sky severing sword appeared. Useless move. Violet Heavenly Palace's violet chi revolved around him. He scattered the sword chi with one palm and slammed it toward Ning Chen's chest. Ning Chen's left palm blocked the former's attack, but he was forced back several steps. Ener, you leave first. Don't come back. Ning Chen was aware that the situation was critical. He instructed before flipping his palm and sending the little girl out of the battle. Ning Chen, yelled Ener anxiously. Her body involuntarily flew into the distance. Marquis, knowing destiny, you really are in a sorry state right now. Violet Heavenly Palace sneered. His palm surged, and he once again attacked. Blood flame. The demonic form appeared once more, and a deep bloody light burned the sky. At this critical moment, Ning Chen no longer cared about hiding his identity. Demonic chi surged around him, and his sword burned the sky. You're really a demonic form. Violet Heavenly Palace's eyes turned cold. The violet chi in his palm grew stronger. He did not dodge, and he took the sword head-on. With a bang, dust rose into the sky. Taisher was dyed red, and the red that scattered across the sky was so dazzling. The heavily injured, knowing destiny, was about to lose. Just as Ning Chen was in danger, Thunderclouds rolled outside the golden Buddha temple at the foot of Swallow Cloud Mountain. In order to take revenge for Yao Qiluo, Bai Yunlian forced his way in and killed Bodhi. In the demon-subduing pagoda, Bodhi sensed the changes outside. He sighed and walked out of the pagoda. Bald donkey, pay with your life for Yao Qiluo and the thousands of creatures in the primitive land. After enduring for a long time, Bai Yunlian could no longer suppress the hatred in his heart. His body fell, and a huge waterfall poured down. With one palm, the Buddha and the demon began to fight. The formation patterns in the temple shook violently and shattered. The waterfall entered the temple, and the water flooded the golden Buddha temple. The white flood dragon, who came with murderous intent, did not care about anything else. He used the water of heaven and earth to drown the 1,000-year-old temple. In an instant, cries shook the sky. Hundreds of monks were swallowed by the flood, and it was hard to say whether they were dead or alive. In the next moment, the flood overflowed and flooded the villages downstream. Seeing this, Bodhi's expression changed. He channeled his Buddha energy, and 108 Buddha beads flew up, turning into 4 Buddha walls to block the flood. Demon Venerable, don't harm the innocent, Bodhi said. The lives of humans are important, but are the lives of demons not important? Bald donkey, today, I will take your head as a sacrifice to the thousands of lives of demons. As he spoke, the waterfall around Bai Yunlian turned into 9 water dragons and rushed toward the former. Helpless, Bodhi sighed. His hands moved and Buddha light shone. Bodhi mind meditation reappeared in the world. With a thought, clear and sacred Sanskrit resounded through the sky. Swastikas appeared one by one to protect the Buddha. In an instant, the 9 dragons collided with the Buddha and the world shook. Bodhi in the Buddha temple was as immovable as a mountain. The 9 dragons scattered and turned into heavy rain. The aftershock caused Bai Yunlian's mouth to turn red. Waterfall turning heaven. The moment the 9 dragons scattered, the flood turned into a world-defying current. Behind Bai Yunlian, the demon's body was faintly visible. It merged into a huge whirlpool and fell from the sky. This move was extraordinary. Bodhi's expression also became serious. His fingers moved, and golden light illuminated the world. Bodhi mind meditation pardons sins. Buddhists repent of sins by killing. In the dazzling Buddha light, an illusory Buddhist holy weapon appeared and cut through the sky, slashing toward the demon. With a piercing sound, blood filled the sky. The whirlpool collapsed, and the demon's body collapsed. Bai Yunlian flew dozens of feet away, his blue clothes stained with blood. The difference in cultivation, the Buddhists and demons, and the sovereigns of demons, were all at a disadvantage. Demon Venerable, your hatred has buried your reason. I can't let it go. Bodhi flipped his palm and channeled his Buddha energy. In an instant, the demon-subduing pagoda behind him shone brightly. Endless Buddha energy supported the Buddha's move. The spreading Buddha world was unprecedentedly powerful. Inside the golden Buddha temple, with the demon-subduing pagoda's support, the Bodhi in the Buddha temple reappeared. Ha! Seeing that the Buddha was unshakable, Bai Yunlian roared. The water of the yellow springs rolled out from his body. Endless cold chi kept corroding the golden Buddha world. Weak water! Bodhi's eyes darkened. How could there be water of the yellow springs in the human world? 9 dragons against the world! Bai Yunlian took a step forward. 9 dragons circled and soared into the sky. The demon's final move, Buddha slaying, was incomparably majestic. Bodhi with a thought. The Buddhists gathered energy, the move to prove their supremacy. Endless Buddha energy met the demon's final move. With a loud bang, the entire golden Buddha temple collapsed. Endless waves roared out, drowning everything within 100 miles. When the yellow springs entered his body, the Bodhi golden body was immediately broken. The Buddha energy in his body scattered. At this moment, an astonishing demonic chi soared into the sky. In the scattered golden light, The Bodhi and the ghost reappeared in the human world. Chapter 594. Inside the Golden Buddha Temple, the battle between the Buddhists and the demons caused the situation to change drastically. The venerables among the demons fell into the most dangerous moment of their lives. Her blue dress was dyed red, and drops of blood dripped down. Her eyes, which were as beautiful as the stars, were also covered with a touch of red. In front of him, the Bodhi of the demon had completely dissipated. Demonic chi overflowed into the sky, shocking the world. 6 calamities of demonic birth, blood, sin, hell. Subhuti took a step forward as devilish waves gushed out from his body. The Buddha world collapsed and was replaced by a boundless blood-colored hell filled with sins. Hell appeared in the mortal world. Ghost Bodhi waved his hand, and 108 Buddhist beads flew into his hand. In an instant they turned into 108 skeletons. The completely demonized Buddha no longer had mercy in his eyes. There was only a heart-palpitating killing intent. Boundless demonic might, heaven and earth mourned. Bai Yunlian was affected by the demonic chi, and his body became violently unstable. In that instant, Ghost Bodhi's body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the demon. Bai Yunlian's pupils constricted. A watery light gathered in front of him and hurriedly blocked the demonic move. However, the demonic might was unshakable. With a bang, he dispersed the watery light with a palm and slapped the demon's body. Rain and blood gushed out as Bai Yunlian flew out and slammed into the demon-sealing pagoda. The Buddhist pagoda was dyed in demonic blood and was exceptionally glaring. Bai Yunlian fell to the ground and vomited another mouthful of vermilion blood. Demons should not exist in this world. Demonized Bodhi's voice was bone-chilling. The 108 skull prayer beads in his hand overflowed with demonic energy. A gloomy and heavy demonic wave spread out as another demonic attack was launched. 6 calamities of demons, heavenly calamity of wind soldiers. Demonic waves rolled up into a hurricane, the sea of clouds churned, the heavens pressed down and the earth surged. The move of demonic wind gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A black gale roared, shocking the world with its demonic might. A calamity for 1,000 li. Bai Yunlian forcefully raised his demonic chi, the 3,000 weak waters surging violently in the wind, rushing out in reverse. There was a shocking explosion. Heaven and earth were in chaos. The unequal cultivation levels showed the cruel truth once more. The venerable one of the demons was dyed red with blood. His injuries were piled on top of his injuries. Jade pool reflecting the moon. After suffering another heavy blow, Bai Yunlian barely managed to stabilize his body. He flipped his palm and the resolute look in his eyes did not change at all. In order to avenge the millions of lives in the primordial lands, even if he had to die, he would have no regrets. Boundless demonic power condensed and took form. The Milky Way appeared in the horizon and a crescent moon shone down. Space trembled violently. Under the moonlight, the Bodhi ghost body instantly moved and dodged the attack of the demonic chi. 6 calamities of demons, burning the city walls with fire. After a few steps, Bodhi stopped and waved the skull prayer beads. Black flames roared out and rushed towards the jade pool in the sky. Fire and water were incompatible. The 9 heavens shook, the demonic essence collapsed, and the bright moon scattered. Drink! Demons were hard to shake. Bai Yunlian took one last look at the human world with reluctance. Then, he narrowed his eyes and a hint of determination flashed through them. A piercing whistle resounded through the 9 heavens. In an instant, hundreds of miles of heaven and earth trembled violently. Outside Swallow Cloud Mountain, the water in Qingxi Lake soared into the sky and into the 9 heavens. Then, the white flood dragon transformed and entered the heavenly waterfall, coiling around the horizon. Ghost Bodhi's face sank when he saw this and he said, "White flood dragon, you're too naive if you want to forcefully utilize such an enormous water vein with your body of flesh and blood. As long as I can kill you, Bai Yunlian can die without regret." The white flood dragon lightly shouted and gathered the last of his demonic chi. All the water within hundreds of miles gathered in the sky. Outside Swallow Cloud Mountain, Ching Shi Lake instantly dried up, without a single drop of water left. Seeing that the demon was going all out, Ghost Bodhi's skull prayer beads spun and he clasped his hands together. Above his head, a huge skull appeared in the sky. A terrifying suction force rapidly spread and devoured all the spiritual chi in the world. 6 calamities of demons, seal gods and devour souls. Under the thunderclouds, the two people's strength continuously increased. They were like the world's 2 brightest stars, illuminating the world within 1,000 miles. In the next moment, the two techniques collided. Swallow Cloud Mountain instantly suffered a calamity. The mountain range that had existed for countless years collapsed. The mountains moved and the earth shook. Rocks flew everywhere. The scene of the end of the world shocked the human world. In the battle, after a dozen breaths of time, the aftermath dissipated. On the ground that was riddled with holes, the demon stood tall. His white robe that was dyed black by demonic chi fluttered in the wind. In the sky, the white flood dragon, who had returned to his human form, fell from the sky. His vitality was difficult to detect. The battle ended. Blood spurted out from Ghost Bodhi's chest. He staggered a few steps, unable to suppress his injuries. "It's over." Ghost Bodhi stabilized his body and stepped forward. He flipped his palm. Not far away, the suppressing demon pagoda hummed and rose slowly. At the same time, thousands of miles away, on the Yendang Plain, the battle between the two powerhouses had reached its final stage. The master of the Divine Palace forced the knowing destiny demon body to kill him. The purple chi was vast and mighty, attracting heavenly thunder. Knowing Destiny, who was heavily injured, recovered his demonic form. The demonic fire around him lit up the world. Taisha restrained his brilliance and Qi Lian appeared. The shaking world continued to collapse. The powerful palm power and sword chi destroyed everything in their path. Everywhere they passed there was devastation. Blood stained the sword. As the sword was swung, the blood spilled between heaven and earth. Knowing Destiny Marquis, who was heavily injured, was in a more critical situation. Sky fall. Qi Lian was in the sky. The sword will spread. Thousands of sword light fell like rain, destroying the wasteland. Purple chi control wind. The sword will attack. The purple sky palace turned its palm and took in the chi. The wind rolled and the purple chi swayed out, blocking the thousands of sword rain. The sword move was broken. The purple chi was boundless and boundless. Knowing Destiny was blown away. Qi Lian was blown away. Blood splashed. The demonic disaster and the serious injury hit him at the same time. It was difficult to kill him. Seeing that his opponent was restrained, the purple sky palace didn't hold back. He stepped forward and the palm spirit rolled and hit Qi Lian. The sword and the palm collided. One advanced and the other retreated. Qi Lian's hand was bleeding, but he still held the sword in his hand tightly and fought for a chance of survival. With a bang, Qi Lian stopped. The ground under his feet cracked. The sword turned and hit Qi Lian. In close combat, the palm and the sword collided again. The sword was cold and the palm was heavy. Every move was a life and death battle. There was a tearing sound of the sword cutting through the silk. Blood stained the purple sky robe. The killing sword was extremely sharp. Even with the serious injury and the demonic disaster, it was not easy to defeat. The injuries were exchanged. The sword and the palm were close to each other, intertwining the most beautiful light of life and death. After a long battle, the purple sky palace looked more and more serious. He came prepared and had the advantage, but he still couldn't control the situation. The tenacity of knowing Destiny was beyond his expectation. Blood flame. The demonic movement showed up. The flame rose with the momentum of burning the sky. It was shocking. The flame in the blood and the sword in the flame. With a bang, the two strong forces collided again. Flames fell like rain. The two people standing in the sea of fire were injured at the same time. Their mouths were dyed red. When the remaining power disappeared, the purple sky palace turned his palm and hit the person in front of him again. He looked very gloomy. One move for another. Marquis, knowing destiny, how many moves can you resist? Demonic movement, nirvana. Without saying a word, knowing destiny turned the sword in his hand and stepped into the air. The aura around him condensed into a sword. In an instant, thousands of sword wills gathered from all directions. They crisscrossed, magnificent and lightless. The most powerful move was full of demonic chi. The magnificent sword radiance rushed out and hit the master of the divine palace. Purple chi from the east, divine martial dharma. Seeing that the move was extraordinary, the purple sky palace also activated his body. He turned his palm and held up the sky. Endless purple chi quickly gathered. The image of the martial god appeared in the world again. The two extremes collided. Dust and sand rolled like waves. In the aftermath, the sword radiance dissipated. The martial god broke through nirvana. The blood was the bell that signaled the defeat of the demonic cultivator. The red-robed man fell to the ground with his sword. Blood flowed down his body like a spring and flowed into the ground. Knowing destiny, you can't fight anymore. Retreat. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects reminded him in unison. At least, we have to hold on until Iner leaves safely. In the pool of blood, Ning Chen staggered up with his sword. He clenched his left hand and Taisher appeared. He used the power of the demonic phoenix on his two swords. Rolling phoenix fire and dense demonic waves spread out endlessly. He turned his breath and opened the yin-yang formation again. The black and red Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky, reflecting the brilliance of the yin-yang formation. The ruthless demonic cultivator refused to retreat for the sake of human feelings for the first time. The yin-yang formation opened. Ning Chen's aura was rapidly consumed. The unequal yin and yang aura shook violently. Looking at the Tai Chi diagram in the sky, the purple sky palace frowned. He turned his right palm. Purple chi surged and swept toward the demonic cultivator in the formation. His body shook violently. Yin and yang turned into power. In an instant, the purple chi disappeared. The formation is not bad. Unfortunately, it's still in vain. As he spoke, the purple sky palace's figure flashed. He condensed vast essence in his palm and attacked again. The two swords blocked the attack. The aftershock scattered. The formation turned into power. The unbalanced yin and yang array shook violently again. The purple sky palace used another 30% of his strength. With a bang, he pushed the demonic cultivator back. Heaven's tear. Ning Chen stood still. He condensed his primordial energy. The two swords left his hands and flew into the yin-yang formation. In an instant, the Tai Chi diagram in the sky rotated rapidly. Yin and yang turned into a rain of swords that fell from the sky. Useless struggle. Back off. The purple sky palace couldn't suppress his anger after a long battle. He turned his palm to shake off the rain of swords. His body erupted. Vast purple chi covered 100 miles. The yin-yang formation that was in danger was instantly broken. The purple sky palace groaned and retreated several steps. Blood spilled and dyed the ground red. The demonic cultivator, who had exhausted all his strength, couldn't hold on any longer. The demonic cultivator was heavily injured. With the demonic tribulation, the demonic phoenix couldn't spread its wings. It was in danger. Die. The purple sky palace took a step forward. His aura turned into a powerful wave. A majestic palm attack was launched. There was no turning back. There was no hesitation. At the moment of life and death, a bloody light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. With a shout, the demonic chi around him surged wildly. The unprecedented pressure shook the world. Ha! The ground shook. Waves of dust rose into the sky. Before the attack was launched, the wind and clouds fell rapidly. The terrifying aura made the world tremble. With a loud bang, the black hair broke free from its restraints and danced wildly in the wind. Beneath him, the earth cracked apart one after another. Massive ravines extended for hundreds of miles. 6 paths fall together. Thousands of demonic tribulations. Taishang forbidden sword, the 2 swords flowed side by side. The demonic chi and phoenix primordial energy were activated. The demonic cultivator was 1,000 years old. His eyes were as red as blood. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the demonic cultivator, the purple sky palace's expression darkened. He pushed his cultivation to 30%. After the Dragon Gate incarnation appeared, the purple chi gathered to support the attack. Just as the 2 attacks were about to be launched, the wind and clouds in the distance suddenly changed. The sound of footsteps could be heard. A figure in plain clothes appeared. After a few steps, she appeared in the middle of the battle. Between the 2, the figure in plain clothes raised her hand and pressed down the 2 swords. Then, with a flip of her right palm, she pushed the Lord of the Divine Palace back. "You have done well. Leave the rest to me." A familiar voice, a familiar face. The figure in plain clothes danced in the wind. The original body of knowing destiny had reappeared in the world. Chapter 595. In the wild goose plain, knowing destiny appeared. His white clothes were flawless, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Ning Chen separated the 2 with one move. He looked back at the master of the Divine Palace and said calmly, "Zi Tiangong, you dare to steal the origin of the Divine Prefecture under my protection. Today you will pay with your life." Arrogant. Zi Tiangong's expression turned cold. He stomped his feet and rushed out, turning his palm toward Ning Chen. Ning Chen raised his hand and didn't dodge. He met the former's move with his palm. The 2 palms collided, and their techniques collided directly. The mighty airflow surged wildly, destroying hundreds of miles of land in an instant. With a loud noise, the 2 separated. Zi Tiangong retreated a few steps. The master of the Divine Palace, who stood at the top of the supreme level, couldn't gain the upper hand. In terms of swordsmanship, Marquis knowing destiny stood at the top, but he wasn't the only one. However, in terms of foundation, Marquis knowing destiny was unparalleled in the world. After the palm fell, the demon behind Su Yi was shaken by the airflow. He staggered and vomited blood again. Ning Chen turned around and frowned. He said, "You should rest first." The demon nodded tiredly and stepped forward. In a flash of light, the 2 bodies merged into one again. "Save the white dragon." After the last request, the demon gradually fell into a deep sleep to recover his injured body. The demon returned and memories flooded in. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart sank. This was not good. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. Ning Chen looked over with a cold expression. He clenched his right hand, and in the midst of the bloody mist, a magnificent divine weapon that was green and red appeared out of nowhere. The moment he clenched the sword, at the point where the sword tip and the sword hilt intersected, lines that looked like blood vessels spread out and pierced into Ning Chen's hand. In an instant, Ning Chen and the sword breathed at the same time, and an unusually powerful sword pressure surged out. The next moment, Su Yi disappeared, and the blade reflected the moon and fell into the world. Zi Tiangong's eyes narrowed. He turned his palm to catch the sword, and felt an unshakable force. His right arm went numb, and the blade pressed down. With a rip, his clothes were torn. He retreated a few steps, and blood spurted into the air. Earth Scroll, Earth Destruction and Mountain Destruction. The martial arts of the tomes reappeared in the world. The blade in Ning Chen's hand stabbed into the ground, and sword chi rushed up from the ground, endless and unavoidable. Zi Tiangong retreated hurriedly. After a few steps, he leaped into the air and avoided the strongest edge of the sword chi. Protective true essence blocked the gradually weakening sword energy. However, at this moment, Bai Yi reappeared in the air. She grasped her left hand and a long and narrow pure white saber appeared. Scroll of heaven, absolving heaven of sin. The blade slashed out, and a white light tore through heaven and earth, quickly slashing down. With a bang, Zi Tiangong turned his palm to block the blade. The huge force was difficult to block, and his body fell straight down like a meteor. 1,000 earth revolutions! Ning Chen waved his sword, and the ground of several thousand feet shook. The ground closed from both sides to the middle, and then joined together. With a muffled groan, blood flowed out of Zi Tiangong's mouth. After fighting with the demonic body, he had been severely injured again. Amidst the dust and sand in the sky, the purple cloud broke through the ground. The purple celestial palace rushed out with a palm, attacking the former while the aftermath of the chaos. Unparalleled in the world. Ning Chen turned his head, and the blade in his left hand slashed out. Dazzling white light poured down unparalleled. With a bang, the void trembled. The blade that could not be blocked was dyed red again. Zi Tiangong staggered, and blood stained his purple robe. His face was full of disbelief. He said, "It's only been 20 years. How can you have such strength? This is impossible. It's been 20 years, and you haven't taken the last step." Zi Tiangong, actually, I'm also very surprised, Ning Chen said lightly. His feet moved, and his figure instantly rushed forward. The blade moved rhythmically, and the sword light was like a heavenly net, sharp and piercing. Zi Tiangong hurriedly blocked the attack, but his body did not have the upper hand, and his moves were restricted everywhere. For a moment, he was at a disadvantage. Heaven and earth together, life and death against fate. Not willing to fight for a long time, Ning Chen combined the blade and sword in his hands and turned into two rainbows. In an instant, heaven and earth changed, and the white blade light turned into a falling cloud, pressing down from the sky. Zi Tiangong fell quickly, and the ground surged again. Endless sword light rushed to the sky, and the blade light and sword light intersected, sealing off all escape routes. Seeing blood, Zi Tiangong retreated several steps. He covered his chest, and blood kept flowing out. It's time to return what belongs to the divine prefecture. At this moment, Su-yi appeared in front of the lord of the divine palace. Her sword finger condensed qi, and a sword broke through the sea of qi. With a painful groan, blood spurted all over the sky, and the aura of the origin surged out. 70% of the peak of the great fulfillment was destroyed in an instant. I can't die, I can't die. Zi Tiangong's eyes flashed with madness. He used the last 3 successful bodies, the blood-dissolving forbidden technique. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the sky, and with a loud bang, heaven and earth fell. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He waved his blade and sword, and the life-dissolving scroll blocked the incoming blood origin. Taking half a step back and stopping, Ning Chen looked at the empty sky in front of him, sighed softly, and rushed to the other side. In the distance, in the lonely wilderness, a little girl squatted in place and cried softly. Her little hand kept wiping the tears from her face, and she was terrified. She knew that her master was doomed, but she did not dare to go forward and become a burden. She could only squat there and wait helplessly. Just at this moment, a gentle voice called out to her. The little girl raised her head and saw a familiar face. She was startled at first, but she immediately got up and threw herself over, crying loudly. Be good. Don't cry. Ning Chen rubbed the little girl's hair and coaxed her gently. Wu, you scared me to death. Hugged him tightly and cried. It's okay. Be good. Don't cry. Your big sister Bai is in danger. We have to hurry and save her, said Ning Chen softly. Hearing his words, stopped crying. She raised her head and said nervously, Don't cry. Let's go save big sister Bai. Ning Chen nodded. He took the little girl and turned into a ray of light rushing northwest. At the Golden Buddha Temple, the battle between the Buddhists and demons had ended. The demon-subduing pagoda slowly rose, covering the white clouds that were gradually losing their vitality. It rumbled and slowly descended. With a loud bang, the pagoda fell, and Buddhist light rose, refining the demon sovereign within the pagoda. White Flood Dragon. The moment the pagoda fell, Sui arrived. Seeing the blood-stained figure disappear into the pagoda, her calm eyes were instantly filled with rage. Amit Ba. Knowing destiny appeared. Ghost Bodhi stepped in front of the pagoda, his black Buddhist robes surging with demonic chi. Scram! Ning Chen's expression turned cold, and his killing intent was difficult to suppress. Bai Yunlian's demonic nature is difficult to change. Water flooded the Golden Buddha Temple, harming the surrounding people. She has committed a heinous crime and should be suppressed under the pagoda forever, said Ghost Bodhi coldly. It's not up to you to punish her for her sins. Supreme Bodhi, you who slaughtered thousands of creatures in the primordial lands, what right do you have to be merciful? As she spoke, Sui moved. Knowing destiny's sword split the ground, and a powerful force shook the heavens. Ghost Bodhi blocked the attack. Demonic chi surged, transforming into sword intent. 6 calamities demonic birth, fire burning the city walls. Bodhi used his demonic chi again. Black flames rose with a terrifying might, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Supreme Bodhi, I gave you your demonic essence. Showing off your slight skill in front of an expert is foolish beyond compare. Ning Chen coldly mocked. His left hand instantly turned black, circulating the demonic chi in his body and injecting it into his saber. Demonic technique, blood flame. Rolling blood waves surged in all directions. The saber light slashed down, and the power from the same source collided. The blood flame swallowed the demonic chi, and the saber slashed Bodhi. With a muffled groan, Bodhi retreated, his mouth red. Supreme Bodhi, you have lost your immortal Buddha body. You have no chance of winning. Sui moved, and the tip of the sword advanced. Wind and snow split the sky, and love reappeared. As the sword light flashed, the sky was filled with frost. 3,000 miles of sword snow. Cold air spread, and the world was frozen. The demonic chi surging in the sky disappeared in an instant. Blood stained the white snow. Ugh! Blood splashed, and Ghost Bodhi retreated a few steps, vomiting red blood. The situation was unfavorable. Ghost Bodhi took 3,000 demonic chi and slammed it toward Ning Chen. Then, he stomped his feet and immediately headed west. Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the attack. He was worried about the White Flood Dragon's safety, so he did not chase after him. He rushed to the suppression pagoda and waved his sword, forcefully destroying the pagoda. The earth shook, but the pagoda made of immortal Buddha blood was not damaged at all. Seeing this, Ning Chen snorted coldly and stepped into the air. The 4 scrolls of the heavenly book changed, and the scene of creation reappeared in the world. 4 scrolls together, no life in the world. Amidst the chaos, the blades of swords and sabers pierced through the air and collided with the pagoda. With an earth-shattering tremor, the demon-sealing pagoda shattered. Under the pagoda, a blood-stained blue-clothed figure silently lay on the ground. Her eyes were closed, and her vitality was fading. White Flood Dragon. Ning Chen rushed forward and knelt down to pick up Bai Yunlian. But the heavily injured and dying woman did not respond. Her vitality was fading faster and faster. Female Supreme, Ning Chen said anxiously. As he finished speaking, the sky rippled, and an illusory figure appeared. Her presence shook, and she was extremely powerful. Female Supreme, please save her life. You were able to save me back then, so you can save her, Ning Chen said urgently. The female Supreme looked at the woman lying in the former's arms. After a long time, she sighed softly and said, "The Yao core is destroyed, there is no saving her. The reason I was able to save you back then was because I used the many years of foundation of Chongling. The soul-suppressing orb, the 3 soul grass, these things cannot be found easily. It is too late." Hearing this, Ning Chen's body shook. His fists clenched, and blood seeped out between his fingers. No matter what, I cannot let the person I cherish leave my sight again. With a light shout, Ning Chen's body surged with wind and snow. A giant whirlpool of wind and snow appeared at the foot of Swallow Cloud Mountain. In this shocking scene, the boundless power of the scroll of life continuously poured into the dying Bai Yunlian's body. The female supreme's expression changed, and she immediately stopped him. Knowing destiny, do not be impulsive. Your cultivation has not stabilized. Forcefully coming out of seclusion is already a risk. If you damage your foundation, the calamity of all life in the future will consign you to eternal damnation. Before she finished speaking, the wind and snow suddenly went wild. Defying the heavens and changing fate, the heavens could not tolerate it. Even the unparalleled life scroll showed signs of instability and shook violently. His foundation was damaged. The wind and snow were dyed red. Snowflakes and blood were hard to distinguish at this moment. Knowing destiny, I do not want to have any more regrets in this life. Inside the giant wind and snow whirlpool, Ning Chen suppressed his chaotic body and poured the foundation of the life scroll into Bai Yunlian's body to heal his heavily injured body. After a lifetime of running around, he did not know his own fate. Now that Bai Yunlian was dying, Ning Chen could no longer maintain his calm. He did not care about the price to forcefully change fate. Chapter 596. At the foot of Swallow Cloud Mountain, wind and snow raged. Knowing destiny changed fate and used the peerless foundation of the life scroll to forcefully heal Bai Yunlian's severely wounded and dying body. The Yao core shattered, and the Yao energy surged, destroying the latter's life force. The Yao body that had just been healed was heavily injured again. In the air, the female sovereign's avatar saw this and her expression turned serious. She said gravely, "Disperse the Yao patterns, settle the three souls, break the mortal bond." Hearing this, Ning Chen's body shook. But Bai Yunlian's life was in danger. He could not hesitate. His palm turned into energy, and the life scroll was pushed to the limit to disperse the surging Yao energy. With the loss of the Yao energy, Bai Yunlian's presence quickly weakened. His 1,000 years of cultivation dissipated in a day. Without the Yao energy, he could not maintain his human form. At the moment of transformation, Ning Chen gathered the power of the four scrolls again. The scene of world creation appeared around him. There was no reincarnation, and the world roared, fixing the Yao's human form. The Yao body stabilized, the three souls stabilized. At the moment of forgetting, the determined knowing destiny hesitated for a moment. "Do not delay, break the mortal bond," the female sovereign reminded in a deep voice. The Yao energy dissipated, and the Yao body reformed like a newborn. The soul power was weak, and all the memories were not something the present white serpent could bear. The past had to be forgotten. There was no room for hesitation. Ning Chen suppressed all the emotions in his heart. With a soft shout, he entered the forgetting and broke the mortal bond. As Bai Yunlian's life stabilized, the wind and snow dissipated. Ning Chen withdrew his hand and grunted. Drops of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "Knowing destiny, do not forget what you promised me." After dealing with the chaos of the Tianfu, immediately returned to Chongling. As she spoke, specks of light scattered in the air. The female sovereign's avatar disappeared from the world. Ning Chen was silent. He picked up the unconscious Bai Yunlian and walked out of the temple. Maqiao Village, a village downstream of Qing Shi Lake. Affected by the flood and the Battle of Golden Buddha Temple, the entire village suffered. Hundreds of houses were destroyed, and thousands of villagers were displaced. After that day, the flood receded for some reason and returned to Qing Shi Lake. Only a few villagers saw the snow falling from Qing Shi Lake. It was unusually beautiful. During the reconstruction of Maqiao Village, a beautiful lady came to the village. Her eyes were like stars, mesmerizing others. The woman's name was Bai Yunlian, a very pleasant name. No one knew where she came from, not even the woman herself. The girl learned everything very quickly. Her kind and hard-working personality made the villagers gradually like this beautiful girl. Especially the young people in the village, they even expressed their admiration for her intentionally or unintentionally. In the process of rebuilding the village, there was always a young man in plain clothes watching quietly from afar, but he never appeared in front of the villagers. From being unfamiliar to becoming familiar with the human world, the woman didn't spend too much time. After the village was rebuilt, the plain-clothed young man left, never looking back. The woman turned around, her eyes flashed with confusion, and a wisp of annoyance arose in her heart. "Miss Bai, it will be Chongyang in a few days. Let's go to Qingxi Lake to enjoy the scenery." Not far away, a young villager walked forward. He did not hide the admiration in his eyes as he invited her. When Bai Yunlian heard this, he shook his head apologetically and said, "Sorry, I have something to do that day, so I won't be going." In the northern region of the central province, the flames of war continued without end. Above the ruined mountains and rivers, plain clothes walked past, holding the hand of a 13 or 14-year-old little girl, heading south. In Tianheng City, Mu Chang'e stood on the city wall, looking at the half of the central province that was gradually falling into the hands of the treasury. There was not much joy in his eyes. At this moment, a plain-clothed young man walked over from afar. He had a familiar face, but a completely different aura. On the city wall, Mu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. The Marquis of Knowing Destiny. No. In front of the city, Ning Chun stepped on the ground and jumped up with Yin. He landed on the city wall and looked at the man in front of him. He said, "Senior Sword Venerable, how have you been?" "You are?" Mu Chang'e asked seriously. Ning Chen turned over his palm, and a wisp of phoenix spirit lingered around it, then dissipated. He said with a chuckle, "It has only been a few months. Can't you recognize the knowing destiny state?" "The doppelganger technique," Mu Chang'e said slowly. "Yes and no. It's a long story. Can you let me see the Star Venerable's injuries first?" Ning Chen said. Hearing this, Mu Chang'e's eyes lit up. He said, "Do you have a way to wake up the Star Venerable?" "I won't know until I try," Ning Chen said calmly. "Follow me." Mu Chang'e hesitated for a moment, then turned around and walked toward the city. Within a quiet and tranquil stone room in the bamboo pavilion, oppressive cold air emanated from it. On an ice bed that was carved from cold jade, a noble and beautiful figure was in deep slumber, and even though the aura in her body had stabilized, she showed no signs of waking up. The joint attack of the demonic Buddha and the Purple Sky Palace almost destroyed Chao Tianxi, who had been seriously injured. If the Sword Venerable hadn't saved him with the celestial treading source, he would have been dead. Ning Chen raised his hand. A wisp of strange aura of the origin appeared. It was colorful and powerful. Seeing this, Mu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. The celestial treading source. With a shout, Ning Chen turned over his palm and put the celestial treading source into Chao Tianxi's body. Then he used the life scroll to help Chao Tianxi integrate the power of the origin. An extremely cold aura surged. In an instant, frost surged in the frozen stone room, and everything was white. Soon, Ning Chen stopped. He looked at the person behind him and said calmly, "If nothing goes wrong, the Star Venerable should wake up soon. Are there strong people in the celestial treading state in the inner realm?" Mu Chang'e asked seriously. Ning Chen smiled and said, "It doesn't matter whether there are or not. The Heaven Mansion and the Inner Realm are not enemies." Mu Chang'e frowned and said, "Marquis Jiming, what do you want to say?" "Let's wait until the Star Venerable wakes up." Ning Chen glanced at the woman on the cold jade bed and said. Mu Chang'e nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Half a day later, in the bamboo loft, on the stone table there was mist. The tea boiling on the fire made a sizzling sound. Two people sat quietly on both sides of the stone table, waiting for the tea to be ready. "Marquis Jiming, thank you very much," Chao Tianxi said softly as he poured a cup of tea and pushed it forward. "You're welcome." I proposed the peace talk. As a military counselor, the inner realm broke its promise. Even the Jiming realm made mistake. This time, I'm just making up for my mistakes, Ningchen said calmly. Chao Tianxi poured another cup of tea and refilled it. He said, I don't understand. With your wisdom, you should know that waking me up now will only make things worse for the inner realm. Ningchen smiled faintly and said, the reason is simple. I need someone who can make decisions. Compared with the sword venerable, the star venerable has more influence on the heaven mansion. What do you mean? Chao Tianxi asked softly. Does the heaven mansion want the central prefecture or the heaven mansion? Ningchen asked seriously. Chao Tianxi's eyes lit up. He said, I know about the square divine tower. However, it's almost impossible to move a life star with complete laws. It's hard to move a life star, but what about a dead star? The star venerable should still remember how to open the boundary of the Pluto King, Ningchen said. What do you mean? Chao Tianxi frowned. Collide stars, Ningchen said calmly. During the double ninth festival, it was raining. After the morning rain, the water rippled on Qingxi Lake. The beautiful scene was even more charming. On the lake, scholars and beautiful women were enjoying the scenery on boat. They came and went. It was not lively at all. The most beautiful season and the most beautiful scenery attracted countless tourists. Day after day, year after year. Ningchen walked in plain clothes and held a little girl's hand. When he was dealing with the affairs of the heaven mansion, the little girl dragged him over. I want to eat sugar-coated haws, the little girl said in a sweet voice beside Ningchen. How old are you? Ningchen asked softly, but he still looked around. Then he pulled Yin to a stall not far away. How many do you want? Ningchen asked in front of the stall. 2, no, 3. Yin stretched out 2 fingers, then 1, and smiled happily. Ningchen smiled and bought 3 sugar-coated haws with silver. He handed them to the little girl and said, Don't let them get on your clothes. Okay. Yin nodded. She took out 1 and handed it back to him. She said in a sweet voice, 1 for you. Ningchen took it and held it in his hand. He held the little girl's hand with his other hand and walked forward. Flour cakes. They hadn't walked far when Yin saw the double sun cakes on the side of the stall. Her face was filled with desire. Ningchen was helpless. He couldn't bear to refuse her. He brought her to another stall and bought a paper bag of flour cake. Just as the two of them were touring Qingxi Lake, a woman in a blue and white dress appeared on the other side of the lake. Her eyes were so beautiful that people couldn't help but be intoxicated by them. On the day of the Double Sun Festival, Bai Yunlian still came. However, he didn't come with the youths from Maqiao village. Instead, he came alone. For some reason, Bai Yunlian felt that this place was very familiar. It was as if he had come here before. The people on both sides of the lake didn't see each other. It was difficult to continue a broken mortal bond. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and there were signs of rain once more. The rain pitter-pattered down, and the tourists all avoided it. Among the people hurrying to and fro, Yin looked left and right, and immediately broke free from the former's hand. I'll go buy an umbrella. Wait for me on the bridge, Yin said. She passed through the crowd and ran toward the stall in the distance. Ningchen frowned slightly. He looked at the eye-catching Qingxi bridge behind him and walked over. On the bridge, people were rushing back and forth. Below, the people on the lake all hid in their boats to avoid the rain. They weren't in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery in the rain. Qingxi Lake rippled in the rain. The mist rose, making it seem like a dream. It was like a paradise on earth. It was beautiful beyond words. Ningchen stood quietly on the bridge. He didn't use his cultivation to block the rain. He was like an ordinary person. He looked at the misty lake and allowed the rain to wet his plain clothes. The autumn wind was slightly cold. It brushed past his plain clothes. The rain dripped down his clothes and scattered in the wind. He was willing to be ordinary, but he saw the autumn rain in his eyes. At this moment, A plain and clean oil paper umbrella silently appeared, blocking the falling autumn rain and the chill of the autumn wind. "Young master, can we share an umbrella?" Under the umbrella was a familiar face. She was dressed in a blue and white dress. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her eyes were like stars. She was so beautiful that the entire Ching-Shi lake lost its color. Chapter 597. An unknown life planet passed by in the starry sky. It was getting closer and closer to Tianfu. There was not much time left. On the life planet, a plain robe fluttered in the wind. Beside him stood 3 people. Each of them had a powerful aura. None of them was weaker than the Supreme Realm. The power of laws on this life planet is extraordinary. Even if the Sword Venerable and I work together, it is difficult to resist. Chao Tianxi looked at the plain-robed young man beside him, and said softly. Ning Chen looked around and nodded. The present situation is indeed different from when the divine prefecture of the eastern region was pulled into the 4 regions. The divine prefecture is deficient, and after the Nether King's calamity, the laws of heaven and earth were destroyed. Disasters occur frequently. It is not strange that the Purple Heavenly Palace and the Demon Buddha can pull the divine prefecture. Perhaps there is a special method, but it is not the decisive reason. There is no time to wait. Now, the most urgent problem we need to solve is how to resist the power of laws on this planet. Immortal, maybe, but treading immortals are not true immortals. The difference of one word is like the difference between heaven and earth. Chao Tianxi sighed softly. Let's follow the plan and find a withered star of the same size. Just in case, I need to invite another person, Ning Chen said calmly. A treading immortal from the inner realm? Chao Tianxi asked. Ning Chen did not answer. It was a silent admission. The 4 returned and prepared for their future missions. Ning Chen took Yin to the west and returned to the homeland of West Buddha. There were layers of formations outside the ancient land of Chongling. No outsiders were allowed to enter the forbidden land of West Buddha. Ning Chen stepped into the ancient land. The formation patterns flickered. Soon, he disappeared into the formation. In the ancient land, the 4 cauldrons rotated. In a magnificent hall, the female supreme opened her eyes. Her figure flashed and came to the end of the formation. Is the matter resolved? The female supreme looked at the plain-robed figure and asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, The power of Tianfu may not be enough. I came back to ask the female supreme to leave Chongling and help if necessary. 2 treading immortals cannot resolve the crisis of Tianfu? The female supreme frowned slightly and said, Just in case. The demon body has already failed once. I do not want another accident to happen, Ning Chen said seriously. The female supreme nodded and said, It is hard to believe that as former enemies, the Tianfu Star Venerable and the Sword Venerable still have such trust in you after one failure. Honest people know their fate and treat others with sincerity, Ning Chen said calmly. The noble woman was silent. Moments later, she sighed softly. I hope that I was not wrong when I promised you to leave Chongling a few days ago. The living being's tribulation doesn't necessarily come from all living beings. After all, no one has passed this tribulation. Female Supreme, you don't have to think too much about it, said Ning Chen with a smile. Let's go. No matter what, you have to come back and stabilize your cultivation once we're done with the heavenly sanctum. After saying that, the female Supreme didn't say anything else and walked forward. Having experienced the Empyrean tribulation before, he knew how terrifying the final tribulation was. However, among the many Empyrean tribulations, there were 3 types of heresy: demonic tribulation, love tribulation, and all beings tribulation. Among the 3 tribulations, ordinary people would have a slim chance of survival if they encountered one of them. However, knowing Destiny State cultivators had already encountered 2 of them. The devil's body was deeply involved in the demonic tribulation, and his original body encountered the tribulation of all living beings, which only existed in legends. With the arrival of the gods, the mortal world was shrouded in darkness for 100 years. All living beings had to go through the immeasurable tribulation. This tribulation was originally for all living beings, but knowing destiny forcibly changed it. In the end, they had to bear the tribulation that all living beings had yet to go through. The female supreme was speechless as she walked forward. Her heart was very complicated. All living beings were bitter, but knowing destiny's state was even more bitter. However, knowing destiny's state had never seen bitterness as bitterness. Behind her, Ning Chen held Yin-Er's hand and followed. Ina looked at the constantly changing formations around her and asked softly, "Can I learn these formations?" A gentle expression appeared on Ning Chen's face. He said softly, "Yes, I'll ask the female supreme to teach you." When Ina heard this, she broke into a smile and was extremely happy. This child's foundation was cleansed with phoenix blood? The female supreme glanced sideways and asked. Yes, it was done with the body of a phoenix. Ning Chen nodded. Chongling has many cultivation methods and secret arts. You have seen many. Teach her whatever she likes. Don't worry too much. As an elder, I'm giving a junior a little token of appreciation, the female supreme said with a calm expression. Ning Chen rubbed the hair of the little girl beside him and said, Yin-Er, quickly thank the female supreme. Thank you, female supreme, Yin-Er said sweetly. Learn well. Your master is the best master in the world, the female supreme said softly. Okay, Yin-Er replied obediently. Tianheng City. After the three of them arrived, they used the formations to enter the heavenly abode again. In the heavenly abode Holy Land, in front of the Star Soul Life Sea, the six-flower venerable was still standing there, trying his best to deduce the day when the two stars would collide. Seeing the person who had come, the six-flower venerable showed a trace of respect and said, Jiming Marquis, sorry for not welcoming you. No need to be polite. How is it? How much time do we have? Ning Chen asked seriously. 2 years and 4 months. The six-flower venerable looked at the person in front of him and said, Jiming Marquis, the star venerable said that you are a sincere person and worthy of trust. I believe in the star venerable's judgment. This time, please. I will do my best, Ning Chen replied calmly. After waiting for more than a month, Mu Chang'e and the others returned one after another. After another 2 months, Xiao Bieli and Xiao Tianxi also returned to the Holy Land. Their eyes were filled with exhaustion from running around. How was it? Ning Chen asked. We found 3 withered stars and left 12 venerables to construct the pagoda. But it's different from last time. That life star's speed is far beyond our imagination. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to guarantee that the 3 withered stars will collide, said Xiao Bieli. Ning Chen fell silent. A long time later, he sighed and looked at Xiao Tianxi. Star Venerable, I need to meet with the 12 venerables alone. What is it? Xiao Tianxi didn't understand. There are 2 answers that the 12 venerables need to choose for themselves, said Ning Chen. Xiao Tianxi frowned slightly and replied, I will arrange your request as soon as possible. Is there anything else you need to pay attention to? Ning Chen thought for a moment and warned, after the collision, the laws of the world on that life star will show a temporary flaw. However, it won't be for long. So you have to seize the opportunity. No matter what happens during that time, you have to put it aside and focus on moving the star. I understand. Xiao Tianxi nodded. 10 days later, within a quiet hall in the Holy Land, Bai Yi stood there. Numerous illusory figures appeared in front of him. There were 12 of them in total. Their auras were different, but they were all equally powerful. Jiming Marquis, may I know why you've come looking for us? Asked one of the illusory figures. There's something that the venerables need to decide for themselves. There's no need to tell me the answer. I'm only responsible for explaining the situation. As for what you choose, it's up to you, said Ning Chen calmly. Please speak. Another one of the 12 asked. Ning Chen's expression turned serious and he said, compared to the last time, this life star's speed has greatly increased. Moreover, it's getting faster and faster. When the star collides, it's very likely that it will deviate from its position. So, there are two choices for the venerables to consider. The first is to follow the original plan and use a formation to leave when it approaches the life star. The second is to use the four directions divine pagoda as the foundation. The venerables will control the direction of the star until the final moment of collision. Chapter 598. In the main hall of the Holy Land, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The 12 illusionary figures were all silent because of Jiming's words. After a long time, a venerable from the original Holy Land finally spoke. He said seriously, "Marquis Jiming, if only one dry star hits, what's the success rate?" 50%, Ning Chen said honestly. "What about 3? Another venerable from the Holy Land asked. "Every additional dry star increases the chance of success by 20%. If all 3 dry stars hit, the final success rate will be at least 90%, Ning Chen answered. The reason why it was 90% instead of 100% was that the last 10% was the will of heaven that no one could predict. The 2 venerables nodded and looked at the 2 people beside them. They said calmly, "Fellow cultivators, it's time to repay the kindness of the star venerables." The other 2 nodded softly. Their eyes were as clear as water. It seemed that they had just made a simple choice. Jiming has said what needs to be said. "Venerables, think carefully about your choice after you go back," Ning Chen said. "Thank you." The 4 venerables nodded. They didn't stay any longer. They bowed politely and left first. Just as they were about to disappear, one of them paused for a moment. He looked at the remaining 8 sovereigns and softly said, "Everyone, compared to ordinary people, we have lived for hundreds of years longer. We have descendants, disciples, and even relatives. Sacrificing 12 of us in exchange for the lives of our descendants and the lives of millions of people in the heavenly sanctum is worth it. No matter how good a foreign land is, it can't compare to your own home. That's all I have to say. I ask that everyone carefully consider this." Venerable Qinghui's figure gradually faded and disappeared. The other 8 venerables also left one after another. They were silent. No one could tell what they were thinking. Ning Chen sighed softly and turned to leave the main hall. He couldn't expect a person to be flawless. There were only 2 kinds of people who could sacrifice themselves for others without asking for anything in return. They were fools and sages. There weren't many fools in the world, and even fewer sages. In the inner world, there used to be teachers and Daokue. Now, there were none. The heavenly abode's star venerables were perhaps the last sages in the world. With Chao Tianxi's presence, the heavenly abode's star venerables were worthy of respect no matter what their intentions were. They were willing to risk their lives for the people of the heavenly abode. He could not ask for more. 12 human supremes and billions of creatures in the heavenly abode. It seemed like an easy choice, but life was never measured by numbers. In particular, the 12 supremes had to make their own decisions. Choosing death was not difficult, but choosing one's own death was not easy. With a rumble, the doors to the hall opened. Chao Tianxi was waiting outside. He looked at the plain-clothed young man and said, "Now, can you tell me what it is?" "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "It's not up to me to say this, and it's not up to knowing destiny to decide. If star venerables want to know, you can ask the 12 venerables." Not too far away, Xiao Bieli remained silent. As the minister of heaven's sanctum, he had more or less guessed what was going on. In the 3rd month, everything was ready. On the day before their departure, the sun was setting in the Holy Land, and the afterglow shone on the desolate Holy Land. In the past, the land was abandoned for the sake of forging the astral soul-flowing fire, and even now, not a single blade of grass or tree grew. Knowing destiny, thank you. Chao Tianxi's body was glowing as he looked at the beautiful land of the heavenly abode. There's no need. I'm doing this because I don't want the inner realm to be ravaged by war again. After all, there are people I cherish there. Ning Chen calmly replied. I hope that the heavenly abode and the inner realm will always be peaceful, and that the people will be prosperous and healthy, Chao Tianxi said softly. Ning Chen was silent. A woman had once said similar words to him. At the same time, they had once been enemies. The great wish of peace in the world was so far away, but there were always people who worked hard on this endless road without any complaints or regrets. On the second day, as soon as the sky brightened, numerous figures stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared in a flash of light. In the starry sky, Zhi Ming, Xiao Bieli, and the 6 Flower Supremes appeared on the unknown life star that was heading towards the heavens territory. On the other side, Chao Tianxi, Mu Chang'e, and Nu Chang appeared on the withered star that was forming the character, with the heavens territory. Let's begin, said Ning Chen. Yes. Xiao Bieli and the 6 flower sovereigns nodded. With a shout, the 3 of them began to circulate their cultivation technique. Vast amounts of true qi soared into the sky. Their shocking auras caused the land within hundreds of miles to shake violently. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, on top of the 3 huge withered stars, the brilliance of the 4 corners divine towers shot straight into the starry sky. The origins of the 12 human sovereigns merged with the power of the divine towers and forcefully moved the huge stars under them towards the direction of the vital stars. On the planet of life, the 3 of them sensed it at the same time. They pushed their cultivation techniques to the limit and accelerated the planet's movement. It was an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. 15 Supreme Being experts were working together to activate the unprecedented collision plan. In the vast and boundless starry sky, the 3 withered stars were rapidly moving. They were getting faster and faster, and in a flash, they were so fast that it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Time passed slowly. The 3 stars were getting closer and closer to the planet of life. In the 4 towers, the pressure on the 12 sovereigns was increasing. On the planet of life, Ning Chen looked at the giant shadow in the sky and said calmly, "We should go." With that, Ning Chen didn't waste any more time. He stepped into the teleportation array. Xiao Bieli and the 6 flower sovereigns followed behind him and left. In the sky, 1 star was already infinitely close to the planet of life. The 2 stars were extremely fast and were about to collide. "Fellow cultivators, do you regret it?" asked Qing Hui Reverend from one of the towers. "No regrets." 3 voices echoed. In the next moment, the star of life collided with the planet of life. It burned fiercely like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire planet of life shook violently. When the first star collided, 2 more withered stars followed. Unexpectedly, no one came out of the tower. The same choice, the same trajectory. The 2 withered stars followed the trajectory of the first star and collided with the big star below. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the planet. When life bloomed, it was so beautiful. The 12 sovereigns, no matter what they were like when they were alive, had all chosen to fight for a bright future for the people of the heavenly abode. They didn't want to live under someone else's roof. In the distance, on the star of life, Su Yi walked out. She glanced at the planet of life in the distance. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. She said, "Star Sovereign, it's time." Chao Tianxi and Mu Chang'e heard her and nodded at the same time. They stepped out and shouted softly. Their treading immortal cultivation instantly erupted. After the explosion on the planet of life, the 4 towers of the 4 poles shone brightly. They broke through the waves of dust and shot into the starry sky. The 2 stars responded to each other. A powerful pulling force pulled the planet of life towards the desolate planet in the distance. However, just as everyone thought they had succeeded, the planet of life was affected by the collision. The ice divine tower in the north started to crack. The origin energy scattered, and the movement of the planet of life was stopped. It was a deadlock. Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Female sovereign." The female sovereign stepped forward. She turned her palm and condensed yuan to help the 2 of them. When the three treading immortals joined forces, the pulling force increased by 30%. Unexpectedly, the cracks on the ice divine tower in the north of the planet of life became even more severe. It forcibly balanced the power of the three. This is troublesome. It's hard to guarantee that the two stars won't collide with each other at this distance, said Xiaobieli. There's a problem with the ice divine tower, said Chao Tianxi. We can't wait any longer. Star Sovereign, you and I both have ice attribute bodies. We must immediately repair the tower, said Ning Chen decisively. Okay. Chao Tianxi nodded. He glanced at the two people who were holding the planet of life and said, I'll leave it to you two. Star Sovereign, don't worry. Just go back. Mu Chang'e replied and shouted. He pushed his body to the limit and pulled the planet with all his strength. The female sovereign on the side also condensed her yuan and used all her strength. She glanced at the plain-clothed figure who was about to enter the formation and said, Ji Ming, don't forget what you promised me. Ning Chen smiled and said, Female sovereign, don't worry. I'll be fine. As he spoke, the two people who entered the formation disappeared and returned to the planet of life. Dust billowed everywhere on the life star after the collision, covering the sky and the sun. Only the four light columns were so clear that they looked like lighthouses guiding people who had lost their way, bringing endless light to people. Among the four pillars of light, the one in the north was obviously much weaker. The power of the ice divine tower leaked out quickly. It was difficult to pull the planet of life. On the way to the northern divine tower, Chao Tianxi asked in a low voice, Ji Ming, are the 12 venerables still alive? Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he sighed and said, According to the degree of destruction of this planet, the 3 dry stars all hit this planet. None of the 12 venerables in the tower left. Sadness flashed in Chao Tianxi's eyes. He said, How are the people of the Heaven Mansion compared to the people of the inner world? People's hearts can't be compared, said Ning Chen honestly. Chao Tianxi smiled bitterly and sped up. He turned into a beam of light and rushed to the north. Ji Ming, as long as there's a chance, I won't allow the thousands of people in the Heaven Mansion to live under someone else's roof. The Heaven Mansion is our hometown. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect it. The figure in the distance was so determined. Ning Chen sighed again and followed him. On the planet, the ice divine tower stood in the northern polar region that had collapsed. Cracks spread across the body of the tower. It was on the verge of collapse. Star Venerables, I tried my best. Under the tower, the arcane Venerables murmured. The vitality in his eyes became dimmer and dimmer. He had used his life as the foundation to support the ice divine tower until now. In the end, he couldn't hold on anymore. Arcane Venerables, Chao Tianxi walked forward. Seeing the arcane Venerables slowly fall, his heart ached. He wanted to save them, but it was too late. Ning Chen entered the pagoda and looked at the huge cracks on the pagoda. His eyes darkened. He turned his palm and condensed his qi. He activated the life scripture and a blizzard appeared. Endless frost filled the air around the pagoda, repairing the cracks. No one had thought that the star-moving formation, which had been going smoothly, would have a problem in the most unlikely place. They had calculated everything, but in the end, they couldn't defeat the will of the heavens. Chapter 599. On the planet of life, under the ice divine pagoda, the arcane supremacy used up all his vitality and died. He became the 13th supremacy to die after the 12 supremacies. No one had expected the calamity that would befall all life in the heavenly sanctum. In front of the only turning point, the once lofty sovereigns of the heavenly sanctum finally chose to descend into the mortal world and shoulder the burden of all life in the heavenly sanctum. Chao Tianxi raised his hand and closed the eyes of the arcane supremacy, while trembling. He said with grief in his eyes, I swear that I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. Tianfu will not perish. Snow of the heavens, follow the waves in death. With a shout, the snow surged like the waves in the sky. With Chao Tianxi as the center, an extremely cold air spread out. Frost and snow fell from the sky, turning 1,000 miles into a land of ice and snow. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Jiming Marquis, only you know how to build the Four Directions Divine Pagoda. There is not much time left. The power of the laws of this planet will recover soon. Every moment we delay increases the possibility of failure. I will use myself as the foundation to raise the power of ice and snow around the pagoda to the maximum. As for repairing the pagoda, I will leave it to you." As he finished speaking, Chao Tianxi released all of his martial arts. In an instant, 100 miles around the pagoda was sealed in ice and snow was falling. It was a shocking scene. For the last hope of Tianfu, Chao Tianxi did not care about his injured body. He used himself as the foundation to repair the pagoda. As he entered the heaven and earth, the ice and snow swirled. Within 100 miles, the temperature suddenly dropped. The collapse of the ice divine pagoda slowed down a little. Ning Chen sighed in his heart. He knew that he could not delay any longer. His palm turned into vital energy and activated the life scroll. It absorbed the coldness of the heaven and earth and started to repair the broken pagoda. The wind and snow split the sky. In the 9 heavens, thunder roared. The snow and wind swirled around the pagoda, repairing the cracks on the pagoda. Below the tower, Chao Tianxi released his true essence. Gradually, blood dyed the snowflakes red, and the divine tower made of ice was dyed a dazzling shade of red. The cracks closed and the formation pattern flourished. At the most crucial moment, Su Yi took a step and flew into the clouds. The 4 scrolls of reincarnation and the image of creation appeared in the mortal world. The 4 scrolls chimed in unison, growing and multiplying endlessly, drawing the power of ice and snow between heaven and earth into the divine pagoda. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard as the divine pagoda recovered. The pillar of light that shot into the starry sky was restored to its original state. When the divine towers were repaired, Mu Chang'e and the female sovereign immediately sensed it. Borrowing the power of the 4 directions divine towers, they pulled the great star of life towards them. Drink! At the final moment, success was imminent. The 2 immortal treading realm cultivators poured all their power into defying the heavens and changing their fate. Behind them, Xiao Bieli and the 6-flower venerable took a step forward and arrived behind the 2 of them. They condensed their essence and circulated it into their bodies in an instant. The great star shook and slowly shifted. Heaven and earth were merciless and sent down a calamity that could destroy the world. Finally, under the concerted efforts of the Knowing Destiny sect and the sacrifice of the 13 human supremes, the destiny was forcefully changed. Ning Chen landed in the frigid ice divine tower, which was shaking unceasingly in the life star. Seeing Chao Tianxi lying in the snow, his face changed. He immediately stepped forward to check. Star venerable. His aura was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. He condensed a vast essence in his palm and protected Chao Tianxi's life force. Then, he carried the ladder and rushed toward the teleportation array on the great star. At the same time, in the other 3 divine towers, Tiandu, Dong Sun, and Zhen Yang also rushed toward the teleportation array in the distance. In the center of the great star, the teleportation array had already reached its limit under the continuous impact. The array was flickering and gradually collapsing. Dong Sun, who was the closest to the array, arrived first. Seeing the array shaking unceasingly, his pupils shrank. He gathered his essence and circulated his essence to stabilize the array. Soon, Tiandu and Zhen Yang arrived as well. Without any hesitation, they helped to stabilize the array at the same time. Where is Tai Xian? Why is he still here? Dong Sun shouted when he saw that the array's collapse was irreversible. There's something wrong with the frigid ice divine tower. Tai Xian must have been seriously injured. Hang in there for a while longer, Tiandu replied seriously. Right at this moment, a white-clothed figure rushed over from afar. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the array. When the 3-star venerables saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They said in shock, "How could this be? There's no time to explain. We must send her back to the Temple of Heaven as soon as possible." "Can this array still be used?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "It can only be used once at most, and someone must be here to stabilize it," Dong Sun replied quickly. "Marquis Jiming, take the star venerables and leave first. The 3 of us will protect this array for you," Xingyang said. Time was of the essence, so Ning Chen didn't refuse. He was about to enter the array when suddenly, the array shook violently again. The patterns flickered and became more unstable. Ning Chen's expression darkened. He knew that the 3 venerables couldn't protect the array. He sighed softly and opened his eyes. Demonic chi surged. "Demonic body, I'll leave the star venerables to you." As he spoke, the 2 venerables separated again. The black-clothed, black-haired demonic body appeared. Demonic chi surged and shook the world. "You must come back alive." The 2 venerables looked at each other. The demonic body took Chao Tianxi and stepped into the array. Ning Chen stepped forward and concentrated his energy to help the 3 venerables stabilize the array. He sent the demonic body and Chao Tianxi away. "Please!" The 3 venerables of the Tianfu mansion looked at him with firm and unregretful eyes. The demonic body gradually disappeared and left the planet. In the starry sky, the planet with life deviated from its orbit and headed in an unknown direction. It crashed into stars one after another and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. On a faraway planet, the demonic body appeared with Chao Tianxi. Mu Chang'e and Nu Chang's expressions changed. "Star venerables!" Mu Chang'e stepped forward and took Chao Tianxi. He immediately checked his condition. Nu Chang also stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Where's your main body?" The teleportation array was destroyed. "Chao Tianxi is in a critical situation. My main body and the other 3 venerables work together to protect the array and send us back," the demonic body said calmly. "We're in trouble." Xiao Bieli's eyes turned gloomy when he heard this, and he said, "The gravity of that star is unlike an ordinary star. Even exalts in the mortal realm would need some time to leave it. During this period of time, the star would have already flown to an unknown location. Once one gets lost in the starry sky, then returning is as difficult as ascending the heavens." The demonic body's expression didn't change much. He said indifferently, "It's fine. As long as we don't die, there will always be a way. This matter is over, so I'll take my leave first." The demonic body didn't stay any longer. He stepped into the array and disappeared in an instant. In the heavenly sanctum sacred land, Yin-Er was waiting by the teleportation array. Her face was filled with boredom. She had been wandering around for several days and nights. In the sacred land, the 3 calamities and half-step venerables knew that this little girl was the Jiming Marquis disciple. They didn't dare to be careless and would follow her wherever she went. They were afraid that something would happen to her. Just as Yin-Er was getting impatient, light flashed from the array and a black-robed figure walked out. Feng Yuan suppressed his devilish qi, and the coldness on his face lessened. The Sacred Land's experts immediately stepped forward and asked, "Where are the Jiming Marquis and Star Venerables? Why are you the only one back? Did you succeed?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "They'll be here soon." When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with excitement. Finally, they had succeeded. "Move aside." Behind the crowd, Yin-Er was blocked and could not come over. She pouted and squeezed forward as she shouted in a delicate voice. When the Sacred Land's experts heard this, they quickly moved aside and stopped blocking the little girl. "Didn't you say it would be quick? Why were you gone for so long?" Yin-Er grabbed his hand and asked. "There was a small accident. It's fine now. Let's go back." Ningchen said softly and walked toward the array with Ina. Everyone, the war is over. We won't meet again. Before leaving, Ningchen looked at the Sacred Lands experts and said this. He disappeared without any reluctance. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of him. In Tianheng City of the Central Continent, Ningchen walked out of the city with Ina. Ningchen, where are we going? Ina didn't understand. We're going to see your sister Bai. Then we're going back to the Eastern Prefecture to search for the Immortal Corpse Patrol, Ningchen said gently. Oh. Ina nodded and asked again, what's the Immortal Corpse Patrol? Ningchen thought for a moment and said, it's a flying genius. There's someone my master cares about. Ina responded and asked, is it someone you like? Ningchen smiled. You're just a child. Do you know what it means to like someone? Ina wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, I'll be 14 soon. I'm not a child anymore. In my hometown, 14 years old is still a child. Ningchen stroked the little girl's hair and said softly. Liar, it's not like 14 years old isn't a child in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, said Ina. Heh. Ningchen smiled and said, the hometown I'm talking about is my master's hometown before he came to the Divine Prefecture. It's very, very far from here, even farther than the Divine Prefecture. Ina immediately felt that her brain wasn't big enough. She said in shock, you also came from another star? Don't make wild guesses. Even Master can't figure it out. You're so stupid, so it's even more impossible, said Ningchen. I'm not stupid. You're the stupid one, said Ina unhappily. In the Central Plains, two figures, one big and one small, headed north. Several days later, the celestial minister appeared in Eternal Heaven City and gave the order to retreat. The tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines immediately retreated. Batch after batch of soldiers from the Divine Prefecture returned. The various sects in the inner realm were shocked. At first, they thought it was a trap, but when they saw the Divine Prefecture's army retreat all the way back to Eternal Heaven City, they were sure it was real. The war had ended so suddenly that no one knew why. It was just like how they didn't know why the Divine Prefecture had paid such a heavy price to invade the inner realm. In Eternal Heaven City, Mu Changa stood on the city wall and sighed as he watched batch after batch of soldiers return. When they came, there were 30 sovereigns. When they left, there wasn't a single one left. Let's go. There's a price to pay for starting a war. This is what the Divine Prefecture should bear, sighed Xiao Libi. Wait a moment. I'll bid farewell to the Knowledge Marquis. With that, Mu Changa waved his right hand and the heavenly tower behind him shot into the clouds. Sword will surged and appeared above the 9 heavens. The next moment, tens of thousands of swords chimed together. The 11th sword broke through the air and crossed the entire central state, bidding farewell to knowing destiny. Chapter 600. Outside Maqiao village, Hong Yi stood quietly. Beside him, Yin was eating a stick of candied haws. In the village, a woman in a blue and white dress was busy. There was a thin layer of sweat on her beautiful face. Compared to the past, she was less cold and more worldly. The white flood dragon, who had cultivated for 1,000 years and transformed into a demon venerable, had finally integrated into this world after knowing destiny made it forget. Ningchen, can Sister Bai still remember us? After eating the candied haws, Ina raised her head and asked. Ningchen shook his head and said, it's very difficult. However, it doesn't matter if she can remember us or not. Perhaps this is the best outcome for her. The white flood dragon didn't like fighting, but because of hatred, it flooded the Golden Buddha temple and harmed all living things within 100 miles. Now that it could forget the past and help rebuild Maqiao village, which was destroyed in the disaster, it could be considered as atonement for its past mistakes. The two stood outside Maqiao village for half a day. When the sun rose to the middle, Ningchen looked at the little girl beside him and said, let's go. Aren't we going to say goodbye to Sister Bai? Yin didn't understand. No, Ningchen said softly. We can't disturb her life anymore. It's enough to see that she's well. Let's go. After saying that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He held the little girl's hand and turned to leave. Iner looked back a few times reluctantly, but in the end she had to leave again. In the village, Bai Yunlian, who was busy, looked up at the two figures disappearing in the distance. Her beautiful eyes flashed with confusion, and tears fell from her eyes. Half a day later, 300 miles away, the two people traveling east were getting faster and faster. When the sun was about to set, the surrounding air pressure suddenly dropped. Heaven and earth trembled, and Ji Zun blocked the way. Military advisor, the alliance leader wants to see you, Li Shan Zun walked out and said respectfully. Hearing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "The war is over. Knowing destiny has nothing to do with the sections. We won't disturb you anymore. I'm sorry, but the alliance head has ordered that we must invite the military advisor. I hope the military advisor can come with me." The respect on Honorable Li's face lessened somewhat, replaced by some toughness. "I'm very curious. Is this the alliance leader's idea or your own?" Ning Chen said lightly. "Naturally, it's the alliance head's idea. We're just following orders." As she spoke, a female supreme being walked out. She was the supreme being of the Red House, blocking the path to destiny awareness. Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold as he said, "What if I say no? Then please excuse us." The void swirled. Amidst the mist, the third sovereign appeared in the wilderness. The three venerated beings blocked his path and attacked him forcefully. Ning Chen's expression became colder and colder, and he could not suppress his killing intent. "Iner, hold on tight," Ning Chen instructed. Then, he waved his right hand and Taisher appeared. Blazing phoenix flames soared into the air. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hong Lu coldly snorted. She flipped her delicate hand and a red light flashed. She threw out a powerful palm strike that started the battle. With a loud clang, the sword and palm shook the wilderness. With this sudden attack, violent waves surged around the two of them, causing their clothes to flutter loudly. "I didn't expect that I had misjudged your hypocritical hearts. Is my existence really so frightening?" Ning Chen mocked coldly. "Jiming Marquis, you secretly connected with heaven's sanctum and betrayed the inner world. This is unforgivable." Exalted Mountainly stepped into the battle. He opened and closed his palms. "If you want to kill me, why do you need to find such a lame excuse? If you have the guts to come, then Jiming Marquis will accompany you." Taisher slashed down. Ning Chen held Er's hand with his left hand and waved his sword with his right, blocking the former's palm strike. The shocking collision caused waves of dust to surge and the ground to crack. Shockwaves spread out, destroying mountains and rocks. "Sovereign, you're only SOSO," Ning Chen sneered. His figure flickered, and his sword split open the sky. 100 feet wide gust of wind tore through the air. The sword light was shocking. Bailey Zun stepped forward, and his palm formed a 10-sided flood. The water rippled and blocked the incoming sword light. "Oh? As expected, you came prepared," said Ning Chen indifferently. "Being prepared means being confident." Exalted Mountainly stepped forward and said coldly. "Please show your confidence," said Ning Chen indifferently. "As you wish." Before he even finished speaking, Exalted Mountain Li's figure flickered. With a flip of his palm, the earth moved and the mountains moved. The earth rushed up and turned into a mountain that fell from the sky. "Break the sky!" Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Taisher slashed through the air, and the sword light roared and slashed through the sky. The ground shook violently and the mountain collapsed. Immediately, sand surged into the sky like a wave. "Jiming Marquis, your struggle will only make your death more miserable." Exalted Hong Lu stepped forward, red lightning surging around him. The might of his palm shook the world. The sword shook the lightning, and Ning Chen took half a step back. His sword changed direction, and blood-red flames rose into the sky. The shocking blood-red flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. The expressions of the three exalts became serious. They circulated their origin energy to block the extreme power. After a few steps, the three exalts retreated at the same time. The shock waves were difficult to disperse, and the blood chi in their bodies surged violently. The three exalts' expressions became serious. In just a few years, the Jiming Marquis had become even stronger. It probably wouldn't be long before a second legend of swordsmanship appeared in the world. If this kid doesn't die, he'll definitely become a big problem for us in the future. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Bailey Zun's expression turned cold. He opened and closed his hands, and a raging wave was born. It swept across hundreds of miles, and the shocking power even made the setting sun lose its color. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with mockery. His figure flashed out like red lightning, and his sword slashed through the wave, and he instantly appeared before the former. At the moment of crisis, the ground shook, and huge rocks flew, blocking the sword. When the sword stopped, lightning descended from the sky. Exalted Hong Lu rushed over, and the red lightning in his palm was like 1,000 birds chirping, extremely ear-piercing. Noisy! Ning Chen flashed out and waved his sword. The sword was like a dragon swimming out of the sea, and it forcefully clashed with the red lightning. After a moment of stalemate, the sword broke through the sea of lightning. The sword chi passed through the body, and a smear of blood splattered. A sword mark appeared on Hong Lu's left shoulder, and the hair beside her ear floated down silently. 3 against 1, and with the Phoenix origin killing body, he was able to suppress the three exalts without falling into a disadvantage. Fourth sword, River of Forgetfulness. With a soft shout, the move of the Heavenly Mansion Sword Master descended. Ning Chen moved, and his sword slashed open the yellow spring. The aura of death that pervaded the sky rapidly converged, and the sword's power increased by 30%. The sudden change in the sword's momentum caught the three exalts off guard. They could not resist the sword's will, and they were injured in one move and retreated a few steps. With just the three of you, you want to kill the knowing destiny state. Should I say that you are confident or that you are stupid? At the end of his words, Ning Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The wind and clouds on his sword changed, and a red brilliance lit up the sky. The shadow of a phoenix appeared behind him. In an instant, the red clothes disappeared, and the extremely fast sword took lives with each strike. Blood splattered everywhere, and their injuries worsened. Their bodies could not be seen clearly, and their swords could not be seen clearly. They were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of fools. In the extreme speed, the sword and palm collided, and the sky and earth shook violently. The knowing destiny state cultivators, who were one level lower than the three exalts, were not at a disadvantage at all. The moment the palm entered their bodies, it was drowned by the endless demonic chi, and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Their speed was inferior, and their cultivations could not be suppressed. The three exalts were in a dangerous situation. Retreat. The unexpected situation shocked the three exalts even more. They did not dare to fight for a long time, and tried to retreat. You can't leave. Ning Chen waved his sword, and sword light poured down like rain, blocking the three exalts' path of retreat. Then, he stepped into the air, and Taisha rotated. Magnificent sword light gathered from all directions, and the ultimate sword reappeared in the world. Nirvana. The sword light crisscrossed, magnificent and dazzling. In the next moment, it descended from the sky and drowned the three exalt. Rumbling, the sky collapsed, and the earth fell. Wherever the sword light passed, the earth within a radius of thousands of feet caved in, and a waterfall of blood dyed the dust red. It was bleak and dazzling. In the aftermath, the three exalts flew out, and blood splattered everywhere. They were in a sorry state. Who do you think will die first? Just as the three exalts landed on the ground, the cold voice of the Grim Reaper sounded again. Taisha moved, and the killing light was dazzling. Before Exalted Shan could turn around, the sword light had already pierced through his heart, and blood dyed Taisher's blade red. Let me tell you one last thing. I am really the Scarlet Demon. Exalted Shan's body shook violently, and his mouth opened and closed. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. The Venerable of Mount Li's eyes dimmed, filled with unwillingness and regret. The Venerable of Mount Li had lost his life with a single sword strike, and his soul was completely lost. Ning Chen waved his sword and threw away the corpse on the sword. Then, he looked at the two heavily injured exalts and said indifferently, "Now, it's your turn." He arrived in an instant and the sword light was deadly. Just as the Supreme on the sword reached its peak, the sword in Ning Chen's hand suddenly shook, and the power of the sword weakened. Seeing this, Exalted Red House flipped his palm to catch the sword. With a bang, his body flew out, and he took a step in the air to retreat quickly. Not far away, Bailey Zun did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed, and he left as well. Looking at the two leaving, Ning Chen did not chase after them. After a while, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The demonic calamity consumed his body, and his aura weakened rapidly. What a pity! Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed in his heart. He held Yin-Er's hand and continued walking forward. "Are you injured?" Yin-Er's face was filled with worry. "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not injured. It's just a tribulation. It's nothing serious." Only then did Yin-Er relax. A look of worship flashed across her face and she said, "You were so powerful just now." She knew that those three were the legendary human sovereigns. Ning Chen had beaten them all away. Didn't that mean that Ning Chen was even more powerful than the strongest human sovereign? No wonder Grandpa's sword master lost back then. Learn well, and you'll be even more powerful than master in the future. Ning Chen smiled. Really? Then why do you always say that I'm stupid? Yin-Er pouted. Heh! Ning Chen smiled and said, "Who said that being smart means you have to have good talent, and being stupid means you have to have bad talent? No one is perfect, and no one is completely useless. Your talent is indeed not bad, but I'm not wrong to say that you're stupid." "I'm not stupid," Yin-Er said angrily. Ning Chen smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, and did not continue to provoke her. "Ning Chen, after becoming powerful, will I have to kill people?" Under the night sky, Yin-Er hesitated for a long time before asking. "Being born in this world, there are times when people have no choice," Ning Chen softly replied. He felt that this topic was too heavy, and a gentle expression appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "You don't need to think too much about it. Look, Master is actually kind-hearted and peace-loving." Chapter 601. In Jingfeng City, the two venerables returned with heavy injuries. The three human sovereigns were shocked. Mount Li died in battle. "We failed," Bailey Zun said weakly as he stumbled and vomited blood. "How is that possible? Without the yin and yang formation, the Marquis shouldn't be so strong," Venerable Luo Shao said. "Why don't we ask the Alliance Venerable to join forces with the other three regions to kill this traitor?" Venerable Bai Hui said. "No, we can't see through the Alliance Venerable's thoughts. The war between the two realms has ended, and the Inner World Alliance only exists in name. It won't be easy to borrow the power of the other three regions," Bu Chuanxiu, who had survived the invasion of Heaven's Province, said. "Are we going to let the Marquis of Heaven's Province go? Don't you know the consequences of letting a tiger return to its mountain?" Venerable Luo Shao said. "Of course not. But we need a better excuse," said Bu Chunqiu, his eyes glittering. "What do you mean?" Venerable Luo Shao didn't understand. "Killing demons," Bu Chunqiu said coldly. Back then, Tianji City said that the Marquis of Heavens Beyond was the source of calamity. As expected, a few years later, Heaven's Province invaded Zhongzhou, and we can use that to kill demons again. Of course, it would be best if we could get the help of Tianji City. It won't be easy. The people of Tianji City never lie. It'll be difficult to get them to help, Venerable Bai Hui said. Buchuanxiu sneered and said, It's not impossible. It's not easy, but it's not difficult either. Back then, Zhao Liusu was behind it, and Tianji City divined that Jiming would become a demon. That's why the world was able to kill demons. Everyone should know that it's easy to become a demon, but it's difficult to turn back. I think that Jiming Marquis has been unable to become a Zun cultivator because of this. Venerable Chuanqiu, you mean that the Marquis of Heaven's province can become a demon again? Venerable Luo Shao said seriously. Yes. Bu Chuanqiu nodded. Or rather, the Marquis of Heaven's province hasn't been able to get rid of the demons. I don't know how he regained his sanity, but once he becomes a demon, he'll be a demon forever. Hearing this, Bai Hui Zun narrowed his eyes and said, If that's the case, then it's easy. We just need to make another trip to Tianji City. The truth will be revealed very soon. What about Jiming Marquis? How can we stall him? Honored Master Luo Shao asked. Send the disciples of the cult to intercept them. If the knowing destiny state intervenes, he will be labeled as a murderer of the innocent. That's exactly what we want. Then, Bu Chunqiu looked at the two injured Zun cultivators and said, Zun cultivators, please heal as soon as possible. We'll need your help when we kill the Marquis. Bailey and Hong Lu both nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, the bright moon shone brightly, sprinkling a faint chill. Ning Chen held Yin Er's hand and walked. Not long after, the little girl he was holding became sleepy, so he carried her on his back. As her master, regardless of whether it was his demonic body or his main body, he was extremely protective of Yin Er. He was unwilling to let the little lass suffer the slightest grievance. In the past, when Jiming was young, he had the protection of his eldest grandson and Prince Yen. That was why he had survived many dangers. Today, Jiming had become an elder and began to protect the younger generation under his wings to prevent them from being destroyed by the wind and rain. Inheritance was the most selfless contribution in the world. Generation after generation, it was a responsibility and an obligation. Cold. In the wilderness, the cold wind was slightly chilly. Yin Er murmured half asleep and hugged her arms even tighter. Ning Chen waved his hand and a black robe appeared. He gently put it on the little girl and then continued walking. Demon, although I don't want you to bring disaster to the world, I still have to remind you that if a demon has human feelings, he will definitely destroy himself, especially when you're still in the midst of the demon tribulation. The voices of 49 men and women sounded. I'm just repaying Sword Master Zhu's kindness, Ning Chen said lightly. That's for the best. Demon, you're getting deeper and deeper into the tribulation. Your cultivation will also become weaker and weaker. Before your cultivation reaches its lowest point, you should leave the Central Plains as soon as possible. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects reminded him. I understand. Ning Chen nodded. In the silent night and the cold wind, knowing destiny walked faster and faster. When the cold moon was hanging high in the sky, many figures appeared and blocked his path again. Marquis knowing destiny, the Alliance leader has ordered you to return to competitive Peak City, a half-venerable said in a low voice. The death of a foolish person is not to be regretted. In order to list my crimes, your master has really put in a lot of effort. Coldness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He waved his hand and Taisher appeared. He moved and waved his sword with killing intent. The cold white light showed no mercy. In the blink of an eye, Huang Quan spared his life. Waterfalls of blood dyed the white moon red. In the night, it was killing. In the wind, bright red blood floated. Miserable cries shook the sky. No one had expected knowing destiny to kill without caring about the consequences. Those who couldn't escape were left with their souls in the night. Blood splattered from the sword like a waterfall. The nature of a demon was one that disliked scheming. Killing was the most direct way to solve a problem. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. Miserable cries were useless. Running was also useless. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered in blood. Knowing destiny, who couldn't stop him, took his life mercilessly. With the last sword, blood dyed the sky. Teicher withdrew his sword and walked away in red robe. Bang! Bang! In the wilderness, several figures fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. They had come with orders, but they didn't have the life to return. On the back of the red robe, Een was still sleeping sweetly. She wore a black robe to block the cold of the night. In a secret room in competitive Peak City, rows of jade tablets were broken. Buchuanchio, who was waiting for news, narrowed his eyes. Knowing destiny had really killed them all. At the same time, in Tianji City, the 7 white-robed youths were using the divination art to calculate knowing destiny's true body. Luo Xiao and Bai Hui were waiting. They needed an excuse. If Tianji City could provide this excuse, it would be the best. Day after day, the 7 white-robed youths suddenly trembled and vomited blood. Crimson Demon! Within the heavenly secrets, the 7 youths revealed expressions of disbelief as they exclaimed in shock. Even they didn't expect that the military advisor, who had been helping the inner world fight against heaven's sanctum, was really the Crimson Demon. It turned out that the demon had always been a demon. It was just that none of them could see it. Hearing the words of the 7 youths, Luo Xiao and Bai Hui's eyes flashed coldly. It was really an unexpected and joyful harvest. Knowing destiny was a demon, it was an unforgivable sin. Thank you. The 2 venerables spoke before their silhouettes faded away, leaving the Tianji City. One day later, in Taibai Residence, Bailu Academy, Mizar Dynasty, messengers appeared one after another and invited the leaders of the various sects to discuss the situation. In front of Taibai Residence, the one-armed venerable Taibai was silent. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "Messengers, please return. Taibai's body is already half crippled. I don't want to burden you all." In Bailu Academy, Yi Qingqiu also declined the invitation and sent the messengers away with the reason of being unwell. Mizar Dynasty, Central Heavenly Court. In the majestic purple clouds, the primitive emperor listened to the messenger's report. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Killing the demon and protecting the living is my duty. The primitive emperor is wise. I admire you." The messenger bowed and said goodbye before turning and leaving. "Father," Yi Xuanmiao said with a solemn expression. "No need to say any more. Xuanmiao, don't forget your identity. Also, it's time to avenge your 3 brothers." In the purple clouds, the primitive emperor said coldly. At the same time, on the road to the east, wave after wave of experts from the various sects blocked the road. Knowing destiny didn't put away his sword. Blood kept dripping down and staining the road to the east. In order to stop knowing destiny, the leaders of the various sects didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Wave after wave of allied forces blocked the road to buy time for the final battle. Ning Chen. Encountering the continuous pursuit of the various sects, even Een felt that the situation wasn't right. Her little face was full of worry. "Don't worry. With Master here, no one can hurt you." Ning Chen's face showed a touch of gentleness. Arrogant words. Marquis, knowing destiny, have the ability to save your own life before caring about others. At this moment, the void under the night shook violently. Extremely powerful figures walked out one after another. The world trembled, unable to accommodate their bodies. 1, 2, 3. 10 supreme beings arrived at the same time, followed by 30 half-supreme beings. Then, an army of thousands of innate experts showed up. It was a shocking lineup, and they were determined to eliminate the demonic calamity once and for all. Many supreme experts appeared. Not only Zhongzhou, but even the supremes of the other 3 regions came. Their former subordinates betrayed knowing destiny today. Seeing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone, such a big lineup. You really think highly of knowing destiny." If you die, the world will be at peace. Bu Chuanxiu walked out and said coldly. Ning Qin waved his hand and took out the commander's seal. He said lightly, "It seems that the trace of soul in this commander's seal doesn't have any binding power on you." With a bang, the jade seal shattered and the soul power dissipated. However, the Supreme's expressions were the same as before. They weren't affected at all. "We didn't dare to act rashly if we weren't fully prepared. Marquis, knowing destiny, are you still not going to restore your true body?" Bu Chuanxiu sneered. Ning Qin ignored him. He looked at the Supremes of the other regions and said calmly, "Everyone, it's not surprising that the sects of Zhongzhou can't tolerate knowing destiny. I just don't know why the Supremes have come. Killing demons doesn't matter where you come from. Red refining demon, you're doomed." Supremacy Qin Yu walked out and said coldly, "What about you? Do you have the same reason?" Ning Qin looked at the other Supremes and asked calmly. "Killing demons and protecting lives is our duty," Supremacy Qi Wei said. "Ha ha." Looking at the silhouettes floating in the sky, Ning Qin chuckled. Gradually, his laughter became colder and colder, angrier and angrier. The coldness in his laughter continued to fluctuate. "So, no matter what you do, you can't change your dirty hearts. You want red refining demon, so I'll give you red refining demon, the source of all evil." As soon as he finished speaking, the furious knowing destiny opened his eyes. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. Endless demonic waves rolled out. His red clothes were torn to pieces, and his ink-black clothes fluttered in the wind. Red Lotus of the Devil reappeared in the world. Chapter 602. Outside the Locket Mountain, the Supremes of various sects had joined forces to kill knowing destiny. The world's demon-slaying battle had started once again. The grudge that couldn't be resolved finally erupted after the end of the Tianfu War. 10 Supremes arrived at the same time, accompanied by an army of inborn experts, cutting off all escape routes. They were determined to completely end the demon-slaying battle that had lasted for several years. In the encirclement, knowing destiny revealed his true self. His black robe and long hair danced in the wind. His cold gaze was devoid of any human emotions, making people feel a bone-chilling coldness. Seeing the familiar yet strange figure beside her, Iner was startled at first. She then grabbed the former's sleeves tightly, her pretty face unwavering. "Are you afraid?" The demon body tilted his head and asked. "No," Iner shook her head and replied. "All right, follow me. I'll bring you out of this encirclement." After recovering his demon body, Ning Chen's tone was no longer as gentle as before. However, his words were firm and unquestionable. "Okay," Iner nodded and replied. With a wave of his hand, Qi Lian's blade appeared out of thin air. Ning Chen held his sword and rushed out. The sword moved rhythmically, causing the space to wail. Bailey, Qi Wei, and Qin Yu blocked the ferocious sword. The collision shook violently, and after a moment of stalemate, Luo Xiao, Bai Hui, and Hong Lu rushed forward with surging vast vital energy. Xian Zhen and Wen Yang followed behind. Their moves shook the earth and mountains. The 8 Supremes joined forces to slay the demon-slaying calamity. 1 advanced, 2 defended, and constantly changed their attacks. Facing the demon-slaying calamity, Ning Chen's expression was cold. He held Iner with one hand and waved Qi Lian with the other. Boundless demonic qi rose around them. With the demonic qi protecting his body and the phoenix vital energy supporting him, his strength and speed were combined. With the demon-slaying calamity in his hand, he was unstoppable. The sonorous sound of swords, axes, and halberds clashing could be heard. The 8 Supremes and 30 half-Supremes formed a killing formation to stop the demon-slaying calamity. Outside the killing formation, Bu Chuanxiu and Yuan Emperor watched the battle calmly, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The 8 Supremes took turns to fight. Knowing Destiny's martial soul was covered with sword radiance. A brave sword and a brave figure. Facing the encirclement of the army, he didn't show any fear. "Kill!" Thousands of Xiantian experts stepped forward with weapons in their hands. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and spears were all aimed to kill, leaving no room for negotiation. Bloody path. The demonic body moved, and Qi Lian opened the Yellow Springs Road. His sword moved rhythmically, and sword light tore through the air. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and blood dyed the wilderness red. The weapon surged like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, blood congealed into a river. The blood-stained sword became even denser, and the crimson sword tip shone with a dazzling light. 3 venerables retreated, but another 3 venerables followed. Their powerful attacks did not stop at all. Amidst the storm-like attacks, the demon body took strange steps. His figure was like an illusion as he dodged crisis after crisis. The crimson drill in his hand continued to absorb the power of resentment between heaven and earth, causing its might to become increasingly astonishing. Rip! The sound of clothes being torn rang out. Blood splattered from Bailey Zun's right arm. It was the first time he had been injured by a sword that was both fast and powerful. Outside of the battle, Buchuanxiu and Yuan Emperor stepped forward and joined hands with the halberd to help the situation. With 2 powerful experts attacking, Ning Chun immediately felt the pressure increase. He used his sword to shake off the heavy halberd that was about to hit him. His figure flashed and he retreated a few steps. The primitive emperor snorted coldly as his palm followed closely behind. Ning Chun held his sword horizontally to block the attack. With a loud noise, he was pushed back a few more steps. The power of fortune! Looking at the purple qi that surrounded the former, Ning Chun squinted his eyes and said coldly, "Jiming Marquis, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The primitive emperor clenched his fist, and the purple qi increased. A huge dragon-shaped aura roared out and surrounded him. The Mizar emperor revealed the cultivation of a venerable for the first time. Ning Chun flipped his palm to block the dragon aura. He retreated half a step and used the momentum to rush out. With a swing of his sword, a black phoenix roared out behind him. The dragon and phoenix roared as they soared into the sky. A moment later, they collided with each other and boundless airflow surged out. In the aftermath of the collision, the 2 retreated at the same time. It was a draw. 1 move for 1 move. Jiming Marquis, you've lost. The primitive emperor suppressed the injuries in his body and stepped forward. He pushed his palm once again, shaking the world. Buchuanxiu also waved his halberd and the other 8 venerables cooperated with each other. Ning Chun stood tall and faced the army alone. The demonic aura on his sword was pushed to the limit. Blood flame. As Qi Lian slashed out, raging currents gathered from all directions. Red blood flames that could burn the sky and boil the sea surged out. The earth cracked open and earth fire spewed out, boosting the might of the demonic technique. In an instant, screams of agony shook the sky. Wherever the bloody flames passed, the bodies and souls of the upper sky realm cultivators were engulfed by the waves of fire and turned into ashes in an instant. A sword shook the heavens, and a gap appeared in the encirclement. Ning Chun held Yin-Er's hand and rushed toward the gap. "Do you think you can escape?" Buchuanxiu leaped and waved his halberd to block the path. The halberd's momentum was as heavy as a mountain. At that moment the dragon's gate appeared, and a young woman in purple clothes walked out. She raised her hand and grabbed the halberd. "Buchuanxiu, Zun cultivators, what are you doing?" she asked coldly. "Alliance sovereign, the Jiming Marquis is Qi Lian Mo. The truth is right in front of us. Please work together to eliminate this demon," said Buchuanxiu coldly. "What if I say no?" Zhao Liusu's eyes flickered coldly. "Then I'll have to offend you." Buchuanxiu spun the halberd in his hand and slashed downwards with an earth-shattering power. "You!" Zhao Liusu's expression was cold. She waved her hand to block the halberd, and then sent it flying with a palm. "If he can't, then what about me?" The battle changed once more. Multicolored light condensed and a green-robed girl walked out. It was the 3rd senior sister. "Shi Piaoxiu." Zhao Liusu's expression sank. Continue chasing the Jiming Marquis. Leave this to me, said Shi Piaoshu indifferently. Many thanks. Buchunqiu nodded and chased after him. The 10 venerables moved. Zhao Liusu's figure flashed, wanting to stop them. However, Shi Piaoshu moved with her and condensed vast yuan in her palm. The 2 palms collided and Shi Piaoshu was forced back a step. However, with the Buddhist sect's indestructible body, she was able to block Zhao Liusu's path. Shi Piaoshu, the Jiming Marquis has no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill him? Raged Zhao Liusu. If he doesn't die, then junior sister will never be able to enter the venerable realm. Moreover, the Buddha and the devil have always been at odds. The Jiming Marquis has already turned into a devil. If he stays, he will bring disaster to the world, said Shi Piaoshu coldly. It was hard to understand. Zhao Liusu's expression sank. She didn't say anything else and stepped forward. The 9 souls wheel appeared and turned into a divine sword. With a bang, the 2 of them clashed again. The air surged and swallowed the 2 of them. At the same time, Ningchen held Yin Er's hand and waved his sword. Halberds were broken limbs flew, and blood splattered everywhere. Jiming Marquis, you can't escape. Palm energy and halberd light attacked from behind. Ningchen turned around to block. In the fierce collision, blood flowed out of his right arm. You're injured, said Yin Er anxiously. It's fine. Ningchen replied softly. Demonic flames rose on his sword and he swung the halberd away. Immediately after, he moved to the side and dodged Ling Shui's palm energy. He stepped forward and attacked again. Sky Breaker. 100 zhang-wide mist split the sky and the earth. Blood and bones flew everywhere. The 2 venerables received the attack and retreated a few steps. When the 2 venerables retreated, the 3 venerables moved forward again. There was no gap in their attacks. His sword blocked the 3 venerables. Before he could recover, Ning Chen's mouth was dyed red. He shouted and demonic waves rolled out. With a bang, the 3 venerables were pushed back a few zhang. The halberd followed closely behind. The sword and halberd collided. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword momentum didn't stop at all. The demonic aura was chaotic. The magnificent sword pressure shook the earth. Buchunqiu and Yuan Emperor retreated a dozen steps at the same time. Blood flowed out of the corners of their mouth. On the other side, Ning Chen was hit by the aftershock. His mouth was also red. The demonic aura around him shook and showed signs of instability. Jiming Marquis, your path has come to an end. Luo Xiao, Bai Hui, and Hong Lu pressed forward again. At the critical moment, a blue light flashed in the distance. The path sword broke through the sky and blocked the 3 venerables. The figure with a broken arm was no longer there, full of the smell of alcohol. The once high-spirited chief of Taibai Prefecture was later defeated by the legend of the Eastern Region swordsman. His Taoist sword was broken, and his Taoist heart was damaged. He spent his days in a drunken stupor. Today, he came out again, forgetting his Taoist sword and returning to the dust. Jiming Marquis, let's go, the Taibai Prefecture chief said calmly. Thank you. Ning Chen didn't hesitate. He took Yin and rushed toward the Locket Mountain. Taibai Prefecture chief, you. Looking at the person in front of him, Luo Xiao said angrily. No need to say more. Come. The Taibai Prefecture chief waved his hand and took the path sword. You can't save him. Today, no one can save him. Buchunqiu snorted coldly. His halberd rushed forward and slashed down. The 2 experts clashed. The earth shook and cracks spread out for thousands of zhang. While dragging the battle on, the primitive emperor channeled the power of fate at the same time. His palm force surged and struck toward the great white manor lord. Continue chasing, shouted Buchunqiu. He waved his halberd and blocked the path of the leader of the Taibai public house. The 8 supremes and the army continued to chase. They had planned for several days and made many arrangements. They wouldn't allow Jiming to escape. Below the Locket Mountain, the army was endless. Qi Lian's sword emitted bloody light and a murderous aura. In a battle of life and death, there was no friendship. There was only killing to find a way to survive. The sound of the sword was mournful and sorrowful. The knowing destiny state was exhausted by the devil tribulation. His body shook violently and became more and more unstable. Put me down and leave first. They won't hurt me. Seeing the blood dripping from Jiming's arm, Yin-Er's eyes were filled with tears. Don't say stupid things, Ning Chen replied. He lightly shouted and waved his sword. Instantly, demonic waves rolled like waves. His sword reflected the moon. The dark clouds in the 9 heavens gathered rapidly and thunder rumbled. Demonic technique, heaven burial. As the sword pierced the ground, divine lightning descended from the 9 heavens, and the earth in all directions collapsed. Boundless sword intent rapidly spread out, and everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed, and rivers of blood flowed. Just as Jiming was in a life-and-death situation, a beautiful figure in a green dress appeared hundreds of miles away. Her gentle face was full of anxiety as she rushed toward the battlefield. Qing Ning, the last family member of Knowing Destiny, flew through the night like a moth and rushed to the fatal situation. Chapter 603. At the foot of Luojia Mountain, the Knowing Destiny state had a battle of life and death. The bloody night was the mark of the demon's massacre. Thousands of Khanate cultivators kept advancing. Blood and bones paved the road to hell, blocking the demon's path. In the battle, the black-haired and black-clothed figure looked emotionless. His sword was even more emotionless. The besieging army fell one after another. His sword cut through soldiers and souls. More than half of the 30 half-venerables had died in the battle. The 8 human sovereigns were also injured to varying degrees. The strength of the demon shocked everyone present. Ha! Sword light flashed and blood splashed. The demon was invincible in the battle of killing the demon. He was famous for his sword dance. Looking at the brave figure on the battlefield, the human sovereigns were shocked. The killing intent in their hearts intensified. At this moment, the sovereigns of the 3 regions outside of Zhongzhou finally understood why the churches in Zhongzhou would kill the Knowing Destiny state at all costs. When a wise man had absolute power, no one in the world could stop him. The battle reached its climax. Corpses piled up. The Knowing Destiny state sovereigns were dyed red. With a slash of his sword, the half-venerables died. Suddenly, a powerful palm came out from behind the half-venerables and hit the Knowing Destiny state sovereign's chest. Blood splashed. Ning Chen took half a step back. The sword in his hand went through the half-venerable's body and penetrated the right shoulder of Supreme Luo Xiao. Ugh! Supreme Luo Xiao let out a muffled groan and raised his hand to grab the sword blade, wanting to stall the former. Changing hands. Ning Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He spun his sword and cut off Ning Chen's arm. With a piercing sound, blood filled the air. Seeing another palm strike coming, Ning Chen drew his sword to block it. With a loud bang, he was pushed back several steps. Vermilion dripped down, dyeing the black clothes. Injuries were exchanged, and the battle became even more desperate. Luo Xiao, how are you? Bai Hui stepped forward and asked seriously. I can still hold on. He can't hold on for much longer. Let's end this quickly in case something happens, Supreme Luo Xiao said with a pale face as he sealed the wound. Understood. Bai Hui nodded. On the other side, the demon held Yin-Er's hand and moved forward. Blood splashed everywhere and corpses were everywhere. Knowing Destiny's state had never stopped. They knew that if they were defeated here, it would be the end. They would not allow anyone to stop them. Before this, they could only live, and live. As the sword was swung, blood splattered down, reflecting scenes of the past. 20 years of ups and downs in the mortal world, a drifting lonely boat could no longer find a ferry. Knowing Destiny's state did not know his own fate. He could only hold the sword in his hand tightly and cut down all obstacles. The blood of the fallen figures gathered into a small river, and dyed the ground under the Locket Mountain red. The moonlight shone through the dark clouds, creating a desolate scene. Ah! Suddenly, there was a cry of pain as the blade slashed past. Ning Chen was unable to block it in time. Blood gushed out of Yin Er's left arm and dyed her clothes red. Ning Chen turned around and his pupils constricted. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He swung his sword and cut the half-venerable realm cultivator who had injured the little girl into two. The gushing blood blinded the eyes of many innates. Their gazes were filled with fear, hatred, resentment, and many other complicated emotions. At the same time, far away in the heavenly music pavilion in northern plains, Mu Qingxue, who was pushing the sound mill, suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He could not explain why, but it lingered in his heart. His snow-white robe was now dyed red. The iron chain that pierced through his shoulder blades restricted his freedom. 100 years of night, like black silk in the morning, like snow in the evening. Affected by his emotions, the sound of the great Tao changed. At this moment, the void shook and an abnormally strong figure walked out. Looking at the girl in front of the sound mill, he said, "Your heart is not calm anymore. Something happened to him. Pavilion Master, please let me out of the heavenly music pavilion. Once I'm done, I'll return immediately," Mu Qingxue said with an anxious and pleading expression. "It's difficult to leave the heavenly music pavilion." The heavenly music pavilion master said. Then, her figure faded and disappeared. "Pavilion Master!" Mu Qingxue shouted anxiously. However, there was no response. "There's no need to think about getting married. Mu Qingxue, back then, you made a deal with Master to take on the task of pushing the sound mill. You won't be able to leave for 100 years, said Wu Qingying calmly. I'm willing to pay any price. Miss Qingying, please plead on my behalf, begged Mu Qingxue. That's impossible. I'm also powerless. Wu Qingying shook her head. It was truly difficult to understand. Those who cultivated the greatest indifference art would completely erase their most unforgettable memories from the start. Logically speaking, Mu Qingxue should not have recovered his memories, but he was still unable to let go of that person. Hopefully, the Heavenly Music Pavilion would be able to sever this entangled relationship in 100 years. At the same time, in the barbarian palace of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, a beautiful girl was kneeling in the middle of a palace and kowtowing 3 times. You still can't let him go? The former king of the barbarian dynasty lamented as he stood before the girl. Your daughter is unfilial, said Wild softly. You can go. The barbarian king waved his hand and sighed. Wild kowtowed once more before standing up. She took the Origin Heart Sword and left. Locket Mountain. Under the cold moon, the sounds of fighting still didn't cease. The intense battle caused the surrounding 50 miles to be covered in a bloody mist. Layers of killing formations left no path of retreat. Inside the formations, knowing destiny used their swords to kill and slaughter. 8 sovereigns were already injured, and less than 10 half-sovereigns remained. No one had expected such a huge price to pay. This shocked and infuriated the human sovereigns. They had prepared for a long time and used all their strength, but they were still unable to smoothly eliminate this person. If there was a day when knowing destiny stepped into the sovereign realm, the various sects would be doomed. The demon body sword was ruthless and merciless. Although it was injured, its killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Each of its moves was like the yellow springs taking live. Demonic art, heavenly tears. Qi Lian danced, and the resentment on the sword erupted. The wind and clouds changed, and demonic waves swept out. Heaven and earth dimmed. The sovereigns only felt their cultivation techniques become sluggish, and the circulation of their true essence was restricted. The 3 against 3 formation was immediately broken. The last 2 couldn't gather their strength in time and were heavily injured. The ground was dyed red. This was the shock of the demonic calamity. The strongest demonic calamity had already far surpassed Qi Lian from 4,000 years ago. Beside knowing destiny, Ynir bit her lips. Although the wound was painful, she still forced herself not to scream. She didn't want knowing destiny to worry. Blade light and sword shadows intertwined. Blood dripped down from the black-clothed knowing destiny's face. His steps were like a dragon as he slashed with his sword. Knowing destiny, Marquis, how long can you struggle for? The situation changed. The 8 sovereigns immediately changed their tactic. They teamed up and attacked once more. As the sword and palm clashed, knowing destiny, who was exhausted, took a few steps back. Drops of blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. The path of the world was difficult, and demonic cultivators couldn't survive. Ning Chen glanced at Locket Mountain behind him. Qi Lian activated the power of resentment again. Amidst the earth-shattering vibrations, a magnificent sword light soared into the sky. Nirvana! Extreme swords intersected with each other, and they were peerlessly gorgeous. Everywhere the sword light passed, space collapsed, and the ground was reduced to ruins. 4 sovereigns were the first to be hit. They vomited blood and retreated. The other 4 were also affected by the sword and took a few steps back. A flaw appeared in the killing formation. Ning Chen stepped forward and dashed towards Locket Mountain behind him. The path was rugged and difficult to traverse. However, the Yellow Springs road made of blood and bones was never easy to traverse. The soldiers along the way fell one after another under the bloody sword light. His stubborn will drove his unyielding soul. He still didn't know when to give up in the face of the army. Blood dripped from his black hair, but the blood on his sword was 100 times, no, 1,000 times stronger. The Alliance army was protected by knowing destiny when Heaven Province invaded. Now they counterattacked and devoured knowing destiny. Along the way, a drop of blood fell on Ynir's face. It was slightly warm and scalding. He never let go of her hand and never thought of letting go. Knowing destiny's 3 bodies were one. Although they had different personalities, they were all stubborn. Once they decided on something, they wouldn't let go no matter what. The mountain was surrounded by jade and blood dyed it red. The light of life was always so beautiful when it bloomed at the end. Countless figures had fallen. Blood and bones filled the mountain and dyed the entire Locket Mountain red. The battle of slaying demons was so tragic that words paled in comparison. In order to kill knowing destiny, the various sects sent out all their elite. They were determined to kill knowing destiny at all costs. On Locket Mountain, the army behind them surrounded them once more. The 8 sovereigns suppressed their injuries and circulated the last of their technique. Ning Chen's sword blocked the palm, and the shockwave shook the surroundings. Blood flowed out from Ning Chen's mouth. He changed the direction of his sword and pushed back the 4 sovereigns in front of him. After the 4 sovereigns retreated, Luo Xiao, Bai Hui, Hong Lu, and Xian Zhen charged forward and pressed down with their palms. Ning Chen's black clothes were dyed red again. He took a few steps back and vomited a mouthful of blood. The demonic aura around him shook violently again. The demonic calamity that he couldn't escape from made the demonic cultivator fall into a life-and-death crisis. The sword on the ground still had a terrifying demonic aura, but it didn't have the terrifying pressure from before. Knowing destiny, Marquis, you have nowhere to go. Seeing that knowing destiny's aura was showing signs of instability, the 8 sovereigns gathered their energy at the same time. The wind and clouds on the mountain swirled rapidly. The strongest move was unleashed. After one move, the battle of slaying demons ended. Ning Chen endured his injuries and pulled Ynir behind him. His eyes flashed with determination. The demonic aura around him surged, and the demonic aura around him surged. He blocked the final move with his sword. Just as life and death were about to be decided, a figure in green appeared from afar. She blocked the fatal palm with her back facing the sovereigns. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. Their gazes were so gentle. Looking at the last thing he cared about in his life, he was like a moth flying into a flame. He didn't hesitate and directly crashed into Scarlet Drill's sword. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced through his body. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing his green clothes and knowing Destiny's eyes red. Qing Ning raised her hand and caressed the face of the young man in front of her. A hint of reluctance flashed across her pale and beautiful face. He had really grown up. Actually, she didn't want to die. Actually, she wanted to live. She wanted to live and watch him go on. Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance. Ning Chen, you've become a demon. Chapter 604. On the Locket Mountain, the situation suddenly changed. The green-clothed figure was pierced by the crimson drill sword. Blood gushed out from her chest and dyed the sword red. Ning Chen was stunned. His heart, which had never wavered even when he had a murderous look on his face, collapsed instantly. Remember, you have to live. The green-clothed figure fell down the cliff behind her. Her last gaze was on the young figure on the cliff. The gentleness in her eyes couldn't be erased. He was fine. He had no regrets in this life. The falling figure gradually disappeared from his sight. Ning Chen reached out to grab her, but he couldn't grab her anymore. Unable to accept the fact, Ji Ming's body kept trembling. He was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. His dark eyes were red. Ever since he woke up, he had never thought that his last pillar of support would leave him one day. Ji Ming was silent and couldn't shed tears. Gradually, Ji Ming's trembling body calmed down. However, this sudden change made the faces of all the venerables present freeze. Ha! In the next moment, an inexplicable laughter sounded on the Locket Mountain. The sound was like thunder and lightning. Then, a terrifying demonic aura shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds and piercing through the world. Ji Ming's soul rushed to the 9 heavens, and his demonic essence shook the world. Blood dripped from Ji Ming's eyes. His eyes instantly turned black. Ji Ming had turned into a demon and was doomed eternally. Boom! The true demon appeared. Heaven and earth mourned. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell on the demon's body. However, they were stopped by the endless demonic aura and couldn't hurt him at all. In the distance, the Grand White Academy's chief, Zhao Liusu, and the others who were rushing over also felt the terrifying demonic aura on the mountain. What a terrifying demonic aura! This was no longer a demon of the human world. What was inside Ji Ming's body? Just as the true demon descended into the human world, many Khanate experts in the 5 regions sensed it. They looked in the direction of the Locket Mountain in the central continent with shock in their eyes. Not good. In the ancient land of Chongling, the female supreme looked at the central continent in shock. What happened? Why did Ji Ming completely turn into a demon? In the divine prefecture of the eastern region, a pretty girl hurried to the central region. Because of the connection of their hearts, she could clearly feel the helplessness and grief of the collapse of knowing Destiny's inner support. He was so sad that he lost his heart and fell forever. Ning Chen. A man muttered and sped up slightly, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. In the heavenly music pavilion, in a strange space, Mu Qingxue, who was pushing the sound mill, trembled. He looked toward the central continent. He could not wait any longer. Drink. With a clear whistle, the sound mill rumbled and shook. It was about to be shaken apart again. At this moment, the void rippled, and the master of the heavenly music pavilion appeared. She raised her hand to stop the sound and said with a serious expression, Mu Qingxue, have you forgotten your promise? What can you do if you go there now? On the darkest night of the Locket Mountain in the central continent, the demonic body's murderous aura grew denser and denser. Resentment gathered between heaven and earth as thunder and lightning flashed across the night sky. All of you deserve to die. Knowing Destiny stood up. His eyes were filled with terrifying darkness, without any trace of humanity. His messy black hair danced in the wind. Knowing Destiny, who had a firm heart, had lost his last warmth. His rationality had been devoured by the devil's heart and he would fall forever. The demonic body moved and the sword flashed. The army in front of the demonic body did not have time to react, and their bodies were directly cut open. The demonic body passed through, and the tip of the sword threatened to kill. Reverend Luo Zhao's pupils constricted. He flipped his palm and condensed yuan to block the tip of the sword. Arg! A miserable cry rang out. The sword that was blocked directly slashed down. Without any obstruction, the sword cut open half of the Reverend's body. Blood spurted out, but the sword in the demonic body's hand did not stop at all. It swung for thousands of feet, and the Reverend's body was cut in half. This terrifying scene shocked everyone present. It was more terrifying than ever. A Reverend of the world could not block a single move. The situation changed in the blink of an eye. The situation that was about to succeed in slaying the devil took a terrifying turn. Knowing destiny entered the void and escaped the devil tribulation, completely turning into a devil. The surging devil chi spread out. The black-clothed, black-haired figure in the devil chi was like a death god. It was indescribably terrifying. Seeing the situation change, Reverend Bai Hui ordered, "Work together to kill him. Otherwise, everyone will die." With this order, the battle began once more. This time, it was not just for slaying the devil, but more for survival. The 7 reverends worked together, attacking and defending as one, resisting the true devil. With a bang, the force of his palm shook the murderous weapon. The demonic energy entered the sword, and the baleful aura surged. The 7 human supremes vomited blood and staggered back more than 10 steps. An unshakable enemy. The reverends' faces were filled with shock. They could not believe this huge change. At this moment, Yuan Emperor and Bu Chuanqiu rushed over from the distant battlefield. They worked together to attack the demonic blade. The demonic body reached out and directly grabbed the halberd. Then, the sword slashed across, cutting apart the endless fate energy. Yuan Emperor's chest spurted out blood. Bu Chuanqiu's eyes shook. He immediately let go of the halberd and tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. The demonic body instantly moved and blocked his path. With a slash of the sword, blood spurted into the sky. After being heavily injured, Bu Chuanqiu endured his injuries and tried to retreat again without even thinking. "Since you're here, there's no need to leave." The demonic body's words were calm. The demonic body waved his left hand, and the halberd in his hand flew out. The demonic wave spread for thousands of feet and directly pierced through the former's body. It shattered one mountain after another and nailed into the cliff in the distance. Of the 10 reverends, 2 were dead, 1 was crippled, and 7 were heavily injured. The terrifying demonic body made everyone feel endless despair. Ning Chen. In the distance, Zhao Liusu wanted to go forward, but she was stopped by the Taibai House chief. "Don't go over." The Taibai House chief's expression was solemn. The current knowing destiny state probably didn't even recognize his own family anymore. That child. Zhao Liusu looked at the little girl shivering at the edge of the cliff. She was one of the few people she treasured. Nothing could happen to her again. We can't save her. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Moreover, the knowing destiny Marquis hasn't killed her yet. She might not be in danger, the Taibai House chief said with uncertainty. "Time's up. All of you, go to hell." On top of Locket Mountain, Ji Ming looked at the army in front of him with cold eyes. Shortly after, a wave of devilish energy surged out from his left hand as he slashed his sword. A terrifying sword pressure swept out in all directions. Red Lotus moved, demonic chi surged, and a forbidden technique fused together. 6 Dao Fall, Myriad Demonic Tribulation, Taishang Forbidden Sword. As soon as the demonic body took a step forward, the dust under his feet churned. The demonic body entered the void, and endless black chi spread out rapidly, covering hundreds of miles of land. Demonic Phoenix Tribulation. The sword entered the void and the 9 heavens sank. In an instant, the demonic phoenix spread its wings, and black flames covered the sky. Silently, a pitch-black sword light was formed from the demonic phoenix's body. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 3, and 3 turned into an infinite number. A moment later, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of black sword lights fell from the sky and fell into the human world. After a moment of silence, the entire Locket Mountain collapsed. Amidst the black sword rain, thousands of Sciention realm cultivators screamed miserably. They couldn't escape, and they were completely buried by the apocalyptic demonic tribulation. The moment the mountain collapsed, Zhao Liusu, who was beside the little girl, summoned the 9-wheel soul plate to block the black sword rain. But in just a breath's time, the 9-wheel soul plate shattered, and the sword light fell straight down. Arg! Blood splattered, and Zhao Liusu's mouth was dyed red. She quickly retreated. In the distance, the Grand White Palace Lord activated his Dao sword to open a path for the two of them. In just a few breaths' time, the backlash hit them, and they vomited blood. In the region of Locket Mountain, the Devil Phoenix's heavenly tribulation had ended. The most shocking scene was that the entire Locket Mountain had disappeared into thin air. Blood, bones, and rocks were mixed together as blood flowed out from between the rock. The demonic body stood in the void, wearing black clothes. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he looked down coldly. The sword in his hand was dripping blood silently. He had protected the first time, the second time, and in the end, he still chose to bury the human world with his own hand. Chapter 605. The Locket Mountain was completely destroyed. Qing Ning's death caused Zhi Ming's mental support to completely collapse. He became a demon overnight and became an Azura forever. The Taishang Forbidden Sword appeared in the world. Wherever the black sword rain passed, the heavens and the earth were overturned, the mountains were destroyed, and the earth was destroyed. Thousands of Sciention soldiers were slaughtered, and there were no survivors. Of the 8 supremes, 5 were dead and 3 were heavily injured. The black-robed demon slowly descended from the sky. His expression was indifferent. Whoosh! Qi Lian slashed, and 2 heads flew. Blood spurted out. The black-robed demon walked past them, and their decapitated bodies fell to the ground. The last supremacy, the Yuan Emperor, was heavily injured. He vomited blood as he looked at the approaching demon. His eyes were filled with shock. Marquis Zhi Ming, before he could finish his words, Qi Lian slashed past. Blood spurted out as he died. The Yuan Emperor was unwilling to accept this. He took a step towards becoming a supremacy, but his grand plan came to an abrupt end in a single night. The black-robed demon didn't look back. His demonic aura was so cold that it could frighten gods and ghosts. On 9 Lotus Mountain, a red tower stood high above. The black-clothed man appeared from a great sect at the peak of the Central Plains. With a single sword strike, he flattened the great sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. With rumbling sounds, the great sect was destroyed. Along with the collapse of the Red Tower, it vanished into thin air. Half a day later, at the Mizar Imperial Palace, scarlet lights reflected the sun as demonic waves surged like waves. The entire Imperial Palace collapsed, turning into ruins. In 10 days, all the sects that had participated in the war against the demons were destroyed. Not a single one survived. Blood dyed every inch of the land. The demon brought disaster to the world and bathed the Central Plains in blood. Zhi Ming, it's enough. The voices of 49 men and women sounded from the demon's body. It's not enough. The demon cultivator replied calmly. A day later, he headed west. West Jade Mountain was one of the 3 holy lands of Buddhism. Today the demon descended. The war between Buddhism and demons that had lasted for thousands of years had begun once again. On West Jade Mountain, the master of the West Jade Mountain sensed something. His expression became grave as he looked at the demon walking over. He really did come. Buddha is merciful. Right at this moment, on the mountain, the void swirled and Buddhist rain fell from the sky. A young-looking Buddha walked out with a Buddhist staff in his hand. He calmed the smoke of war and appeared solemnly in the world. Many thanks, light revered, said the West Jade Master politely. As fellow Buddhists, I can't just ignore this. He should be here soon. I never would have thought the 3 Buddhists would gather at such a time, sighed the Light Reverend. The West Jade Mountain has an undeniable responsibility for the Jiming Marquis turning into a demon. If possible, please spare his life. The West Jade Lord sighed. I understand. The Light Reverend nodded. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the distance. The wind howled and the clouds moved. A black-clothed figure strode over. His long hair danced in the wind as black chi surged. Boundless demonic might cause the pressure on the mountain to suddenly drop. Today, Shi Yao no longer exists. His calm words did not carry any threat, as if he was just stating a fact. As his voice fell, the demonic body moved. Scarlet sword edge appeared, and baleful energy covered the sky. The expressions of the West Jade Master and the Light Elder turned serious. They activated their Buddhist Dharma and opened the Buddhist Grand Formation again. In an instant, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and the dazzling light of Buddha illuminated West Jade Mountain. Thousands of golden lotuses floated up and down on the mountain, forming a 1,000 lotus world that suppressed the demonic cultivators. Clang! The Buddha and the demonic cultivators clashed. Boundless energy surged in all directions, shaking the mountain. The Light Reverend fell back half a step. The Buddha's light of Buddha illuminated the 1,000 lotus world, and his Buddhist energy flowed endlessly. He barely managed to block the demonic cultivator's sword. On the side, the West Jade Master stepped forward. Her slender hands turned into thousands, and Buddha's light of Buddha rose, sealing the demonic cultivator's chi. The demonic body's expression did not change. He formed a sword finger and blocked the former's palm. Jiming, turn back. The Buddha and the demonic cultivator were in a deadlock for a moment. The demonic body's gaze moved, and the darkness was endless. It was as if his humanity had been buried forever, never to return. All of you will be buried with her. The demonic aura around Jiming's body surged, and he slashed out with his sword, forcing the 2 reverends back. Demonic technique, blood flame. The demonic body pointed forward, and a billowing demonic wave swept out. A sea of blood-colored flames violently surged and spread. 3 realms of transcending the world. Bodhisattva 10,000 demonic repentance. The West Jade Master's expression was grave. Her slender fingers twirled, and the merciful Guanin's voice and countenance reappeared. At the same time, the revered light worked together to calm the smoke beacon and the Buddha's radiance, assisting the former. When the 2 moves collided, the dust billowed. The 2 Buddhas retreated a few steps, and the corners of their mouths turned red. Skyfall. After one move was finished, another move was launched. The demonic cultivator moved his sword, demonic chi filled the air, and sword streams poured down. Pieces of the earth collapsed along the way, drowning the Buddha world. The devil of shock, the move of shock. The 2 Buddhas condensed their vital energy and gathered their chi to block the sword flow. The golden light flickered and was in imminent danger within the blood-colored sword light. At this moment, the half-devil and half-Buddha figures appeared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the battlefield. Buddha energy poured into them, helping the 2 venerables block the sword move. Supreme Bodhi narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Amit Ba. The half-Buddhist Bodhi chanted and waved the prayer beads in his hand. The Bodhi beads on the half-Buddhist and half-skeleton Buddha beads moved and Buddha energy surged. The ultimate Buddha killer move was activated. Bodhi heart meditation, forgiveness and execution of sins. A golden wave of Buddha energy surged and pressed down on the demonic cultivator. The Light Reverend and the West Jade Master poured their vital energy into the 1,000 Lotus Buddha formation at the same time. The 3 Buddhists had arrived, and the Western Jade Master's Buddha light shone brightly. The battle between the Buddha and the demonic cultivator had reached its peak in several thousand years. Sky severing. The demonic cultivator's expression turned cold. His scarlet drill sword moved, and black demonic chi coiled around it. When the three Buddhists saw this, they used their moves to block the sword. With a world-shaking explosion, the three Buddhists were pushed back dozens of meters, and their robes were dyed red with blood. The unstoppable demonic cultivator's might was hard to measure. The West Jade Master stopped moving and used her Buddha technique again. Lotus Sacred Art, Thousand Lotus Devil Sealing. The Thousand Lotus Buddha World's golden lotus light illuminated the world. The powerful Buddha energy turned into swastika chains that intertwined and wrapped around the demonic cultivator. When the demonic cultivator was bound, the light reverend's figure immediately flew out and suppressed the battle. He gathered the Buddha world's power and tried to seal the demonic cultivator's chi again. You've all done your best. Just as the Buddha technique was about to succeed, the demonic cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. Bloody light shone brightly, and demonic waves roared out. The swastika chains instantly shattered. With a clang, the scarlet drill sword blocked the battle. Then, he slashed with his sword, and 1,000 waves soared into the sky. The sword light flashed past, and blood spurted out like a fountain. A terrifying sword wound appeared on the light reverend's left shoulder. He staggered back several steps and vomited blood. A demonic cultivator that couldn't be saved would make the gods and Buddhas grieve. The Buddha's blood that spilled on the western Jade Mountain was the helplessness of a demonic cultivator. This demonic tribulation was difficult to stop. Heaven's tears. The sword spun, and endless resentment soared into the sky. The bloody waves covered the moon, and the resentment of all living beings spread out. The Thousand Lotus Buddha world showed signs of collapsing. With the resentment on his body, the demonic cultivator moved again. He slashed with his sword, and the blood waves surged. The three Buddhists who blocked the attack were once again sent flying. Among the three Buddhists, the one who was the least affected by the resentment, Subhuti, stopped himself. He circulated half of his demonic chi and leaped forward. The skeleton wrapped around the sword, and the demonic technique appeared once again. Demonic 6 calamities, wind weapon calamity. The wind howled and the palm fell. However, the sword broke the prayer beads, and with a clang it pierced into the former's body. Ugh! There was a muffled groan, and blood splattered everywhere. Subhuti's palm didn't stop. He endured the pain in his chest and forcefully counterattacked. Subhuti, I've kept you here for too long. Today, I'll send you to the western heaven to face Buddha. The demonic cultivator's expression was cold. He condensed demonic chi with his sword fingers and blocked the former's palm. Then, he waved his sword and threw the Buddha away. Subhuti fell to the ground, and his white robe was dyed red with Buddha's blood. The miserable scene made people sigh. Subhuti! The Light Reverend and the Western Jade Lord were shocked. They wanted to help, but suddenly they staggered and vomited blood. The demonic cultivator walked forward step by step. His cold eyes no longer had the peace of the past. The indifference of the world exhausted the demonic cultivator's remaining humanity bit by bit. Everything was irreversible when Qing Ning fell off the cliff. The last obsession of the knowing destiny state cultivator, who had been possessed by the devil, was to bury the world with Qing Ning. Amit Ba. At the moment of life and death, Subhuti staggered to his feet. His demonic chi gradually dissipated, and his Buddha's face became merciful. At the last moment, his heart became clear. Subhuti Heart Meditation, Subhuti Will. The move of Subhuti Heart Meditation appeared. 1,000 lotuses responded, and boundless Buddha's power descended to support Subhuti's final move. The Buddha's power was boundless. The demonic cultivator's eyes narrowed, and he circulated his demonic chi to block the Buddha's move. Heaven and earth trembled, and the entire 1,000 Lotus Buddha world collapsed. Rocks tumbled down, and waves of dust filled the air. Ugh! The boundless Buddha's power entered the demonic cultivator's body, and he retreated half a step. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was injured for the first time since the battle started. On the other side, as blood gushed out, Venerable Subhuti fell straight to the ground. His last glance was without resentment or hatred. A Buddha had no regrets in his life. Subhuti, ugh! The light Reverend's heart ached. His internal injuries flared up again, and his Buddha's robe was dyed red with blood. Now, it's your turn. The demonic cultivator suppressed his Buddha's power and walked forward step by step. His sword emitted a bone-chilling killing intent. Just as the two Buddhas were in a life-and-death crisis, the demonic we'll see in the central continent trembled. Shocking demonic chi soared into the sky once more. How is this possible? Above the 5 regions, everyone looked in the direction of the demonic we'll see with shock. Another demonic cultivator was descending. The demonic we'll see, the underground palace, the seal that had existed for an unknown number of years had finally reached its limit after the erosion of time and the Netherworld King's barrier had been forcefully broken. The runes in the underground palace quickly crumbled. The faint light turned into specks of light that scattered. It could no longer withstand the power of the otherworldly demons. Below the underground palace, the demons from beyond the heavens were constantly bombarding the crumbling seal of the underground palace. Soon it would appear in the world. After a few breaths of time, there was an earth-shattering rumble as the entire underground palace collapsed. Endless demonic chi poured into the sky as a gigantic black pillar of light appeared. The heavens and earth trembled in grief. The heavenly demon opened its eyes and the void collapsed. Its unparalleled demonic might far surpass the limits of the mortal world. It was so powerful that it made people feel fear. Xian Luo, on Mount Xiao, knowing destiny, sensed something. He turned around and looked at the giant demon in the distance. He narrowed his cold eyes and spat out 2 words softly. Chapter 606. In the demonic we'll see, the heavens and earth changed drastically. The underground palace was destroyed and Xian Luo appeared. His demonic aura shook the entire human world. Thunder roared and Xian Song cried. The 100 feet tall, otherworldly demon took his first step into the human world. The void within 100 miles collapsed and the earth shook. It was a shocking scene. After that step, Xian Luo's figure disappeared and headed towards the west. The demonic calamity had truly descended. Wherever the otherworldly demon passed, mountains and cities were destroyed. The cities in the human world were smashed into ruins like gravel. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people died and their cries shook the heavens. It was an indescribable calamity. Gods grieved and ghosts cried. Heaven and earth sank together. 1 city, 2 cities, 3 cities. The shocking demonic aura was unstoppable. Millions of lives disappeared in the demonic fire. Only destruction could be seen. Complete destruction. The heavens couldn't bear it and used thunder to cover the cries of the people. The heavy rain covered this tragic scene. On Mount Xiao, Xining's demonic body stood quietly and looked at the destroyed human world. His dual models were cold and had no intention of helping. Behind him, the West Jade Lord and Light Revered couldn't bear it. However, just as they were about to stand up, they vomited blood. Their heavily injured bodies couldn't support themselves. Xining, innocent people. Within the demonic body, the voices of the 49 Taoist leaders sounded in unison. However, there was no response. Xining stood on the mountain and looked down quietly. His expression was still indifferent. Xian Luo appeared in the homeland of West Buddha. Relying on the feeling between his upper body, he searched for Xining's aura. However, for some reason, after entering West Earth, this feeling became weaker and weaker. Although it didn't disappear, it wasn't as clear as before. Xian Luo's expression darkened. His demonic body traversed thousands of mountains and searched for his upper body based on his vague feeling. Prosperous West Earth, the king of demons. When the calamity descended, the human world immediately fell into a disaster. Everywhere the demonic body passed, mountains and rivers collapsed. People were in a terrible situation. Xining. On Mount Xiao, the voices of 49 men and women sounded again. Do you really want to see the human world that you risked your life to protect walk towards destruction? Human world, ha. Zening sneered. There was no emotion in his voice. His cold eyes that looked at the human world no longer had a trace of mercy. Seeing that Ji Ming had completely given up on the human realm, the very high heavens went silent. After a long time, they sighed deeply and said, "Let me out." A strange light flashed in the demon body's eyes. It calmly said, "Think about it carefully. You only have one chance to choose. Once you leave your human body for a long time, your soul will quickly dissipate. The very high heavens cannot sit by and watch as the mortal realm is destroyed." The 49 Taoist leaders spoke. "As you wish." The devil's body responded. Soon after, the resentment around his body dissipated, releasing the trapped consciousness of the very high heavens. In the next moment, figures of men and women appeared on the West Jade Mountain one after another. Each of them had a powerful aura, and each of them was no weaker than a supreme. In the blink of an eye, they merged into one, and a figure in a green and white robe appeared. He had an ordinary face, and there was nothing special about him. However, he was the most powerful existence in the history of Taoism. The Taisher sword flew out and landed in front of the very high heavens. The heavenly weapon was returned to the Taoism's previous leaders. Knowing Destiny turned around and didn't say anything more. He coldly looked at the human world that was collapsing in the demonic tribulation. His eyes were cold and piercing. Knowing Destiny, I hope that one day you can forgive this human world. On the mountain, the very high heavens said softly. Soon after, his figure faded and disappeared. 10,000 miles away, the 100-feet-tall devil's body was like a deity walking towards the west. Boundless flames of war were emitted from his feet, incinerating the mountains and rivers of the human world. At this moment, the winds and clouds in the human world stirred. The clear saint force spread out, dispersing the spreading demonic flames. Vitality descended, and the mountains and rivers in the sea of flames returned to their original state. The first time Taoists and demons met, the intense confrontation shook the heavens and earth. The very high heavens appeared in the human world. Looking at the billowing demonic aura from afar, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Show yourself, Xian Luo." The very high heavens spoke calmly. "You don't know what's good for you. I'll allow you to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky. Amidst the billowing demonic clouds, 100-feet-tall devil's figure descended from the sky. The moment he landed, the earth split apart. "Mixed soul aura. Who are you?" Xian Luo coldly asked. "The very high heavens." The 49 Taoist leaders replied in unison. "You want to stop me?" Xian Luo coldly laughed. "Or I can kill you and stop this demonic tribulation." The very high heavens calmly said. The cold laughter was filled with mockery. Demonic waves surged around Xian Luo's body, and his 100-feet-tall figure disappeared. In the next moment, the blood-robed true demon appeared. An extremely terrifying pressure caused the surrounding space to collapse. "Come, let me see what you're capable of." Xian Luo raised his hand and calmly said. "Taisher, come with us." As soon as he finished speaking, the Taisher sword was unsheathed and flew into the hands of the very high heavens. Boundless pressure spread out. The otherworldly demons, the Taoist leaders, started the battle between Taoists and demons again. The sword moved, and a green-white figure flew out. Holding the sword, he spun it, and the sword broke through the demonic barrier. In the first move, the demonic palm flipped, and the airflow surged. The tip of the Taisher sword pierced through, and the Taoist and demon aura clashed. Taoist Chang Wuming. After a moment of stalemate, the very high heavens activated his soul power and absorbed the vast primordial force between the heavens and earth. The Taisher sword hummed, and green light shone brightly as it slashed towards the otherworldly demon. Xian Luo laughed coldly, and the demonic aura on his palm rolled like waves, blocking the power of the heavens and earth. Soon after, he slapped out and sent the otherworldly demon flying. The very high heavens slid back a few steps, and his expression didn't change. The Taisher sword slashed out and raging winds howled. The unbelievable otherworldly demon and the immeasurable Taoist leaders clashed once again. With a world-shaking tremor, the heavens and earth within hundreds of miles fell continuously. In the battle of world destruction and salvation, although the very high heavens was at a disadvantage, their sword didn't waver at all. The battle between the Taoists and demons became more and more intense. At this level of cultivation, every palm had the power to destroy mountains, and every sword had the sharpness to split the heavens and split the seas. The world-shocking Taisher divine weapon, reinforced by the soul power of the 49 Taoist leaders, illuminated the heavens and earth with green light. Wherever the sword passed, the demonic aura would scatter. However, the demonic body was indestructible, and its physical body was unharmed against the divine weapon. Gentleman's wind. Seeing that the demonic body couldn't be shaken, the sharpness of the Taisher sword in the very high heavens' hands quickly revolved, and the sharp sword aura coiled around the body. Xian Luo used his soul power to block the sword, but he felt the sharpness penetrating the demonic aura, and his physical body felt a tearing pain. There's actually someone with such cultivation in the inner world. Xian Luo's expression turned serious, and his demonic aura increased by 30%, shaking the ever-increasing might of the Tao. Thank you for the compliment, Feng Lei. The Tao energy dissipated, and the demonic aura entered the body. The very high heavens body flickered for a moment, but it soon stabilized. The sword pointed to the sky, and with a loud boom, thunder roared above the 9 heavens. Streaks of green lightning streaked across the void and descended upon the mortal realm. Taoist techniques? You remind me of those people back then. Seeing this, a strange look flashed across Xian Luo's eyes. He flipped his palm to block the green lightning, and an instant later, his figure dashed out and slapped towards the former. We can't compare to the abilities of our ancestors. As the sword and palm clashed, the heavens and earth sank. The very high heavens took half a step back, and Taisher swung his sword to break away from the battle. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. The very high heaven's left hand formed a sword finger, and as it slashed across the sword, the airflow in the surroundings started to churn, and the boundless power of nature started to converge. A Taoist sacred technique appeared in the world. In an instant, green waves engulfed the heavens and earth within a few hundred miles, causing the moon to lose its luster. With the arrival of the sacred technique, Xian Luo flipped his palm to resist the might of the Tao, and his body slid back a few feet. Immediately after, he activated his palm, and the demonic aura devoured the Tao energy. Arg! With a groan, the very high heavens body staggered, and its soul became unstable. Taisher leaned on the ground, and the other leaders of the Taoist sect's aura started to weaken rapidly, and their consciousness started to dissipate. In this demonic calamity, the Taoist was still 1 foot tall, and the demon was 10 feet tall. You've done well, but you're still too weak. Xian Luo stepped forward, and the demonic aura around him gathered on his palm. With his final move, he was going to end this Taoist demon war that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. We can't die like this. At this moment, the very high heavens' eyes that were trembling continuously released a strong will. With a roar, the Taisher sword used its last bit of strength, and it was going to enter the endless realm with the demon. Descent of the 6th Daos, annihilation of all creations, very high forbidden sword. With a step forward, the green-white figure leaped into the sky, and the 49 figures of men and women separated, and then merged back into one. Black and white light shone brightly, and boundless Tao energy swept out. The final move, heaven and earth mourn. Sun and moon ascending heaven. The very high forbidden sword reappeared in the mortal realm, and the heaven and earth gave birth to yin and yang. The boundless Tao world spread out, and the strongest move, the strongest Tao energy, under the illumination of the black and white light, the heaven and earth disintegrated and turned into nothingness. With the addition of Taishar's primordial power, Xian Luo groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he was injured. In the void, the green-white figure fell from the sky, and after landing, the tip of the sword stabbed into the ground. The leaders of the Taoist sects, who had held on for countless years, were finally reaching the end of their lives. Very good, very high forbidden sword, but it's a pity that it still can't kill me. Xian Luo waved his hand to disperse the Tao energy in his body, looked at the person in front of him, and said coldly, "At least, it trapped your footsteps." The very high heavens said weakly, When Xian Luo heard this, his expression turned serious. He saw that around the Tao world, endless green sword lights appeared, crisscrossing, and coming and going without a reason, and without a trace, sealing the entire heaven and earth. To be able to do this, who exactly are you? Xian Luo's expression darkened as he asked. I'm not a person, I'm the very high heavens. With that, the figures of the 49 leaders of the Taoist sects gradually dispersed, and Taishar entered the void, merged into the forbidden formation, and disappeared together. In the next moment, the entire forbidden formation started to operate, and millions of sword lights spiraled out, and the void within 100 miles collapsed continuously, turning into nothingness. The shocking battle shook the heaven and earth for a long time. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects, with their thousands of years of cultivation, finally protected the mortal realm. On Xiao Mountain, the green-white figure appeared, and he forcefully held on with the last of his soul power. He looked at the black-robed young man on the mountain peak, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Ji Ming, thank you for bringing us back to the mortal realm. If we are fated, we will meet again in the future. With that, the figure of the very high heavens turned into specks of starlight and disappeared from the world. Chapter 607. Above the Taishang sword formation, the black and white sun and moon shone. Boundless power swept down. Sword Qi crisscrossed and sealed the void within 100 miles. Xian Luo stood quietly in the sword formation. He looked at the black and white sun and moon in the sky and narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that the power of the sword formation came from the sun and moon in the sky. If he wanted to break the formation, he had to destroy it. Just as Xian Luo was about to break the formation, knowing destiny, who had been watching the battle for a long time, disappeared silently on West Jade Mountain. Behind him, the Light Elder and the West Jade Lord were stunned. Outside the Taishang sword formation, knowing destiny walked out and looked at Xian Luo in the formation. His dark and deep eyes were calm. It's you, Xian Luo said coldly in the sword formation. He sensed something and looked outside. Long time no see, Xian Luo, knowing destiny said calmly. Xian Luo's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. He said in a low voice, Kid, when I get out, I'll turn you into ashes and you'll never be reincarnated. Now I'll give you the chance. Knowing destiny said indifferently and stepped into the forbidden formation. The wind and clouds changed. Above the 9 heavens, thunder and lightning flashed across the void, illuminating the hopeless darkness. You came to die. Stupid, Xian Luo said as he looked at the figure walking into the formation. His eyes were full of killing intent. Is that so? With that, knowing Ming clenched his right hand. The Taishar sword slowly descended from above the formation and entered his hand. In an instant the formation shook. Countless streams of swords flew out. There were thousands, tens of thousands, endless, shaking the world. Seeing this, Xian Luo's face darkened. He said, You can control this formation? It's too early to be surprised, knowing destiny said coldly. He clenched his left hand and the red sword appeared. The blood-red blade surged with fierce power. The most ferocious weapon in Zhongzhou state showed its power again. The Taoist and devil weapons appeared. The Black Phoenix showed up. The symbiosis of yin and yang affected the black and white sun and moon in the sky. Majestic power fell and penetrated knowing Destiny's body. In an instant, the black robe moved and the blade flashed. The two demons started fighting. Sword and palm collided. Boundless waves of fury roared through the skies and split the seas. Blood-red and black clothes fluttered in the wind. This was a battle of mere centimeters, a combination of strength and speed. The moment they clashed, it was already white-hot. The sword current surged and circled around the knowing Destiny state. With the Taishang prohibition formation on his body, the knowing Destiny state's power was greatly enhanced. He wielded his sword with great force. After exchanging several moves, Xian Luo's face turned cold. The demonic essence in his palm grew even stronger, becoming more and more powerful. Knowing Destiny held his sword horizontally and blocked Xian Luo's palm. He took half a step back and said calmly, "Xian Luo, your strength has weakened. Enough to kill you." Xian Luo coldly snorted. He once again urged his devil Yuan to push back the person in front of him. Soon after, he took a step forward, and a blood-colored qi wildly swept out from his body. An unusually powerful pressure caused the surrounding area to shake violently. Sky Breaker. The tip of the knowing Destiny sword turned and streaked across the void. 1,000-foot-long gust of wind roared out. Wherever it passed, the void cracked and a huge gully appeared in front of him. The demonic might collided, and a gloomy cloud hung over the world. The world-shaking battle between the two demonic beasts caused the terrain within 1,000 miles to constantly change. Mountains were destroyed, rivers were overturned, and valleys were born on flat ground. Bloody path. After one move, another was launched. The knowing Destiny sword flashed past, and a bloody light surged, crashing into Xian Luo. Xian Luo's eyes narrowed. The demonic essence around him surged, and he turned his palm into a fist to block the sword. The two moves collided, and bloody light surged. The two demonic beasts facing each other were equally emotionless. The murderous intent in their eyes was bone-chilling. With the support of the Taishang Forbidden Formation, the knowing Destiny technique reached the peak of his life. He fought the otherworldly demon head-on. Demonic change, burial of 1,000 souls. Seeing that the person in front of him was different from before, Xian Luo furrowed his brows in anger. He flipped his palm and a bloody light gathered. Within the bloody light, demonic chains crisscrossed, and a swaying sound of death sounded. The demonic body's expression didn't change. The red chain met the demonic light head-on, and the sword was instantly blocked, unable to move forward. At the moment of stalemate, the Taisher sword in knowing Destiny sword moved. The formation sensed it, and a green sword current followed, breaking through the air. The two swords rose to the sky, and their power increased sharply. However, Xian Luo's palm changed at the same time. Bloody light rose, and demonic chains coiled out, forming a barrier that blocked the incoming sword current. At this moment, the wind and clouds below the formation suddenly changed. Amidst the rumbling, swords soared into the sky, shining with a brilliant green light. Xian Luo's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm and pushed the person in front of him away. Then he stepped into the air, avoiding the sharp swords. "Can you dodge?" Knowing Destiny said coldly. The Taisher sword spun, and the sword current appeared silently in the sky. It came and went without a trace, drowning the former. The sword current of heaven and earth intersected, and the demonic king was injured for the first time. A smear of bright red flew out, dazzling to the eye. Knowing Destiny's sword had gained the upper hand, but there was no joy on his face. He looked at the figure in the sword current in the sky, and his eyes grew more solemn. At this moment, the pressure in the sky suddenly dropped. Amidst the rolling demonic qi, the demonic body appeared. Xian Luo returned to his original form, and his terrifying aura made the sky and earth fall. The scene in front of Xian Luo was shocking. The mountain-like demonic body brought endless pressure. In front of the demonic body, life was as small as an ant, and could disappear from the world at any time. Seeing this, knowing destiny stepped into the void. He spun his two swords, and a phoenix appeared. Yin and Yang opened the formation. The wind and clouds in the sky were chaotic. Two completely different colors, one black and one red, rose up. In the sky, the Tai Chi formation appeared. The sun and moon sensed it and turned into the eye of the formation, merging into the Tai Chi formation. The formation within the formation was activated, and its power increased sharply. The green sword current suddenly turned black and red. There was no beginning and no end, and it was endless. Sky fall. Knowing destiny shouted. Majestic sword current fell from the sky, falling into the clouds and slashing toward the otherworldly demon with shocking pressure. Useless struggle. Xian Luo smiled coldly. He flipped his palm and raised it to the sky. The immortal body of the demonic body rose up against the sky, breaking the sky fall sword. Demonic eye sky burial. The moment the move was broken, Xian Luo's forehead suddenly split open, and a dark green evil eye opened. In an instant, majestic power shone out, silently penetrating knowing destiny's body. Ugh! With a muffled groan, knowing destiny flew back dozens of feet with blood flowing out of his mouth. He was injured for the first time. At this moment, the formation shook, and a moon-white arrow light appeared in the sky, flying toward Xian Luo's heart. After the arrow passed, a sword appeared. The blue-clothed figure condensed essence soared and slashed toward Xian Luo. At this critical moment, Zhao Liusu and the Lord of Taibai Prefecture appeared and fought the otherworldly demon. You don't know your place. Xian Luo snorted and smashed the arrow light with his palm. Then, the demonic essence rolled and slapped toward the Lord of Taibai Prefecture. Blood splattered in this move. The completely different power was far beyond that of a mortal supremacy. Without the protection of Yin and Yang, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture was severely injured. 9 wheels rotating heaven. The purple-clothed girl flew past, and the wheel of 9 souls appeared, turning into a divine weapon and slashing the demon. Xian Luo waved his hand, and a demonic wind surged, blowing the former away. The two supremacies' attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Zhao Liusu and the Lord of Taibai Prefecture stabilized themselves and suppressed their injuries. They wanted to go forward again, but they found the black-clothed figure blocking their way. Get lost if you don't want to die, Zhi Ming said indifferently with his back facing the two. Then, he looked at Xian Luo and said coldly, again, you can still live after taking a blow from me. I admire you. Xian Luo raised his hand and said arrogantly, I've heard this too many times. Knowing destiny combined with the sword. The power of the phoenix demon on the sword soared to the extreme. The shocking sword pressure swept out. In the blink of an eye, within 1,000 miles, countless sword lights gathered rapidly. The pinnacle of the absolute sword appeared. Nirvana. A lifetime of seeing the sword on the sword, born from the martial arts of the two legendary swordsmen of the eastern region, knowing destiny developed his own sword. In the sky, the magnificent sword light was so brilliant that it was like the brilliance of the stars, illuminating the land for thousands of miles as if it was daytime. In the next moment, the sword light swept out like a meteor. The powerful sword intent destroyed everything in its path. The world was devastated. It was an immeasurable sword. Xian Luo's expression also became serious. He pushed his devil spirit to the limit, and the devil wave rose to the sky and crashed into the shocking sword. When the devil techniques collided, the world shook violently. The destructive power of doomsday spread endlessly. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, the world dissipated and turned into nothingness. With two muffled groans, the two devils retreated at the same time. The corners of their mouths were dyed red. They were seriously injured after one blow. Seeing the opportunity, Zhao Liusu and the Lord of Taibai Prefecture moved at the same time. The two swords flowed and broke the devil technique. However, at the moment when the two swords were about to reach Xian Luo's body, the devil armor suddenly appeared on Xian Luo's chest and blocked the deadly sword. The sudden change made the three people's pupils shrink. Before they could react, Xian Luo's palm slapped out, and the two people vomited blood and flew out. 100 feet away, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture, who bore most of the power of the palm, was spurting blood from his chest. When his life was about to end, he desperately gathered all his true essence and used his Taoist sword to connect heaven and earth. He used the move of prove supremacy in the past. The path of the mortal world is the ultimate sword. With the enlightenment of the Taoist heart, his cultivation broke through the limits of the mortal world and reached the legendary celestial treading realm. The Lord of Taibai Prefecture was bathed in blood. He was the ultimate sword of the mortal world. The earth-shattering sword was indescribable. There was only one sword left between heaven and earth. It broke through the mortal world and revealed its ultimate sword. The ultimate sword of the Tao destroyed the sky and reached Xian Luo's chest in an instant. The Taoist formation sensed it, and the yin and yang sword radiance appeared out of nowhere. It merged with the Taoist sword and broke the devil armor. The ultimate sword of the Tao resonated with heaven and earth. Xian Luo let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. The devil armor on his chest blocked the fatal sword. Crack! There was an almost undetectable cracking sound. The combined attack of the 49 Taoist leaders and the current Taoist leader finally showed a flaw in the indestructible devil armor. Xian Luo's expression changed. He gathered devil essence in his palm and sent the person in front of him flying. Swoosh! At this moment, the blood-red sword radiance slashed and cut off an arm. Blood spurted into the sky. Ji Ming waved his hand and caught the falling demonic body. Devil Qi surged in his palm and devoured the power of Xian Luo's broken body. Not far away, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture fell to the ground with a bang. His martial bones were all broken. Blood flowed like a fountain and dyed the ground red. His consciousness gradually dissipated. The Taoist leader looked at the black-robed figure in front of him. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Ji Ming Marquis, have I returned it to you? The Lord of Taibai Prefecture didn't have time to hear the last words. His arm fell silently. He looked at the mortal world for the last time. He had no regrets. Chapter 608. In the Taishang Forbidden Formation, Taibai Jingxing died in battle, and his blood dyed the ground red. Knowing Destiny, who stood in the void, didn't change his expression, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. After devouring Xian Luo's arm, the demonic waves around him were as deep as the ocean. On the ground, Zhao Liusu's dress was stained with blood, and her pretty face was pale. The battle between the two demons was way beyond the realm of the mortal world. Even a prime couldn't withstand it. Blood kept dripping from the divine sword formed by the Wheel of 9 Souls. The severely injured prime master of the Zhao family was also in danger. In the void, Knowing Destiny's black robe fluttered, and he instantly appeared beside Zhao Liusu. He flipped his palm and knocked her out of the battle. Don't come in again, or don't blame me for being impolite. Knowing Destiny said coldly, and then his figure flew out. Qi Lian condensed his essence and waved his sword. The two demons started fighting again. Demonic qi surged, and the aftermath was horrifying. The boundless airflow was devastating. In the sky, thunder rumbled, and the Tai Chi diagram kept spinning. The light of yin and yang sprinkled on the mortal world. No matter who won this battle, the demons would come to the mortal world. Knowing Destiny, who had dual swords in his hands, combined with the power of the Forbidden Formation, fought the king of the demons. Every move was powerful. On the other hand, Xian Luo's broken arm was surging with demonic qi, and it recovered in a short time. However, the obviously weakened aura showed that the broken arm was still a serious injury for an otherworldly demon. Fourth sword, no choice. Qi Lian waved, and the move of the Tianfu sword master appeared again. Among the 11 moves, it was the easiest to master. Other than Mu Chang'e, Tian Xiang and Fan Xinghong had all used it before. Today, the 4th sword was used again, and the boundless power of death gathered, opening the path to hell. Demonic Qi and demonic Qi converged, and the aura of death spread between the heaven and the earth. The same sword move, but different sword intent, frightening even gods and ghosts. You disobeyed me. You can't be forgiven. Xian Luo was furious. He flipped his palm, and thousands of birds chirped. Black lightning circled around him, and the powerful aura of destruction shook the netherworld. The 2 ultimate moves clashed. The strongest demon and the peak sword interweaved into the tragic scene of the 2 demons fighting. With a clang, the netherworld was destroyed, and Qi Lian broke through the lightning, stabbing at Xian Luo's heart. In the violent collision, the demonic armor blocked the sword. Xian Luo and Luo's hand. Bang! Genesis Supreme blocked the demonic palm, and the yin-yang sword flows converged, scattering most of the remaining power. Formless sword. Forcefully suppressing his injuries, Knowing Destiny rotated the red drill sword in his hand and concentrated it again and again. The sword rotated at a high speed and broke through the flaw left by the Lord of Taibai Prefecture at the risk of his life. Crack! Cracking sounds rang out once more. The demonic armor that had been heavily damaged finally showed signs of collapsing. The demonic palm came again. Knowing Destiny stepped back and slashed out with his sword. With a loud bang, the devil chi surged. Blood spurted out of Knowing Destiny's arm and dyed the blade red, but the momentum of the sword became fiercer. Strike after strike, more and more cracks appeared on the demonic armor in front of Xian Luo's chest. It had already reached its limit. Drink! Seeing that the demonic armor was about to be destroyed, Ji Ming shouted and stepped into the air. He crossed his 2 swords and the power of yin and yang flowed continuously. The Tai Chi formation shone brightly and enhanced the power of the sword. Sword returned to truth. The sword reached the extreme and returned to its original state. The Knowing Destiny body disappeared. The fast, accurate, and focused sword instantly appeared in front of Xian Luo and broke his armor. The blade entered Xian Luo's body and blood spurted out. Xian Luo grunted and attacked the Knowing Destiny body with a world-shaking palm. The black clothes flew out and blood splashed all over the sky. Knowing Destiny landed on the ground and stepped back. He stabbed his sword into the ground and steadied himself. The shocking battle between the 2 demons was extremely tragic. Injuries were exchanged and the battlefield was dyed red. Above the sky, the red and black Tai Chi formation kept rotating and suppressing Xian Luo's power. Knowing Destiny endured his injuries and gathered the power of the Taisher sword in his right hand again. Thousands of black and red sword currents spiraled into the sky. The shocking power dissipated everything. At the same time, the red drill sword filled the sky. The evil spirit gathered endless devil chi. The blood-red flame rose rapidly and lit up the sky. In an instant, the 2 swords surged out and burned the sky and boiled the sea. The sword broke through the sky. The terrifying scene destroyed everything in the formation. Indestructible protection. Seeing the shocking move, Xian Luo also gathered the talent of the Royal Celestial Demon. His bronze skin quickly petrified and turned into the strongest protective divine weapon. There was a shocking explosion and blood light shone. The indestructible protection resisted the Taoist demon's power. In the most extreme confrontation, the strongest spear and the strongest shield met for the first time. The black and red sword currents collapsed and couldn't break through the Royal Celestial Demon's power. The 2 demons both had half the power of the Royal Celestial Demon. At this moment, the difference between their talent and secret techniques was obvious. Xian Luo, who had the memory of the Royal Celestial Demon, showed the shocking power of the Royal Celestial Demon. He was in an invincible position. He struck back with a palm. The black clothes flew out and blood splattered, dyeing 1,000 feet red. After the two moves clashed, the battle between the two demons finally changed. Ugh! Knowing Destiny landed on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. The devil chi around him surged. You're already powerless. I'll send you to the west with this move. Xian Luo clenched his fists. Violent thunder and lightning rose into the sky. Black thunder fell and an unprecedented pressure swept through the entire Taishang Forbidden Formation. Sword! At this moment, the grass and trees on the ground in the distance suddenly swayed and moved silently. The sword intent was ethereal and spread out. 11. In an instant, the sword intent rushed into the forest. It was bright and powerful. It came from afar and quickly broke through the air. Seeing this, Xian Luo immediately changed his move. The black thunder shook the sword. The two sides clashed. Xian Luo took half a step back. The dark thunder and sword light dissipated. Immortal Martial Ling Yun. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in the battle. She flipped her hand and used a palm to refine the wind and clouds. Xian Luo blocked the power of Lingtian with his arm and took half a step back. His expression became serious. You too name. Mu Chang'e. Lady Chang. Two figures walked out. They both had powerful auras. The void shook. It was difficult to bear their existence. Lady Chang walked to Knowing Destiny and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." The demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Marquis Knowing Destiny, you've changed after 3 days. Mu Chang'e glanced at the former. He didn't hide the surprise in his eyes. In just 1 month, Knowing Destiny's strength had improved so much. It was really shocking. The demon didn't say anything. He focused on suppressing his injuries and stepped into the void. He looked at Xian Luo and said calmly, "Again?" Xian Luo snorted and said, "You only have the power of the royal family, but you don't have the cultivation method of the royal family. The result will be the same no matter how many times you try. Today, you'll definitely lose." Heaven's tear. Knowing Destiny's expression didn't change. He waved his red sword and the resentment of all living beings spread out. It was vast and boundless, merging into the Taishang Forbidden Formation. 6 paths fall together, thousands of demonic tribulations, Taishang Forbidden Sword. 1 move fell and another rose. The shocking forbidden technique appeared again. Taisha merged into the Tai Chi diagram. The clouds in the sky changed and the world fell. Demon Phoenix's calamity. After the forbidden technique appeared, the demon phoenix roared. Black flames rose from its body and burned the world. The next moment, a pitch-black sword light formed from the demon phoenix. 1 turned into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into infinity. In an instant, tens of millions of black sword lights fell from the sky, destroying everything and falling into the world. The Taishang Forbidden Sword appeared again. Its aura was unparalleled. The Forbidden Formation sensed it and merged all its power into it. The black and white sun and moon left the Tai Chi diagram and turned into 2 sword lights, slashing down at the royal family demon below. The sword that could destroy the world and the power of the demon phoenix descended. Xian Luo looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Demonic chi rolled on his 100-foot demon body. The most powerful technique also rose. True demon change, sky murder. With 1 punch, the void collapsed. The last technique of the 2 demons collided with each other. A terrifying aftershock spread out. The entire formation couldn't withstand it and quickly fell apart. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The black-robed demon flew out, covered in red. He crashed into 1 mountain after another in the distance. On the other side, Xian Luo also retreated a dozen steps. Blood spurted from his chest. He was also seriously injured. Seeing this, Nu Chang and Mu Chang'e immediately rushed forward. Using the extreme martial technique, they fought the otherworldly demon again. Changling's secret method. The wind and clouds moved, turning into bolts of light that trapped Xian Luo. In an instant, Mu Changa used the heavenly fault sword to turn 11. The sword pierced through his body and heart. Ugh! With a muffled grunt, Xian Luo staggered, his demonic energy unstable. Sky shattering. The Black Phoenix roared. Knowing Destiny's figure appeared. Taisher slashed and beheaded him. The head of the demon body flew up, blood spurting hundreds of feet. Just as the three thought they had succeeded, the third eye on Xian Luo's forehead shone down again. It passed through Knowing Destiny's body and came out. Ugh! Knowing Destiny's figure shook violently and fell straight down, crashing into the ground. Mu Changa's expression darkened. He immediately stepped forward. The heavenly fault spun, sword light rose and formed a heavenly sword that slashed at Xian Luo's head. Xian Luo opened his eyes and blocked the sword light. He stopped fighting and flew into the sky. Soul capture. At this moment, Nu's figure flew out. Her slender hand shone with light. Soul capture Xian Luo. The light swept past. Xian Luo's eyes dimmed slightly. He suppressed the feeling of dizziness and charged out of the bindings, disappearing into the sky. Boy, treasure the few days you have left. When this seat recovers, you will pay me back 100 times over. The last words echoed in the world. Below, Knowing Destiny staggered to his feet. Looking at the disappearing demonic figure, his eyes were unusually cold. Moments later, Knowing Destiny walked in front of the demonic body. He quickly swallowed the demonic body to heal his wounds. There are parts of his memories here. Maybe they will be of help to you. Nu walked forward and handed over the part of Xian Luo's demonic soul she had absorbed. Knowing Destiny took it. After a moment of silence, he said, "Many thanks." The battle ended. Just as the three were preparing to leave, 3 dragons pulled a palanquin far away under the moon. The strange scene attracted everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Knowing Destiny's body shook. Ripples finally appeared in his eyes that had been calm. Nu sighed softly and said, "You go." Now, there was no reason for the inner world to keep Knowing Destiny. It was impossible to keep him. Knowing Destiny didn't hesitate anymore. He stepped forward and was about to leave. Ning Chen. At this moment, Zhao Liusu walked over with Yin in the distance and shouted anxiously, "Don't you keep your promise?" Knowing Destiny stopped and immediately flew in front of the two. Without saying a word, he took the little girl and flew into the sky. Chapter 609. The starry sky was illusory and vast. Numerous large stars shone brightly, and it was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. In the distance, the 3 dragon corpses were pulling the palanquin. They were so fast that it was hard to see them with the naked eye. Behind the palanquin, the Black Phoenix flashed and caught up. It was hard to tell the time in the starry sky. Knowing Destiny, who had been chasing for a long time, was getting further and further away from the palanquin. The demonic phoenix transformed and Knowing Destiny appeared. He shouted and the demonic aura in his body surged out. It turned into demonic chains and rushed forward, trying to pull the palanquin and the dragon corpses. Between the stars, the demonic chains crisscrossed through the void and wrapped around the dragon corpses. It was shocking. However, the palanquin only paused for a moment. Then, divine light shone and broke the demonic chains. It moved forward quickly. The demonic body looked serious. He held Yin-Er's hand and chased after the palanquin again. After countless days and nights of running, the little girl beside Knowing Destiny didn't look well. The tiredness on her pretty little face was hard to hide. As time went by, the phoenix vitality in the demonic body gradually dried up. As the speed slowed down, it became harder for him to take care of Yin-Er. A few days later, in a strange starry area, fog blocked the way. It stretched for half of the starry area. It was very shocking. The 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin into the fog and went away. Knowing Destiny followed them and chased after them without stopping. The chase lasted for several months and crossed thousands of miles. Finally, on the 9th month, they had to stop. The palanquin disappeared in the depths of the starry area. Knowing destiny stopped on a planet with life. The phoenix vitality in his body was almost dried up. In the strange starry area, life planets could be seen everywhere. Although they were of different sizes, they all had humans. Ning Chen, are we still chasing? On the planet, Ener looked up and asked tiredly. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he said calmly, let's rest for now. No more chasing. Ener nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. Ning Chen glanced at the shining life stars in the sky above the big star. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took the little girl and walked toward the human city on the big star. Although he didn't feel a strong aura on this planet, the looming pressure in this starry area was definitely not weaker than that of Xian Luo. He just didn't know which life planet such a terrifying existence was on. It seemed like there were too many things in the Outland that he did not know about. The phoenix body had left for so long, he wondered if she had gained anything. The Jade Lake Divine Water was not in the inner realm. The only hope was to find it in the outer realm. I can't walk anymore. After taking a few steps, Ener looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure beside her and said timidly, I can't walk anymore. When Ning Chen heard this, he didn't say anything. He stopped, carried the little girl on his back, and continued to walk forward. Feeling the familiar warmth, Ener's tense body finally relaxed. Hugging the former, she fell into a deep sleep. Ning Chen stepped forward. His expression didn't change at all. His eyes were as calm as the abyss. The demon that gave up the last bit of warmth would never be able to return to the past. All that was left was the memory of the promise. Jinsi City was an ancient city on the Red Luan planet. Ning Chen brought Ener along as they walked on the street. There weren't many people in the city. The ancient city seemed a little quiet. The light drizzle made the ancient city seem even more hazy. Xiao Yuchang and was a strange and picturesque restaurant. Ning Chen walked in and ordered some light dishes. Then, he gently woke the little girl up. In the restaurant there was singing and dancing. Beautiful dancers with graceful figures danced on the high stage. A veiled woman played the zither. The guests below were mesmerized. The dishes were served in a short while. Ener ate happily. Ning Chen sat beside her and added some dishes to the little girl from time to time. However, he didn't eat a single bite. Slow down. Seeing the little girl eating too quickly, Ning Chen calmly reminded her. Ener raised her head and smiled brightly. Then, she continued to eat. In the big restaurant there were two people, one big and one small, who didn't look at the stage. The small one was too busy, and the big one wasn't interested. Qing Feng, give that table a pot of newer hong. Say it's a gift from the restaurant. On the second floor, in a quiet private room, behind the bead curtain, a man whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly was trimming the flowers as he spoke. Yes. A young man in blue clothes walked out and said respectfully. Qing Feng went downstairs and took a pot of newer hong worth 100 gold from behind the counter. Then, he walked to the table of the big and small guests and put it down respectfully. He said, Sir, this pot of newer hong is a gift from the restaurant. We don't accept money. Please enjoy. After saying that, Qing Feng bowed respectfully again and turned to leave. Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the second floor as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He hadn't noticed it before, but it turned out that there was such a person in this restaurant. Thank you, Ning Chen said. You're welcome. A calm voice came from the private room on the second floor. The two people's voices weren't loud. They were quickly drowned out by the singing and dancing. In the restaurant, none of the guests heard them. They continued to do their own things. Ning Chen opened the wine pot. The fragrance of newer hong spread out. Ener raised her head and glanced at it. Then, she lost interest and continued to eat. However, the fragrance of the wine that the little girl wasn't interested in attracted the attention of many people in the hall. A tall and sturdy man walked up and said with a deafening voice, Brother, would you like a cup of wine? Ning Chen raised his head. His dark eyes were emotionless. He pushed the wine cup in his hand forward without saying a word. Seeing Ning Chen's gaze, the man's body froze. A chill unconsciously rose in his heart. He immediately apologized and quickly left. Ning Chen turned his head and didn't pay much attention to him. He took back the wine cup. As he drank, he added some vegetables to the little girl's bowl from time to time. "I'm full." Not long after, Ener put down her bowl and chopsticks. Ning Chen nodded lightly and said, "Rest for the night. We'll continue tomorrow." "Okay," Ener replied. She jumped off the stool and stretched out her little hand. "You've grown up. You can't always hold my hand like a little girl. Go pay for the food and then book 2 rooms." Ning Chen took out a silver and put it in the little girl's hand. His expression was slightly cold. Ener wrinkled her little nose unhappily. She took the silver and ran to the counter to pay the bill. "Shopkeeper uncle, pay the bill and also 2 rooms." "Okay." Behind the counter, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a big belly took out an abacus with a smile. He counted a few times and replied, "A total of 70 taels of silver." "So expensive." Ener's little face was shocked when she heard that. The shopkeeper didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Little girl, the food isn't worth much. However, there are only 10 rooms in Xiaoyechang. Moreover, each room is carefully decorated. Of course, the price will be more expensive. I want 2 rooms." Ning Chen walked forward, took out another piece of silver, and put it down as he said indifferently. The shopkeeper took the silver. The smile on his face became even brighter. He said, "Young master, follow me." The 3 of them went upstairs. In the adjacent room, the shopkeeper opened the door and welcomed the 2 of them in. Ning Chen looked at the signs hanging on the 10 rooms and narrowed his eyes. As expected, the background of this restaurant was not simple. There was a sign hanging on each of the 10 rooms. It represented the name of the room. It didn't look special. However, Ning Chen, who cultivated 4 heavenly tomes, knew the meaning of each sign. There were 10 heavenly tomes. Xiaoyechang and also had 10 rooms. The strange thing was that the names of the 10 rooms were exactly the same as the names of the 10 heavenly tomes. It was too much of a coincidence. Ning Chen looked back at the figure in the bright room again. His eyes flashed. Was it the bright volume? However, the bright volume was obviously destroyed. Moreover, this person didn't have the aura of the heavenly tomes. It was strange. Opposite, in the bright room, the man behind the bead curtain felt the former's gaze. He smiled faintly and said nothing. He continued to trim the flowers and plants in front of him. In the inner realm, on Xiao Mountain, the night was quiet. At this moment, green light gathered and Shi Piaoshu appeared. Above the void, a dragon gate appeared. From the dragon gate, a beautiful figure in a green dress slowly flew out. Her eyes were closed, and green light floated around her. Her vitality was almost undetectable. Just as she landed, Shi Piaoshu suddenly staggered. She vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. "Piaoshu!" Bilingling appeared. When she saw the beautiful figure in green floating in the air, her eyes trembled violently. "Save her!" That was her last order before she fainted. Shi Piaoshu couldn't hold on any longer and fell straight down. Bilingling supported her. Then, with a turn of her hand, a golden light flashed and swept Qing Ning, who was in the green light, towards the clear sky Lotus Peak. On the clear sky Lotus Peak, the West Jade Master was meditating and healing. When she felt the 3 people's auras, her eyes opened. She turned into a stream of light and appeared before them. "Master," Bilingling said with an anxious look on her face. The West Jade Master stepped forward and took Qing Ning's body. After checking, a serious look flashed across her eyes. "Go to the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass." With that, the West Jade Master waved her hand and swept the 3 of them towards the highest point of the clear sky Lotus Peak. "Master, how is Qing Ning?" In the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, a sea of fire rose. It was a shocking sight. On the rock, Bai Lingling looked worriedly at the beautiful figure floating in the air. Piaoshu gave 70% of the clear sky lotus breath to Qing Ning and barely managed to keep her alive. However, Qing Ning's injuries are too severe. Adding on the fact that the demonic energy has entered her body, her heart meridians are heavily damaged. She could still be in danger at any time, the West Jade Master said with a grave expression. Is there a way? Bai Lingling asked again. Use the regenerative power of the clear sky lotus breath to protect Qing Ning's heart meridians. At the same time, use the Buddha fire in the 7 Buddha heavenly paths to reforge her Buddha body. There may be a chance. At this point, the West Jade Master paused and then continued, if Qing Ning wakes up, hide the news that the Jiming Marquis is still alive. As for the Chongling female supreme, I will send someone to warn her. Jiming Marquis and Qing Ning have gone through this great calamity. If Qing Ning can use this chance to enter the great perfection realm, it will be a great fortune amidst misfortune. Bai Lingling nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Master, where is Piaoshu? The West Jade Master's expression turned cold. She acted on her own and violated the laws of the West Jade. When her injuries recover, send her to the Wall of Penitence for 60 years. Chapter 610. At night, the moon shone brightly. In the guest room of Xiao Yuchang and Ning Chen stood in front of the window and looked at the starry sky. Gradually, Ji Ming's spiritual altar shone brightly. His divine soul was ethereal and his spiritual consciousness rushed to the starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, demonic waves rolled. The shadow in black was born out of his physical body and stood in the starry sky, looking for traces of the palanquin. The starry sky was vast. Endless fog occupied half of the starry sky, making it hard to see clearly. Only the life planets were so dazzling in the starry sky. After searching for a long time, there was no trace of the palanquin. The demonic chi gathered and his divine soul was ready to return. Demon! At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the starry sky. The next moment, a 7-colored light rolled and a giant hand appeared, grabbing at Ji Ming. The demonic chi changed and condensed into a shadow in black. It formed a sword with his fingers and shook the giant hand falling from the starry sky. With a bang, the light and demonic chi surged. In the shocking aftermath, the giant hand fell again. Knowing destiny retreated. The demonic chi around him converged into a black divine sword, which slashed out fiercely. After a moment, the giant hand and the sword collided. The starry sky rumbled and the aftermath hit. Ji Ming retreated more than 10 feet. The demonic chi shook violently. On the other side, the little finger of the giant hand was cut off. The airflow was overflowing. Oh! A sigh of appreciation sounded. The 7-colored light rose and the giant hand returned to its original state. It slapped down with endless pressure. Ji Ming squinted his eyes and pointed with his left hand. The demonic chi rolled and swept across the sword. The demonic chi reached its peak again. Just as the two attacks collided again, the sound of strings came from the life planet below. The sound waves rippled and collided with the giant hand falling from the sky. Ning Chen saw the opportunity and stepped on the ground. The demonic chi gathered together with his divine soul. In the guest room of Xiao Yuchang and Injinsi City, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. The treading immortal realm was beyond his knowledge. Dong dong. Outside the room, there was a knock on the door. After a few knocks, the door creaked open. Yin stood in front of the door pitifully and said, I can't sleep. Ning Chen looked at the little girl and frowned slightly. Didn't this girl always sleep well? In the past, he couldn't even wake her up. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chen thought of a reason and said, Come in first. Hearing this, Yin walked into the room and closed the door. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to the former. She said sweetly, Why aren't you asleep yet? Not sleepy. Ning Chen took the tea and said with a calm expression, Sleep here. I'll guard you by your side and won't leave. Einar nodded her head vigorously and climbed onto the bed at the side. She closed her eyes and the exhaustion on her small face could not be concealed. Ning Chen went forward and pulled the blanket over the little girl. He patted her gently so that the little girl could sleep peacefully. He understood that Einar was unable to sleep because he had abandoned her once. In this unfamiliar place, he was the only person she knew. If he left again, the little girl would truly be left without anyone to rely on. In her deep sleep, Einar's small hand subconsciously grabbed the corner of the clothes of the person beside her. Only then did the nervousness on her small face ease up a little. Wrong. Ning Chen was silent. He knew he had taken the wrong path. But even though he knew it was wrong, there was no turning back. Within the guest room, the man behind the beaded curtain was tidying up the flowers and plants in the room. His lips curved. This strange devil had piqued his interest. He was clearly a devil and had already lost his humanity. But he was still able to rely on his memories to determine what he should do. He was very curious as to how long this weak and emotionless reason could last. The word love was something that could harm others if taken too lightly. But if taken too seriously, it could harm oneself. To be able to make a person who still had a little bit of reason become a devil, it could be seen just what kind of painful past this person had experienced. Pavilion Master. The shopkeeper respectfully bowed outside the guest room. How is this month's profit? Did you reach the goal I set for you? Asked the man behind the beaded curtain. I made a profit of 4,900 taels. However, the top-grade maiden's red you gave me today is worth 1,000 taels of silver. There are only 3 days left in the month. Making another 1,100 taels of silver is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, said the shopkeeper. Since I've already set my goal, I can't change it. Think of a way yourself, said the man calmly. Pavilion Master, that's impossible, said the shopkeeper awkwardly. Is that something I should worry about? I don't care what method you use. I only care about the final result. If you can't reach your goal in the end, the difference will be deducted from your salary, said the man indifferently. The shopkeeper's voice faltered. He helplessly said, Pavilion Master really is kind-hearted. He sympathizes with his subordinate. You can leave. The man didn't seem to mind. The shopkeeper once more respectfully bowed and left. Outside Don Moon Chang-un, the night sky gradually brightened. Ning Chen had been sitting by the bed the entire night, watching over the little girl who was sleeping soundly. He was quietly thinking about some things. When the sun rose, Einar woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the figure sitting by the bed. She sweetly smiled. Get up and wash up. We'll go down and eat something in a bit, said Ning Chen. Okay. Einar sat up and rubbed her eyes. She got off the bed and began to wash up. It was always troublesome for a little girl to dress up. Ning Chen didn't know anything about it and couldn't help. Thus, he silently stood by the side and watched. An hour later, the two of them went downstairs. Einar tugged on the former's sleeve and curiously sized up the entire restaurant with her large eyes. There weren't many customers in Don Moon Chang, and in the early morning. On the high platform, there was only a veiled woman playing the zither. The melodious zither music reverberated in the hall. Einar ordered a table of dishes and happily ate them. Ning Chen quietly sat by the side, drinking tea while waiting. Eat. Einar put a small piece of vegetable in her mouth and placed it in front of the former. I'm not hungry. You can eat. Ning Chen calmly replied. Oh. Einar placed the vegetable in her mouth and cutely smiled before continuing to eat. Hong Luan, go toast the two guests. Today we'll choose Heartless Nightmarish Dream. The man's voice sounded from the bright room. Yes. On the high platform, the veiled woman stopped playing the zither and responded. Shortly after, she walked to the wine rack and took a pot of wine before walking towards the two of them. Behind the counter, the manager's smiling face suddenly froze as if 1,000 knives were cutting his heart. Heartless Nightmarish Dream, 3,000 taels of silver. It didn't matter if the owner opened her mouth. Don Moon Chang, An's 1 month's profit was gone. It seemed like he couldn't keep his salary anymore. Young master, I'll toast you. Hong Luan poured a cup of wine and placed it in front of the black-clothed young man, as she softly said. Ning Chen received the wine and drank it in one gulp before placing the cup on the table. Little sister, I'll toast you. Hong Luan poured another cup and placed it in front of the little girl who was immersed in eating. Yin raised her head and giggled. Just as she stretched out her hand, she was hit. She's still young and can't drink. I'll drink this cup for her. Ning Chen took the wine cup and spoke in an indifferent tone. Soon after, he drained it in one gulp. On the second floor, in the guest room named Ming, the man revealed a faint smile and didn't say anything else. In the lobby of the first floor, Hong Luan was toasting people, causing the few guests in the hall to raise their eyebrows. For so many years, Miss Hong Luan had never toasted anyone, not even the royal family. Who exactly was this black-clothed young man? Ning Chen didn't care about other people's gazes. Yin-er's heart wasn't ordinary either as she immersed herself in eating. Whoever wanted to look could look. On the side, Hong Luan subconsciously moved half a step closer to the little girl. Previously, she couldn't feel it, but after approaching the black-clothed young man, she discovered the bone-chilling coldness from the latter, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Sister, I'll pour the wine. You can go back. Seeing the former's unnatural appearance, Yin revealed a smile. Hong Luan's eyes revealed a trace of difficulty. Although she didn't want to stay here, she didn't dare to disobey the owner's order. Come back. At this moment, the man's voice sounded from the second floor. Yes. Hong Luan respectfully bowed and left. That sister must be very pretty. Looking at the former's exquisite figure, Yin enviously said. Not as pretty as you, Ning Chen calmly said. Hearing this, Yin-er's eyes curved as she happily said, You really know how to talk. On the second floor, in an elegant room, Hong Luan sat in front of a mirror and removed her veil. What entered one's eyes was a ghastly sword scar that was several inches long on her fair jade-like skin. Her originally perfect appearance was instantly destroyed and appeared somewhat frightening. Hong Luan, is one's appearance really that important? A calm voice sounded and asked. A woman's appearance is more important than her life. Hong Luan revealed a sad expression. Unfortunately, I was a bit late back then. The calm voice contained a trace of regret. Hong Luan is unable to repay the owner's life-saving grace. As for my appearance, a trace of sadness flashed through Hong Luan's eyes as she said, This might be Hong Luan's fate. Actually, it's not that there's no way. The voice from the room changed the topic and said, The reason why the scar on your face can't heal is because the pure sword intent on the wound is difficult to disperse. I don't dare to forcefully heal it, or else it might cause your injury to worsen. However, if there's an even stronger swordsman who is willing to remove the remnant sword intent on your wound, I'm confident that I can restore your appearance. Hearing this, Hong Luan's eyes trembled. However, a moment later, the brilliance in her eyes dimmed once again as she said, Even with the owner's ability, you're powerless. Who else in this world has such ability? Perhaps the black-clothed young man you toasted earlier can do it. On the second floor, in the guest room, the man who was trimming the flowers spoke once again. In terms of martial arts, I'm not afraid of anyone. However, in terms of the sword, I'm inferior to him. Speaking up to here, the man looked downstairs and indifferently said, However, the possibility of him helping you is too slim. Devils were ultimately heartless. Their current rationality was merely a reflection of their memories. This reflection could be abandoned at any time. All living beings in the world had thousands of long-cherished wishes. They prayed to gods and Buddha, but when had anyone ever heard of praying to devils?